This is Dark Prince, The New American Mafia, Book 2. Written by Annie Henderson. Narrated by Desiree Ketchum, Connor Crace, Felicity Monroe, Sebastian York, and Aidan Snow.
Chapter 1. Lorenzo. 2 years ago, I was desperate to keep a girl from running away. I manipulated her into scribbling her signature onto a marriage license. I convinced her it was the ultimate middle finger to a father she loathed. Marry the enemy's son to step outside the Russian culture she knew she was expected to follow, and merge with mine. I knew all the ways to entice Sasha Nikolaev to my point of view, and I used them to my advantage. Somewhere between then and now, I lost the upper hand I had on her, but at least she's still here. That's one thing I have going for me right now. Had she made good on her threat, ditched her family obligations, and fled to a warmer climate like she said, I would have followed. I'd have chased her for as long as it took. I would have broken an oath punishable by death. My death. I would have let my father and my siblings down in the worst possible way. I've struggled with the knowledge that if it came between Sasha and my family, I'd choose her every single time, no matter the consequences. I don't know what that says about me. Maybe I'm a failure as a son, a brother, a man. It pains me to know that I've let my family down, C and Dom the most. I pushed my twin sister away for longer than she even realizes, and that kills me a little on the inside. Sienna's my best friend. Not that anyone would know that by the way I avoid her. I'd rather have 10 men pounding their fists into my face over and over again than to continue sitting here while she stares at me, accusing me of betraying her without having to say a word. I see it in her eyes, the hurt, the anger, the need to pummel me with every ounce of strength she has. I should let her do just that, and I probably will, at least for a time, because the thing about us is that we're competitive, and we fight dirty. I crave it just as much as she does. What I'd miss? Mateo asks from behind the couch Sasha and I are seated on like children in time out.
Come on, Mateo. I stopped at the pharmacy on the way home. I need your help with something.
My sister stands, her lips pursed so much as she eyes Sasha, then me, that I know she's doing it on purpose.
If you'll excuse us,
she says, a growl coming off her lips as she purposely walks around the coffee table on the opposite side to avoid walking between us. For real? Mateo's tone suddenly changes, and it throws me off, my eyes narrowing on my sister. For the heavyweight boxing champ of the world, now 10-0 in his career, he sounds like a scared boy. See, are you okay? I never checked on her after her fight ended with Sasha. I should have. She walked out of the ring normal. At least to the naked eye, she looked fine. I've thrown down with Sienna more times than I can count. I've even fought with my wife, so I know the pack she carries in her punch and every limb on her. Shit. What if my sister is hurt? What if it's not even related to her match and that motherfucker did something to her that she lied to Dad about? I may be the secretive sibling between Dom, Sienna, and me, but my twin isn't. She wouldn't have withheld information from Dad if something happened. Yet. There was something in her stare earlier that made me think for a split second that she wasn't telling us everything. I chalked it up to nothing, though, because that's not who my sister is. She lays everything out. She doesn't hide herself anymore.
Who the hell cares?
Sasha pouts.
Let them go. I've seen enough of her face for one night. Bitch, we can go again right now, right here.
My sister seethes, her nostrils flaring.
Itching to get your ass kicked again already?
Sasha snorts a laugh. Not only do I see my sister's action before she moves, but so does my wife. Sasha leaps off the couch and I'm right there with her as Sienna lunges. Grabbing Sasha by the shoulders, I throw her back to the couch and then I catch my sister by the waist, preventing her from landing on top of Sasha. Both of you stop, I yell. Sienna, please, I stress as I place her feet back on the floor and peer down.
Fuck off, Ren.
She shrugs out of my hold.
Don't fucking talk to me tonight.
After a beat, her eyes mixed with more sadness and anger than I've ever seen, Sienna storms off. Turning to face my wife, my nostrils flare as I train my eyes down her sleek form. Why do you have to start shit with her?
Why do you have to defend her on everything?
That wasn't me defending anyone, Snowflake, I snap. calling her by the nickname I bestowed upon her when we were kids, before I fell in love with a girl not only from a rival family, but one from a different cultural background too, and definitely before she became a raging bitch. If the two of you would shut your fucking mouths, life would be a lot fucking easier. Of course, Lorenzo, she coos in mock sarcasm. Making your life easier is all I've ever wanted to do. She rolls her glacier eyes. Not. Shaking my head and sighing, I start to step past her to head up to my bedroom, needing breathing room from her, my sister, everyone. Where the hell do you think you're going? Stopping, I grip my teeth before rolling my head to look down at her. She's finally righted herself into an upright sitting position. I'm going to shower, Sasha. I have dirty whore stench on me from having to deal with Mateo's ex, and frankly, I don't care to deal with you right now. What the hell am I supposed to do? She shouts, even though I'm less than a foot from her. There are plenty of rooms in this house. Find one. Just make sure it isn't mine. Like I'd fall in your bed. Let's not go there, wife. You fall on my dick quite often. May not be my bed or any bed, but you and I both know my dick is the only dick that satisfies you. Good night, sweetheart. How am I supposed to get to work? I'm late as it is. No one wants to see a bruised-up bitch with a fat lip on a stripper pole. Besides, you aren't even on the schedule, so no, you weren't supposed to be at work tonight. At least not that work. How would you know when I'm on the schedule? Stalking me again? Because I own the goddamn strip club, I think to myself. Because she doesn't want to know that small detail. And I'm not about to tell her now. She can think what she wants. I don't even care. For the second time, good night, Sasha, I sneer before leaving her to fend for herself. If she and my sister get into it again, they can be someone else's problem. Before I ascend the stairs, I take a detour to the liquor cabinet, knowing I'm going to need all the booze I can get into my system to keep me from trying to dive into her pussy tonight. Tomorrow I'll worry about how Dad knew about us and when he found out. Hell, I don't know why he hasn't confronted me until now, if that's even what you'd call the bomb he dropped not only on everyone, but me, too. The fact that he knew isn't even what has me on edge. Mishka didn't bat an eye either, and I didn't get the impression he was angry like Sasha claimed he would be. Krishna wanted to take my head off more so than the boss of their family, not that it surprises me. He fucks my brother on the regular, but would condemn me for the very same thing when it comes to his sister. Whatever. It's not like what Sasha and I have could ever last, no matter that's all I've ever wanted since I was a dumb teenage boy. As fierce as she is on the outside, in physical strength and confidence, that's not completely who the woman buried deep down is. She's equally two sides of a coin. One, the lioness you don't want to confront, and the other a newborn kitten afraid of her own shadow. Both are equally beautiful. Both are someone I want to protect and make bleed at the same time. Problem is, her cuts are much deeper than mine have ever been, hence why my weak ass drinks my weight in whiskey night after night, and why my sister was left vulnerable twice. Had I been with C tonight instead of at the lounge, Vin wouldn't have gotten his hands on her, the same as if I'd met her at the gym last month when he tried to kidnap her then. Me. Avoiding my twin is also why when Dom told her not to tell anyone that it was her that killed Vin tonight, she agreed, not once voicing that the three of us aren't supposed to have secrets from each other. And because of my shitty behavior toward my siblings, I couldn't call them on their bullshit when I overheard the conversation. My marriage isn't the only thing doomed. If I keep this up, I'm going to lose my two best friends, too. The problem is, I don't know how to change the path I'm on. I don't know how to stop wanting what I want. My wife.
Chapter 2. Sasha. Asshole. That's all he's been since I said two measly little words to him in front of an officiant on an Atlantic City beach 2.5 years ago. It probably didn't help that he woke up the next morning to find that I'd fled after waking, realizing the magnitude of what we had done. We're from different cultures, same lifestyle, so to speak, but very different upbringings. He's from the wrong side of the tracks, or I am, depending on whose side you're pulling for. It doesn't matter that we're both Americans or that we're both red-blooded New Yorkers. Our families have been at war since before I was born. The only people we hate more than the Italian Mafia are the dirty scumbags of the Irish mob. Cormac Fitzgerald, the current boss of the Irish-American gang that resides in New York City, is likely the one and only thing my father and I agree on in our disdain for the piece of shit. Ren's dad, Antonio Caputo, isn't a bad guy in the terms that make up one, in my opinion. At least, not that I've heard. He's tamer in comparison to most bosses, no matter their cultural background. Still, what we did has consequences. I was mad at my father, and I wasn't thinking clearly. I rarely think with a level head when it comes to Mishka Nikolaev. He's ruthless, heartless, and a dictator. He ran my mother off when I was 8 and Krishna 11. We weren't allowed to live with her, and she didn't once fight for us. So fuck her too. Eloping with Ren wasn't solely to throw the marriage in my father's face, even if I cowered out after it was done. Lorenzo has been a fixture in my life since we were small kids, playing on a playground at school, none the wiser of our family's deep-rooted hatred for each other. My infatuation with Ren started young, and only continued to grow with each passing year until it turned into something I refuse to name. Not when all we are is legally bonded. It wasn't real, though that doesn't stop us from finding ourselves at each other's mercy from time to time. Getting lost in Ren's embrace is easy. His dark brown eyes have a way of slicing through flesh and bone, peering into the deepest abyss of one's soul. It's awakening or slipping away from the passion and pleasure that's jarring, making me remember that I'll never be more than an easy lay for him when his need for blood arises. Most of the time, Ren is in perpetual jerk mode. Often, he lets his dark, sinister side out to play, wielding a sharp blade in his hand, nicking and marring my flesh. On rare occasions, he's someone else entirely. He can be sweet when he wants to be, and that's when he's the most dangerous. He makes my heart want what it can't have. Having wasted too much time with my mind tossing and turning over Lorenzo Caputo, I pull my cell phone from my back pocket with the intention of ordering a Lyft to pick me up. Ren is right. I can't go to the club looking like a domestic violence victim, but I do have an apartment in the city. It'll be an expensive trip from Tony's house to my loft, but like hell am I staying here. What was it Ren's dad said before he walked out? Oh yeah, do make sure your wife is moved in by tomorrow. What the hell did that even mean? He can't possibly expect me to live here. My father would never allow it. No, it's not like he spoke up, either, refuting the Caputo boss. Shaking my head, I'm confused as to why my father brought me here in the first place. Tony knew Ren and I were married. So does that mean my dad did too? Is this punishment? My phone chimes with a text, pulling me from the questions forming in my head. Looking down, I see my brother's name, so I tap on the screen to pull it up. Krishna. I'm going to strangle you, goddammit. Me. Bring it, bitch. Krishna. You know I will. By the way, I know something you don't. I shoot him a text back with the eye-rolling emoji and the middle finger. He knows me well enough to know I'm not going to bite. I don't have to. He's going to tell whatever it is he's learned, no matter how mad he is at me at this very moment. And make no mistake, Krishna is furious. I'll either wake up to his hands wrapped around my throat, or Ren's blade against my flesh and his cock inside of me. I can't even tell you which one I prefer more. My phone chimes with an incoming text. Bingo. Krishna. DeSalvo asked the Juicehead's twin to marry him. My eyes flash with so much heated rage that I don't comprehend my brother's message. This isn't the first time he's referred to Ren as a drunk. It pisses me off every time he does, and then I become even angrier that it makes me mad in the first place. Is Lorenzo my husband? Yes, but does that make him mine? No. No, it fucking does not. And that knowledge hurts more than any amount of physical pain I've ever been in. I'm about to punch in a slew of emojis to express my disdain when I glance at his words, reading them over again, but refusing to repeat Krishna's derogatory nickname, even in my head. DeSalvo asked Ren's twin to marry him. Matteo and Sienna are tying the knot. Can't say I saw that coming. I thought DeSalvo had better taste than that bitch. Then again, he did knock up that gold-digging whore, so I'd say his partner-picking skills are flawed. Krishna told me about finding Matteo's daughter earlier tonight, and he led me to believe Kennedy was responsible. I don't know all the details, but I do know one thing. That cunt deserves to die. She wouldn't be a loose end I left breathing. I don't reply to my brother's text. Instead, I jump on Twitter. It wouldn't be very sisterly to not congratulate Sienna on her upcoming nuptials, now would it? Once my tweet is sent across their platform, I do the same exact post on my other 2 social media accounts, wanting to be first to shout Sienna's news to the world. I might have won the match, but hashtag Sienna Caputo is the real winner tonight. Hashtag congrats to my opponent and hashtag Matteo DeSalvo. She said yes. Hashtag wedding bells. Take that, you stupid bitch.
Chapter 3. Domenico. Kennedy's a loose end, one I can't allow to continue breathing. Had it been me that killed Calvin Ross, maybe I wouldn't be itching to put her down. But then again, it's not like her life is worth sparing. She not only put her daughter's life in danger for a second time that I've witnessed personally, but she also helped Vin capture my sister. That in itself demands retribution. With her track record, Sienna or Brooklyn won't come out unscathed next time, and that is not a chance I'm willing to take. Tonight could have gone differently. That motherfucker shouldn't have gotten to Sienna in the first place. I suspected he might have been the guy that tried to harm my sister, or his intentions were to take her outside of the gym, but I couldn't find the evidence I needed. Had I gone with my initial gut instinct, he would have eaten a bullet the night I witnessed his possessive demeanor at the club. Instead, I left Rouge with the mind to get lost in tits at the strip joint my brother frequents, but that isn't where I ended up. Had it been, I would have likely gotten my fill and still ended Calvin's piece of shit life, rather than fucking my anger out on the man that's sitting next to me. Lorenzo isn't the only one with a taste for the forbidden, though I'd never marry the blood of my enemy. Of course, I'll never walk down the aisle in the first place, so it's not like there's even a chance of that happening. My brother also isn't the only one with explaining to be done. My father is at the top of the list. He knew Ren and Sasha were married, yet he failed to inform me. How does he expect me to protect him and my siblings if he keeps me in the dark? I don't even know where to start with Giovanni. It's not that I'm upset Dad is kicking my grandfather to the curb, because I'm not. He's the last person my father should be taking advice from. But to not tell me about a change this big is something else entirely. I'm pissed. But at the same time, I'm concerned as to why he would keep this decision from me until it was a done deal. The last I knew, Giovanni was in prison. For life. So what the fuck did Matteo's uncle mean when he said he hadn't been behind bars in quite some time? If all I have to go on is the string of secrets in my family, then I'm guessing my father had something to do with getting him sprung from the pen. The question is why? What does he offer the family? I know my father doesn't like me getting my hands dirty. He hates it, in fact. He wasn't going to let me off Levi like I had intended to after the fucker sang like a canary. All it took was bringing an elbow down onto his collarbone. He cried like the bitch he was, But after, he told us that Rico was working with Killian Fitzgerald, the only offspring of Cormac Fitzgerald. I'm not even surprised. But we still don't know what information they were trying to obtain, if anything, from us. Fitzgerald, like his father, is into many sordid affairs ranging from small-time shit to human trafficking. Levi deserved what happened to him, even if I don't know exactly what he was up to. He passed out before I was able to pull any more information out of him. Then Sienna wanted to fight. So I left Dad to finish the job while I met up with the twins for a little fun, sibling style. "So what did the old man do anyway?" I finally ask when I can't take the silence anymore. I stopped referring to him as my grandfather long ago. Something about him has always rubbed me the wrong way. It likely has to do with the way he treats my sister. He looks at her like she's an asset to be used for the greater good rather than the intelligent, respectable woman she is. His idea of a woman's place is common knowledge, so it's not like it surprises me when he's constantly whispering in Dad's ear that he should be the one in charge of finances. I'd put a bullet in the old geezer myself before I let that happen. There is no one more qualified than Sienna. And while I'm breathing, that's exactly the way it'll stay. My brother and sister are mine to protect, but that doesn't mean we aren't somewhat on an equal playing field. I take my role as serious as a man can, but I also recognize what they both bring to the table. They think I'm some genius when I'm not. Sure, computers make sense to me, and I'm not going to lie, I like snooping in people's shit without them being aware. My siblings are just as bright, if not more so than me. I don't hate the idea of my sister marrying Matteo DeSalvo. I'll never admit that to anyone, and he'll still need to earn his place in my family. But watching them in Brooklyn together, they fit. It doesn't hurt that the kid is growing on me, so there is that. Ren, on the other hand, is as stupid as he is smart. Not only did the motherfucker marry our sister's nemesis, but he also kept it from us. There is one rule the three of us have. We do not keep shit from each other. I made that one and only rule when they were 3 and I was 4. We even did a blood oath together to seal that promise. Lorenzo was a pussy about getting cut. My sister, however, was braver than even I was. Yet it was my suggestion. Come tomorrow, Ren will know how badly he fucked up. He's going to feel every goddamn hit and not be allowed to swing back. Since he loves knives so fucking much, I should stab him with one. That's how mad I am at my brother. I can hurt him. Sienna can hurt him. No one else gets to. Giovanni turns off onto a street in the Upper East Side, where Rafa's brownstone is located. He prefers to live in the city, and has had his own residence since the early 1980s. When my father doesn't answer my question after a reasonable stretch of silence, I question him again. "Are you planning on telling me why we're here?" "When I'm ready," Dad answers. "I'm goddamn tired of you keeping shit from me, Dad. First Ren, then making Giovanni your consigliere without my input, and now whatever the fuck this is." He turns in his seat, craning his neck to look at me over his shoulder. "You are here as my second-in-command, Domenico. Tonight you are not my son. Your job is to take orders and to do as you're told. Am I clear?" "Crystal fucking clear, boss." Krishna snorts from his side of Giovanni's G-Wagon, but doesn't lift his head from his smartphone. His eyes have been buried in that device since we got in the SUV, and even that is pissing me off. His comment toward Ren earlier still grates on my nerves. "Are you just going to stand there after hearing this and not do a damn thing?" Krishna said to his father. "How about a bullet in the head? I think that's at least warranted." His words didn't go over well with me. Hell, when he tongue-fucked my sister months ago, that didn't go over well either, and what followed could be categorized as toxic hate-fucking. Thing is, I wouldn't object to a repeat. Good, Dad says, eyeing me hard. There's something in his stare that I can't quite decipher. It's almost like he wants to tell me, but at the same time regrets letting me come along. Can you at least tell me how long this is going to take? You have somewhere more important to be that you want to tell me about, Dom? A loose end, I bit out gravely. His eyes round, flaring with heat. Come again? Just something I couldn't finish while the twins were present. It's nothing you need to worry about. I got it. After we left the small storage facility where Ven had Sienna, I messaged the cleanup crew to make the rounds. And if luck was on our side and no one had phoned the cops, to do what they are paid to do. I haven't received a response, which leads me to believe they're doing said job now. As for Kennedy, I can't tell my dad what I have planned for her. He wouldn't allow it. Violence against women is a hard limit for him. He won't do it, and he'll prevent anyone else from handling the situation if I clue him in, so for that reason, he has to remain in the dark until it's done. I'll deal with his consequences after the fact, and make no mistake, there will be punishment for my crime. Sighing, he nods. Okay then. G and I will handle this while you and Krishna handle the other problem. No, I shake my head. We're here. We'll help. My problem can wait. Actually, this works out better. We'll get out on the alley side, and you'll take Giovanni's vehicle so that it's out of sight. I'll call you when we're ready to be picked up. My shit might take a couple of hours. My shit is going to take a couple of hours too, son. Something in his tone makes me want to press further, but splitting up works too. It's not like Rafe will be more than 2 men can handle. The old man isn't fast enough, and he isn't in near the shape my father is in. And just from what I've seen of the way Giovanni carries himself, it doesn't look like he's lacking in the fit and healthy category either. Fine, I concede. The sooner I strangle that bitch, the better it'll be for everyone I care about.
Chapter 4. Antonio. You sure about this? G asks. After Dom and Krishna took off, Giovanni and I were left in the dark, vacant alley a block over from my father's home. He doesn't need to be here for what I'm going to do. Maybe he should. Maybe you shouldn't question me. I bite out in a low tone with enough bark that he knows his words are grating on my nerves. Just offering advice, since that is my job. He deadpans, not afraid of me, like most people. Growing up together, we were always competitive. It never mattered to him who my father was, and back then I appreciated that honesty. Even now, it's the reason I made him my consigliere. I always knew he'd be perfect for that role. Even though he knows his place, he'll never cower to me, and that's exactly what I wanted and needed. Not where my kids are concerned. As the underboss and the future head of this family, Domenico's rank and what he's involved in comes before being your son, Tony. You know this, and I know you don't need my advice, but you also know I'm going to give it anyway. I'm not very apt at holding my tongue. Let's go in there and get this over with before I lose my control and end his life sooner than he deserves. I pride myself on patience and being in control of every aspect of my life. I wasn't always that way. In my younger years, I didn't care, nor did I know better. When my wife was killed, I certainly didn't have an ounce of restraint. Finding my way as a single parent, running a family organization along with a multitude of different business ventures, changed me over time into the man I am today. I may be a cold-hearted bastard to most that crossed my path, but to my children, I'll never be anything less than the father they deserve. I owe that to them and to Ariana. I feel the vibration in the pocket of my slacks before I step in the direction that will lead me to taking Rafe Caputo's life. I flipped the switch to silent before slipping out of Giovanni's SUV because I didn't want to be disturbed in my quest. I never ignore calls unless it absolutely cannot be prevented, which this case warrants, yet I find myself pulling the device from my pocket. Go scope out the perimeter. I'll follow in a minute, I spout, turning the screen to see it's my daughter calling. She and G are the only two that know my real motivation for tonight. Finally come to your senses, I open with, instead of greeting my daughter. Did you stab him and now need a cleanup crew? Can anyone else hear me? The seriousness of her tone makes my spine go rigid and all attempts at humor vanish. No, I respond as I watch Giovanni make his way to the end of the alley. I lied, she admits, and my eyes immediately cast down to the pothole-ridden ground. Come again. Earlier tonight, you asked if I knew who was behind my abduction. I didn't want to say in front of my brothers. Who? I demand, my voice low but lethal, harsh, as if I were speaking to one of my capos or any of the other men that report to me. I only have Vin's word. No proof, but... Her whispered tone trails off. Spit it out, Sienna. Probably shouldn't over the phone, Dad. I don't give a fuck. Tell me now. I've never spanked my children. No one has. Ari didn't believe in that form of discipline, and in all honesty, I don't feel it's needed when there are far better ways to punish children when it's called for. However, in this moment, I could beat her ass for not telling me immediately after returning home. Let's just say your destination tonight will lead you to his front door. Fire ignites within me, rapidly spreading through every cell. From the day I started grooming her to manage our finances and marketing, Rafe Caputo was spitting out rhetoric, telling me all the ways I was making a mistake. She was never my mistake. Sienna is just as important in my family as her brothers, as I am, and now I know that my own father not only took my wife, but had unimaginable plans for my daughter, too. I close my eyes, squeezing them so tight pain pierces my forehead between my brows as I bite down so hard on my teeth that I'm surprised they don't crack. She told us that Vin had been given orders to kill her, but tried to persuade her to vanish with him instead. I knew from the first day C introduced Calvin Ross that he wasn't the smartest tool in the shed. I indulged my daughter's request, giving him small jobs, but nothing of importance, or so I thought. Vin chauffeured my father around a few times a week. I didn't need Rafe putting ideas in the ears of real-made men that work for me. He has a way with words that makes men react exactly the way he wants them to. Manipulation is a skill he's perfected over the years. He has the ability to make a man believe something was their idea when, in reality, he crafted it. I have no doubt Vin played right into his hands. The question is, was it me that led him to the former boss? I'm sorry, Princess, I tell her, as my eyes pop open to the deserted alley I'm still standing in the middle of. A streetlight shining over a dumpster is the only thing illuminating the darkness. Not your fault, Dad. It was set in motion before I met him. Her tone is filled with sorrow and hatred and maybe resolve. It makes me wish Domenico hadn't ended that scumbag's life so that I could be the one to do it. No one hurts the ones I love and gets away with it. That's why I'm here tonight, dead set on unleashing 18-plus years of pain and anger. Rafe's death wasn't going to be quick, but now, after learning that he's been planning Sienna's death for God knows how long, I should have seen this shit coming. I should have taken him out years ago. He isn't a good man, never was. I've known this my entire life, yet I haven't done a damn thing about it. I thought taking his title and power from him was enough. I was fucking blind. That's the only conclusion I can come to. We're going to have a talk tomorrow, C. Until then, I have a score to settle, baby girl. I end the call before she says goodbye, not because I mean to be rude, but because my control has snapped. The need for blood is too great. After I'm finished, Rafe Caputo will be unrecognizable. I very well may join him in hell one of these days, but it won't be tonight. Pocketing my cell phone, I jog to catch up to Giovanni. By the time I find him, he's waiting for me against the brick of the brownstone around the side of the townhouses on Rafe's block. My father lives on a corner lot with a fenced-off garden that offers privacy, which makes it more spacious, and also the perfect place to enter undetected, since the living room area is on the front end of the building and the master suite is on the second level. The garden patio has an exit off the kitchen, and being as late as it is, he'll either be asleep or watching television. If I had to guess, I'd pick the latter with him being a night owl. "Let's do this," I mutter, about to stalk past Giovanni when he catches my arm, halting my advance. "No more stalling, G. I'm doing this tonight." "I'm not stalling. I'm with you all the way, Tony, but I noticed a car out front with a Louisiana license plate and it got me to thinking," he says. "Santo," I whisper, my lip curling on its own accord at the mere thought of the New Orleans boss being in my territory without my knowledge. Salvatore Santo and I have never seen eye to eye. In fact, at one time he was on my list of bosses I'd planned on taking out. But after I killed the fourth boss, my grief over losing Ariana took over, and I had 3 kids that needed me more. Sal wasn't a threat, or so I thought, so I placed him and the rest of the remaining bosses on a back burner, which is where they've remained for 18 years. My gut churns, and now I wonder if that was a mistake. What possible reason could he have for being here? "My thoughts, too," Giovanni chimes in. Or it could be his number 2, or even both. Marcel Santo is not only Sal's underboss, but also his only son and heir to his southern empire. From his reputation, he's as sadistic as his father. But the two have stayed out of my way, so I've done the same, knowing we'd eventually cross paths, and I'd end their reign and steal their territory as my own. Perhaps tonight that time has come. If that's the case, and one or both of them are inside my father's home, then my children will be hit with more news than they may be able to process. They were too young to understand what all I had to do to gain control over such a large area, and Domenico and I have never spoken of that time. I thought I had years to prepare him for this, to prepare all 3 of them for what I may very well set in motion tonight. I wanted the 3 of them to be married and settled before I went this route, but maybe this is better. Maybe this is what Lorenzo needs to wake his ass up. Maybe this needs to happen before any more marriages or babies begin to come forth. I already have one small person to worry about, and from the look on Domenico's face tonight, I have a good idea of what he and Krishna left to handle. "You packing enough heat to handle what we're about to walk into?" I question Giovanni, even though I know him well enough to know since the day he walked out of prison, he's never without multiple weapons, even when he's sleeping. "No one in that house will walk out alive except the 2 of us, T." "Fair enough," I say, and then I pass him, knowing he'll stay on my heel every step of the way. I disable Rafe's security system from an application on my phone as I enter the brownstone next to his and make my way to the rear patio as quickly as my sneaker-covered feet will get me there. I'm still dressed in the suit I wore to both fights tonight, but before Dom left in Giovanni's SUV, we both changed into shoes that would make the least noise walking in. This isn't the first time I've snuck into Rafe's home undetected, but it is the first time I'm doing it knowing he's home. I acquired the home next to his within 3 days of my daughter remembering what happened the night Ari was killed. I didn't even have to coerce the owners to sell to me. They hadn't placed it on the market when I inquired, but they had been planning to do it that very week. I made them an offer they couldn't refuse. The only thing they had to do was sign over the property and leave everything inside like it hadn't been sold. They were behind on their mortgage and in a lot of debt, so it wasn't a hard sell. Since then, I've removed part of the fence on their side, and being as my father's side has vines covering his side of the fence, you can't tell what I've done. Easy access. But all the times I've searched his place, I never found anything useful. It's not that I didn't believe Sienna's recollection, because I did, but if he went as far as he did, then I thought there must be more. What else was Rafe hiding, planning? Squeezing my frame through the missing 2 wooden slates, I stalked through the small yard and up the 3 steps. For someone as paranoid as my father is, he either assumes the sliding glass door is locked, or he's never considered the possibility of someone getting into his house from the back since it's not accessible from the street. Pulling the handle slowly, I listened for the dinging sound that would typically play had I not shut it down, and like it shouldn't, the sound never comes, so I step over the threshold. The kitchen is dark, but the house isn't silent. The faint sound of a conversation can be heard from my spot as I wait for Giovanni to close the door behind us. The hallway from the kitchen leads you to the front, where the living room and stairs to the other floors are located. Before I take another step, I pull the Beretta M9A3 out from one side of my suit jacket and the suppressor from the other side. Screwing it into the threaded barrel, I aim the weapon in front of me, knowing there is already a round in the chamber should anyone step in my line of sight. Giovanni taps me on the shoulder, but I shake my head. He wants to step in front of me to take the lead to make sure he takes any fire that is shot our way. That's what would be expected of him from any other boss, but he knows I'm not like the rest. This is my fight, and I will be the one to take the first motherfucker out should it come to that, and we both know it will. Stepping forward slowly and quietly, I listen to their conversation and keep watch for any movement other than Giovanni's and my advancement. Why hasn't your boy called Raphael? It's been long enough. It's been hours. Sal's voice takes me back to the last time he and I spoke, and it's now that I remember he's the one that gifted me tickets to the boxing event that took place on the night Ari was killed. I had enough tickets for all three of my children and myself, but at the last minute, I decided Sienna would stay and spend some alone time with her mother, thinking they needed the bonding, the same as I wanted it with my boys. I thought for sure when I broke the news to Sienna that she wasn't going that she'd be crushed, but my daughter surprised me and seemed happy to spend the time with her mom. I hadn't thought of that until now, and something tells me Salvatore had been in on the whole thing. If that's the case, he's going to be the first to take an all-expenses-paid trip to the fiery pit he belongs in. He knows to call when it's done and not a second before, my father's bitter voice bites out. It's a waste of a ripe piece of ass, if you ask me. Another male voice chimes in, confirming there are at least 3 people here. He wouldn't be able to handle my granddaughter. Trust me, I'm doing us all a favor. I clamp my teeth together at Rafe's mention of my daughter. He isn't wrong, and I may not have a confirmation on who he's speaking to, but one thing I do know for sure is very few people in this world can handle her. If I wasn't so damn certain Mateo is the only man that can, she wouldn't be with him right now. I wouldn't have made it possible for them to cross paths if he hadn't been hand-picked for her. I'm not so sure, Sal states. Look what happened the last time you killed one of the women Tony loves. He changed the fucking rules, Rafe, and because of that, he dominates what he should not dominate. Does he even know what you did to his mother? How do you think he's going to react when his only daughter is killed? My back straightens, a rod of steel forming where my spine is at the mention of my mother. I shouldn't be shocked, but for some reason I am. She was killed in a head-on collision when I was in college. She was a passenger in the car with her normal driver. No one survived, not even the man that caused the wreck, so I never considered foul play. The other driver hadn't been intoxicated. The roads were icy and slick. It was ruled an accident. He won't be able to handle this blow. It'll weaken him until he's exactly where I want him, and that's when I'll make my move. I think you underestimate your boss, Caputo, Sal says, with an edge of humor in his tone. Antonio is not the rightful Caputo boss. He never has been. I see now that he never will be man enough for the job, and sooner rather than later he won't be. I will. Tonight, gentlemen. Rafe chuckles. Is the beginning of the end for my son's reign. Having heard enough, I increase my steps, quickening my pace, while remaining as quiet as I can, which is damn near impossible with the amount of rage running wild through my veins. I stop along the wall just before I step into their line of sight. Taking a shallow breath, I drop my left hand and grip the Beretta tighter in my right hand, readying myself but also needing all the strength I can muster not to pull the trigger on Raphael, too. He will die tonight, but not a second before he feels all the pain he can possibly withstand before I drain every ounce of life from his eyes. Blowing out a controlled breath, I step into their view and raise the 9mm in my hand, the same as Giovanni does beside me. The pop of the weapon in Giovanni's hand sounds, a round hitting Marcel between the eyes. Then I do the same, hitting my next mark in the same spot and taking my father's bodyguard out. I didn't know he was here, but that's why I have to be able to react to the unexpected. Another pop from around firing sounds, this time whizzing past my ear and nailing Sal in his forehead. Always was a little jealous that you took out all those bosses and I didn't get to claim one of them, Giovanni says, stepping back up next to me. What the hell is the meaning of this, Antonio? My father's wide eyes meet mine as I point the weapon at the center of his chest. You murdered my wife and you tried to have my daughter killed tonight. How the hell is he here? Rafe spits, looking at Giovanni, rage palpable behind his brown eyes. You're supposed to be rotting behind the bars I made sure you ended up locked behind. As you can see with your own eyes, there is no rot to be found on me, so I'd say you failed, old man. Confidence rolls off my friend in waves, and though he may not have lied on the surface, seeing as his body is in better shape than it was 30 years ago, there is most definitely rot within his soul. But only he should know that. He probably doesn't think I can see it. Giovanni is a master of disguise. Even when we were kids, he could conceal his emotions and thoughts better than I could. It's why when he made a pass at Ari when we were dating, I couldn't see it for what it really was. He was simply trying to make her best friend jealous, but instead, his dumb-as-fuck self didn't realize I was there watching. It cost us years of friendship and nearly a decade of his life locked away. At least you're man enough not to deny it, I say. Too bad you weren't man enough to face me like a fucking man 18 goddamn years ago. Whatever he's back to filling your heat. It's over, Raphael. I cut him off. After I'm finished here tonight, there won't be a speck of you to be remembered by anyone, not even me.
Chapter 5. Domenico. If there was any doubt lodged in my mind about what I had planned on rectifying tonight, it was squashed the moment I entered Kennedy's apartment to find her pathetic skank ass passed out on the couch. After a minute longer than she deserves of my disgusted stare, my eyes skate over the area, seeing enough heroin laid out on the glass coffee table to supply a packed nightclub in Manhattan. How long do you plan on standing there? Krishna asks, his glacier eyes watching me from behind the couch where his gloved hands press into the fabric, his expression bored. As long as I fucking want. You got somewhere to be, then by all means, fuck off. This bitch didn't help some crazed fucknut almost kill his sister. She didn't put his soon-to-be niece's life in danger more than once. If he doesn't want to be here, he can leave. I can deal with this shit and anything else on my own. I don't need him. I don't need anyone. The sour taste on my tongue makes me grit my teeth. You want meat off the bitch? Just say so and it's done. I'll shoot enough H into her that she won't come back. I'll do the job right for you this time. My eyes snapped to his. The urge to strangle him with my bare hands and choke him with my dick at the same time stronger than the need to slice this whore from limb to limb. His presence always has the ability to heat my core and piss me off in the same breath. She doesn't get the easy way out this time. I don't care if I have to wait all goddamn night for her to wake up. When I finish her, she's going to be present, in the here and now. She's going to feel every second of the pain. That's every one of you Caputos' problem. You all get so goddamn emotional that it clouds your judgment. Just kill the bitch and be done with it. It's that simple, Dom. Come talk to me when it's your family, motherfucker. Otherwise, suck my dick, because frankly, that's the only time I like your mouth open. His blue, damn near see-through eyes drop to the front of my pants, and, as if he pressed an on button, my cock swells behind my jeans. This isn't the first time that's happened tonight, I think to myself as I watch Krishna's mouth as his tongue slowly darts out, coating his lips in saliva, and remember the exact moment he leaned forward from behind me and whispered in my ear. You, on the other hand, don't need luck tonight. It's a guarantee you'll be begging me to fuck you before the night ends. Tell me I'm wrong, Domenico. My dick grows harder and my breath turns labored. One side of Kay's mouth curves up into a smirk that only fuels the heat that's burning hotter with every second that passes. "All you have to do is beg," he says. "Fuck you," I spit back. "I'm going to. Or you'll fuck me and then I'll fuck you. Either way, we're both getting fucked tonight. You know it. I know it. Question is..." The moan from the couch stops Krishna mid-sentence, pulling both our eyes down to the nasty mess sprawled half on the couch cushions and half almost falling to the floor. The sight of her alone deflates my aching cock. Forcing everything that just transpired between us to the back seat, I spring forward, jumping over the end of the couch, and then bring my 202 pounds of body weight down on top of her. "Grab her hands. I don't need this bitch clawing at me." Krishna does as I've instructed. He rounds to the opposite side of the couch I was previously standing in front of and snatches both of her wrists in his leather-covered hand. Kennedy whines from his use of force. Kay and I are alike in that way. Even when we aren't trying to be rough, we still end up that way. Neither of us knows how to be gentle. Not that this whore deserves anything less than brutal. "What?" She starts to sputter as her shoulders begin to squirm, even though her eyes remain closed. "Tape her mouth shut," I bark as I let the knife hidden within the sleeve of my leather jacket fall to my palm. Ren and Sienna aren't the only ones with nifty clothing options. We each have the same one, except C's fits her snugger in a feminine type of way. Lorenzo is the one into knives. I got his as a Christmas gift last year, but then thought, what the hell, I'll get us all one. Securing Kennedy's right wrist with her other one and Krishna's left, he reaches behind his back, grabbing the roll of duct tape I snatched from Giovanni's SUV. Tossing it to me, he says, "You got more hands than I do," and goes back to holding both of her limbs with each hand. Clucking my tongue in irritation, I pick up the roll from where it landed on her stomach after it dropped from nailing me in the chest. Holding the roll and knife in one hand, I rip off a strip and press it over her lips and cheeks. I made sure to wear gloves so I don't leave any fingerprints on anything, including the sticky residue of the tape. I just hope Krishna was smart and didn't get his or anyone else's on the non-adhesive side. With the bottom of Kennedy's skimpy tank top, I run the material over the tape roughly, wiping it off the best I can to make sure no evidence can be traced back to us. Her face scrunches as she tries to move under me, but due to my weight, she's unsuccessful in her attempt at getting away. Finally, her eyelids start to blink open. Letting the roll of tape drop, I grip the handle of the knife firmly and place the razor-sharp edge to her throat. There's a quick intake of air, letting me know I've gained her attention as I watch her pupils focus on me first, and then her head reclines farther, seeing Krishna towering over her. With her eyebrows lifted, it's easy to see the faint scar that resides between the hairs almost hidden to the naked eye, unless you know it's there. Sienna told me years ago about the locker incident the two of them had, but I'd forgotten until now. The remnants of that scar make my chest swell with pride. My sister deserves an Oscar for letting Kennedy get away with everything she called her over the course of their 4 years in high school. Had it been me, this bitch wouldn't have made it a week. Retracting the knife away from where her larynx remains intact, I move it to the left brow, pressing the metal against her raised, uneven skin. My sister should have left more than a little nick behind as a reminder. It's apparent the message wasn't clear enough. Her eyes grow wide, fear taking root as her awareness of the predicament she's in starts to register the more the haze clears out. Blood oozes around the blade when I add just a little more pressure. Fuck with a Caputo? Shame on you. Fuck with us again? Shame on us. In a swift move, I draw the knife back, creating a deep cut. Her body tenses and she tries to scream, the tape keeping her just quiet enough, but her hums fuel my need to continue, so I make another cut along her cheek on the opposite side. This bitch is too vain for her own good. Tears leak from both corners of her eyes as her head moves from side to side. Go ahead. Fight it all you want. My face is the last one you're going to see. I swipe the blade under her chin. And Brooklyn, I say, a smile curving up on one side of my lips. The last face she'll see every night before she goes to sleep is my sister's. Sienna will be the mother your daughter deserves while you rot in hell. Squeezing the handle of the knife, I bear down with all my strength and rake it hard across the front of her throat, from ear to ear, slicing through inches of skin and muscle to ensure the bitch can't come back from this. And then I bare my teeth at her as I stare, unblinking, watching the blood run from the cut. When the last bit of life drains from her eyes, mine snap up, connecting with Krishna's arctic irises. His pupils are so dilated at first glance, you can't see the light blue within his sockets. His breathing is labored, and upon flicking my eyes down, I see the swell in the front of his jeans, which in turn hardens my own dick. Dropping the blade, I hop off Kennedy's dead body, turning away from them both in an attempt to get the hell out of this place. I shouldn't feel bad for what I did. It needed to happen, I know that. But warring with my conscience is something I still haven't figured out how to do. The bitch was still that kid's mother, and I personally know what it's like to have your mom ripped away from you at the hands of another human being. Like me, Brooklyn may never know who is responsible. I fucking pray she never finds out. But also like me, she's going to want to know the details, the truth. She's going to need someone to blame and hate. Reaching for the doorknob, my leather-covered hand never meets the nickel-plated metal. Instead, my body is swung around and my back connects with the door. Krishna is in my face in the next breath, his chest against mine, his hard cock pushing against my semi, making my dick jump at the contact. His tattooed hand wraps around my throat, squeezing and holding me in place as his lips slam into mine. For a long beat, I let him consume me, hard and forceful, because I like when he comes at me like this, and because it takes my mind off the shame I should not feel over what I just did, or the remorse that has no business running rampant through my system. If I didn't care for Mateo's kid, my sister's soon-to-be stepdaughter, I wouldn't. That whore helped that psychotic bastard capture my goddamn sister. She deserves to be brought back to life just so I can slice her throat again. Getting angrier, I buck against Kay to push him away. Don't start this fucking shit here, goddammit. We only end up in a fight every time we do this, and I have no intention of leaving a trace of my DNA or yours in this bitch's apartment. Fuck. Coming at me again, he shoves his palm against my chest, pushing me back against the door. Before I can react, he has a blade poking into the denim at the front of my pants, the sharp tip stopping just short of piercing the flesh of my hard cock that only seems to continue growing and stiffening with every breath that leaves my mouth. No matter how much I enjoy this fucked up thing between us, it also pisses me off that he's the only person I've ever been with that can get me this hard. I swear on all that's holy, it makes me feel insane with a need that I should not have. Not because I'm bisexual and like men just as much as women, but because it's him, and we are not friends. We're enemies. It's what I've always been told. It's what I've always believed. Keep fighting this, and it'll be more than your cum that I have to swallow to ensure we don't leave any evidence we were here. He presses the blade against me more, my dick feeling the sharp tip as he digs deeper. My nostrils flare and the flesh under my clothing heats. So shut the fuck up and take it for once. If you feel sorry, then let that shit out right now, right here. That cunt got what she deserved, even if I'm the one that wanted to shoot her up and be done with the matter. You did it right, Domenico. Had it been my sister, I would have taken it slow and drawn it out too. The knife clatters to the tiled floor beneath my boots, and then Krishna goes for the buckle of my belt. Tipping my head back against the door, I let him take control. He and I both know my submission will only last seconds, a minute at the most. Kay might be the one that ends up with my dick in his mouth, but full power isn't something I'll ever let go of. The same as him. Why this even works, neither of us have figured out. Pulling the button out between its hole, he rushes the zipper down and shucks my jeans and boxer briefs as far down my legs as they'll go while dropping to his knees at the same time. The smirk on his lips, like he has me exactly where he wants me, ignites a fire within me. Reaching for the Glock I have stashed inside my jacket, I pull it out and grip his dirty blonde hair between my fingers with my other hand. Without putting my finger on the trigger, I put the barrel of the gun against his temple. I don't give up control to anyone, but neither does he. And that's why this shit between us always ends in a fist fight. Running his hands slowly up my legs, Krishna doesn't bat an eyelash, nor does the corner of his mouth that is tipped upward on one side falter. He does the opposite, his amusement growing over my display of dominance. Continuing his path up, the heat of his palm caresses my balls, which in turn causes the muscles in my back to tense, and I'm the one to waver first. The weapon in my hand wobbles, but instead of putting it away, I smash the side of the Glock against his cheek, pressing my hand against the other side of the gun to hold it in place. Kay's tongue darts out, licking the pre-cum that's beaded at the tip of my dick. My mouth opens, releasing the breath I'd held in, and I pant like the bitch only he has the ability to turn me into. Grabbing his face, I drop my eyes to meet his. You suck it off better than you ever have before. And if you let one drop fall, I'll splatter your blood all over this apartment too. Without waiting for confirmation, I force his head forward, my dick being swallowed in the same breath. My hips buck and retreat, buck and retreat. He sucks me just as hard as I fuck his throat, my cock smoothly sliding along his tongue in a back-and-forth fashion. Krishna doesn't disappoint. He never does when we're together. His suction is perfect. Every goddamn thing about his mouth is perfect and fits me too fucking well. My eyes grow heavy, but I force them to stay locked with his as he keeps going, keeps taking my dick like it's the best thing he's ever had in his mouth, on his tongue. There is so much hunger staring back at me that all I want to do is release everything, letting him take it from me. My balls tighten as a grunt rumbles its way up my throat, whisking past my lips. Krishna's hold on me firms around my hard cock as cum shoots out, his throat swallowing it all as I come and continue coming for him. He slows, his rhythm coming to a stop as my chest deflates, and his mouth pops off. Before I can move, he pulls my clothes back up, covering me. Not bothering to zip my jeans or button them, I drop to the floor in front of him, our knees meeting. Discarding the weapon on the floor, I slam my lips into wet ones, tasting the essence of my cum. His hands quickly grasp onto the opening of my leather jacket, yanking me forward. The kiss is brutal, but no less passionate than we ever are. This is us, and I won't deny that I love every goddamn second of this. At least not to myself. I'd never admit it to him, and I know fully well that he wouldn't either. Reaching down, I go for his belt the same as he did me before, but he quickly stops me, pushing me away and keeping his hand against my chest. Not here. Slapping his arm away, I reach for him, pulling him to me this time, but pause just as our lips touch. Don't bother bullshitting me. I know you want to fuck, so let's fuck. I force his mouth open, shoving my tongue inside. Gripping the top strands of my hair, Kay yanks my head back and my tongue out of his mouth. Advancing, his chest presses into me and his lips glide against my ear. Not here, he bites out. Like you said, when we fuck, we end in bloodshed. It's never been anything different. Fuck, yes, I want to fuck you, and I'm going to. But we do it at my place where we can go at it so hard we're both split open, Dom. I want your ass just as much as I want your blood smeared all over me. I damn near come in my pants. I have to shut my eyes and lock my jaw, but then his teeth tear into the muscle between my shoulder and neck, and that's exactly what happens. I shoot a load into my boxers, coming again at the hands of Krishna's mouth. God, fuck, I pant, and before the words are fully out, his lips are back on mine again, brutalizing me the way I need it, want it, the way I fucking love it. Let's get out of here, he whispers against my lips. I'll take you in a goddamn alley, but not here, Dom. Get the fuck up.
Chapter 6. Lorenzo. Sitting on the bed, my naked back leaning back on my pillow with my head against the headboard, I stare at the bottle in my hand. When I grabbed the top-shelf whiskey from Dad's liquor cabinet, I had every intention of swallowing the contents until I passed out. But here I remain, the black seal still intact 45 minutes later. I'm not an alcoholic. Do I have an addiction problem? Sure. Booze just isn't it. My wife is my kryptonite, both in good terms and bad. At least I can admit it. She, on the other hand, refuses to acknowledge that I'm her weakness or that she even possesses one. Sasha and my sister are alike in that sense. They're both determined to make sure every man in their vicinity knows there's not one weak bone in their body. In all honesty, it's the very reason I don't understand why they hate each other so much. Our cultures may differ in ways, but the lifestyle we grew up in did not. They're both fighters, independent, and opinionated. Where they differ is that Sienna wanted to be a full-fledged member of our family with equal say, whereas Sasha has never wanted anything to do with hers. For as far back as I can remember, I've always sympathized with her on the issue. My father has morals, and although I'm not blind to the bad things he's done, at his core, his heart has always been in the right place. Or so I've always believed. Mishka Nikolaev, my wife's father, is the opposite of mine, at least in all the ways Sasha has described him over the years. He's harsh and unforgiving. He expects the impossible. No, he demands the impossible and doesn't have an ounce of empathy within him. Tonight was the first time I've ever been in the same room as my father-in-law, yet none of those things shone back at me. Not that he spared me a glance. His winter blue eyes were mostly on his children or my dad. I didn't witness anything more than annoyance from the Russian-American Pakhan. When I announced to the whole room that Sasha was my wife, her father didn't even bat an eyelash. At the time, it didn't sink in, but now that the chaos is over and I've had time to replay what happened, I realized Mishka already knew that I was married to his daughter. There was not an ounce of shock on his face, nor my father's. They both knew. But for how long? And what was with that whole delivery aspect of what took place an hour ago? Sasha being brought here had obviously been planned between my father and hers, but why tonight? Why now? As my mind turns, the notification sound on my cell phone goes off, jarring me from my confused thoughts. There are cameras set up all around the exterior of Dad's house. When a car pulls into the driveway, I have the security feed set up to notify me immediately. It's the same setup for the club I own that I've yet to tell my wife about. Of course, if she acted like a real wife, that wouldn't be an issue. I was the one ready to tell the world we'd eloped, only to wake up the next morning to an empty bed and a missing bride. I was her dirty little secret. Snatching my phone off the nightstand, I click on the application and pull up the footage. It's a car I don't recognize, but that's all I can see since he parked at the end of the driveway, instead of pulling all the way forward. The chime on the door alerts me that an exterior door opened, and that's when it dawns on me that the driver is likely an Uber. If I had to place money on it, Sasha is the one that opened the door. Tossing my phone on the bed, I take off, sprinting out of my bedroom and down the stairs. Grabbing the handle on the front door, I twist and wrench it open so hard, it's a wonder the hinges didn't come off. I'm barefoot and lacking the shirt I was wearing earlier, but it's summer, so it doesn't matter. Hell, it wouldn't matter if it was the middle of February during a winter storm because I'd still do the same. I'd charge after my wife no matter where she was, or the conditions, or the goddamn consequences. "Oh, no, you don't," I bellow from behind her just before I snag her around the waist and haul her body back against mine, loving the feel of her athletic figure. "You're not going anywhere tonight, wifey."
Let go of me, Ren.
The driver's eyes widen as she attempts to loosen my hold by pushing my forearm off. If she actually wanted to get out of this position, she's more than capable of making it happen. That's how I know she doesn't really want to leave. She likes to be chased, and like a pathetic dog, that's what I always do. You'd think I would have learned my lesson by now, and just let her go. But I can't, and I won't, at least not at the given moment. Maybe I'll wake up one of these days and be done with this bullshit. Tonight is not that night. Without sparing the Uber driver another glance or bothering to clear up this matter, I lift her feet off the lawn and flip Sasha midair, then move her front to rest over my shoulder while pivoting and walking back to the house. Once inside, I kick the door closed with my foot and stalk to the stairs, taking them two at a time. She doesn't fight me the whole trek to my room, but when I toss her onto the bed, her head snaps up and her arctic blue eyes are fuming with enough venom it'd scare a weaker man. Narrowing her eyes and snarling, she says, "Whatever bullshit your dad is playing at doesn't concern me. You don't own me, and he sure as hell doesn't." Well, seeing as it was your old man that handed you over, you must be tired of your smart mouth. I chuckle, even though I'm not the least bit amused. But I can find plenty of uses for it, Snowflake. I flick my eyes to her bottom lip. She has naturally plump lips that women pay a doctor hundreds for, maybe even thousands, to give them the same cosmetic look that she was born with. Pushing herself off the bed, she stands up, coming chest to chest with me because I don't bother stepping back to offer her more space. "I'm leaving," she grits out, baring her teeth. "Nah, bitch, you're not going anywhere." Where most women would slap me across the face for calling them that particular derogatory term, Sasha's winter blue eyes spark to life, heating with lust, and in turn waking up my cock in the process. In the blink of an eye, my hand wraps around her delicate throat, my thumb squeezing just enough to make her uncomfortable, but still able to breathe. I bend down until my lips hover over hers. I know she is sore from the events of tonight, but the need to be inside her is far too great. My mouth curves when her hands go to the waistline of my dark blue jeans, pulling the belt loose, and then she pops the button and glides the zipper down. With one hand around her neck, I jerk her forward, making her lips smash into mine. I dive my tongue inside, kissing her with all that I am, all that I have to offer, hoping that one day it'll be enough to get her to stay by my side for a lifetime, rather than an hour or two here and there. Sasha's warm hands dip into the waistband of my boxer briefs and starts pushing my clothes down my hips, running the inside of her calf up my jean-clad leg like she's playing the sexy seductress, though she often does exactly that. She hooks a heel around the back of my knee, and in a quick-as-lightning move, she maneuvers all 192 pounds of my body, flipping me around to land on my back on top of the bed, with her straddling me. I expected this. It's what we do. What I didn't realize was that at some point she stole the pocket knife from inside my pants pocket, flicked the blade open, and by the time I regain my senses, the sharp end of the steel pierces my chest, over my heart, digging into the white ink tattoo of the snowflake I got inked on me 6 months ago. I'm that idiot. The one that tattoos his girl's name permanently on his body for the world to see, only for the relationship to come to an end shortly after. Mine may not say Sasha, but the nickname I branded her with when we were kids is basically the same thing. Without acknowledging the pain or the blood that's likely pooling on my chest, I shove her skin-tight black and hot pink dress up her thighs to her waist, and then yank her panties to the side. Sasha drops, pushing my dick all the way inside her precious pussy. My precious pussy. How wet she gets and how quick it happens never ceases to amaze me. Fuck, I breathe out, relaxing as the first bit of tension begins to ebb away. Neither one of us can go more than a week without this, and for me, it's never enough. If I had my way, I would keep her secured to my bedpost to have her like this every time I wanted. But that would never happen. The woman is better at getting out of any binding material than me, so kidnapping was never an option. Of course, that's never been the route I wanted to take with her either. Move, I say through clenched teeth while bucking my hips, no longer able to stand the stillness. She got me hard. Now she needs to ride my cock until I pass out from overdosing on her scorching heat. Alcohol has always been a piss-poor substitute for what I really wanted to get drunk on. My wife's cunt, her mouth, her hypnotic, tight asshole. How bad do you want it? She taunts. As if to add fuel to the fire she set, she clenches her muscles around my dick and has the audacity to smirk down at me. This motherfucking bitch. Digging my fingertips into the flesh on her thighs, hard enough I know she'll be bruised tomorrow. I reach up with my other hand and grip the material of her dress that's covering her tits, and then I yank her down until her lips crash into mine again. Biting on her bottom lip, I lift my hips once more and start to piston in and out of my wife's heat. Fuck, she feels good. Feels right. So fucking right that I crave this every second of every goddamn day. Jesus, she forces out, her hot breath coating the inside of my open mouth. Yeah, that feels good, doesn't it, baby? I ask with false confidence, silently hating that I need to hear her affirmation. Yes, falls from her lips in a breathless wave that does so many things to me at once that I can't single out one of them. Pulling the top of her strapless dress down, I free her naked breasts. For a stripper, her chest is on the small side, but that doesn't make them any less desirable. Her tits are like two perfectly portioned teardrops, sculpted onto a body meant to make men worship at her feet. And like a fool, that's exactly what I do. Running my parted lips down the column of her neck, I rub my thumb over one of her puckered nipples as I slow my hips. She attempts to speed us back up, knowing what I'm doing, but I smack my palm against her hip to slow her pace, preventing her body from taking the control she seeks. Finally, I latch my mouth around her other nipple, sucking ever so lightly as I mimic the motion of my thumb on her other nipple with my tongue. A shiver racks through her. I can't help the smile that spreads across my lips, causing me to lose my grip around her breast. Wrapping my arm around her lower back, I push downward as I grind myself against her, eliciting a moan from Sasha's lips. Oh, my God, slips from her lips. The pleasure in her voice sends tingles down my spine. Pulling out, I flex my hips and speed back inside her, forcing us to grind together as I slow back down, making love to her from the bottom. Her body starts to shiver, so I swap sides, moving my tongue and lips to her other nipple, and thumb the one I just had my mouth around. Her muscles tighten around me, and it takes every ounce of control not to follow her over the edge of ecstasy. It's going to take more than one round with this beauty to get where I plan on being tonight. When she sighs and her pussy stops trying to milk my dick, I know her orgasm has stopped. It's in the next breath that I flip us, her back hitting the plush mattress as my dick slides out. God damn it, Ren, come, she yells when her senses return. Her clear eyes darken as her anger sets in. I expected this. When I'm ready. Now suck it clean, bitch. I glance down at my glistening cock and then back at my wife, a smirk firming in place on my lips. Only if you clean mine, she replies, the innocence in her tone mocking. With motherfucking pleasure. I smack her muscular thigh, instructing her to part her legs. Without argument, they fall open, the sight making my dick even harder. Falling forward, I smash my lips into her, kissing her once more, needing her more than a man should. It's in that vulnerable moment that she takes full advantage, flipping me back underneath her. Knowing exactly what she's doing, I don't stop her. She straddles my neck, shoving her snatch to my lips like the greedy bitch she is. But I'm greedy too, and I eat everything she has to give me, loving every goddamn drop of us mixed together, feeling how right we are.
Chapter 7. Sasha. I'm a jealous bitch. An extremely jealous bitch. I'll never admit that tidbit out loud, especially not to Lorenzo, but I'm fully aware of all my faults. The bad ones and the ridiculous ones, the green-eyed monster being the biggest one of all. Seeing Ren's cell phone lying on the floor where it fell from the bed during our frenzied need for one another, I lean over and swipe it off the carpet. I know his passcode, and knowing my husband, he likely knows mine too. Not that it matters, because everything that is of importance, like my secrets, my wants and desires, my needs, my fear, I keep locked up tight behind my tongue and inside my head. No one can find out the one and only thing I'm afraid of, especially not Ren. After inputting the 4-digit code, I tap on his text message app. I don't open any of the conversations between him and his dad, or even his texts with Domenico. Knowing those messages are none of my business. It's not like any of them would blatantly discuss family business, but I know they have codes like every family in our lifestyle does. Still, none of it, not even the cryptic talks between the Caputos, is for my eyes or ears. After looking at the messages without assigned contact names and not finding any booty call texts from other women, I close out of his messages. I'm relieved there aren't any other women, but then again, he could have just deleted them if there were. He knows I'm a snoop when it comes to him. I always have been. It started when we were in grade school and stupid girls would pass him notes in class. Yeah, that didn't last long. When the consequences of doing so always ended up with the girl going home with a bloody nose, bitches got scared real fast. The only cunt it never worked on was his twin, the one person I've been jealous of since the day I saw the two of them together. They have a bond, a friendship like nothing I've ever seen. Krishna and I are close, but we were never inseparable. Ren and Sienna are basically attached at the hip like Siamese twins. At least they were. I may stay out of messages among Ren and Tony, and even my husband and his brother, but that respect doesn't roll over to his sister. The thing is, Ren and Sienna haven't texted more than 3 words to each other in the last couple of months. I noticed it weeks ago, but I brushed it off. Something is off with those two, and it has me wondering if all of Ren's years of secrecy are finally catching up to him. I know about the attack a while back. I know Ren feels responsible for what could have happened to Sienna. Even though I don't like his sister, even I can admit he is partially responsible. Sienna was expecting him to be at the gym that morning. They would have walked in together, and had they, it's likely no one would have tried to grab her, at least not that morning. Krishna didn't go into details, but he and our father talked in hushed tones about some guy using Mateo's daughter to get to Sienna. The kid was asleep during all the chaos that went down a few hours ago, and Sienna's bitch ass looked just fine, so whatever did happen couldn't have been too bad. It's not like the bitch doesn't know how to fight. I should know. My fucking ribs still hurt from where she landed a kick to them. It's a wonder they aren't broken. But that thought will go to my grave before I show any pain in front of her. I place the phone on the nightstand and then turn back to my husband's sleeping form. He looks peaceful in his sleep, which is rare for Ren. He never exudes peace. Restlessness, apprehension, or unease are words I'd use to describe Lorenzo on most days. If I'm honest, they're the same anxieties that plague me, too, on a constant basis. After tonight, they're tenfold. Now that the cat is out of the bag, there is only one thing I know to do. File for divorce and pray like hell it works. Based on my track record with God, my words are liable to fall on deaf ears, but it's all I have. So shattering the remains of Ren's heart is what I will do. It's the only thing I can do, even if it breaks my own heart in the process. Curling up next to him, I scoop my body as close as I can get, pressing my naked flesh against his, loving the feel of his warmth and the way his body heat always seems to coat my skin. I close my eyes and allow my thoughts to cease while I steal comfort in his presence, because it very well could be the last. You don't break a heart like Ren's and come back from it.
Chapter 8. Lorenzo. Are we going to address the elephant in the room? I ask, staring down into my mug of black coffee. I don't have the sweet tooth my brother has, nor the desire for any form of milk like my sister. Just a cup of joe, or 10, as long as it's strong and steaming hot. When no one answers, I lift my head from where I'm perched on a stool at the kitchen island. The first pair of eyes I meet are Sienna's, as she turns around from the coffee maker. I quickly avert my gaze before guilt has time to manifest. It should have been me that killed Vin, not Sienna. Perhaps that would have alleviated some of the disgrace I feel for what could have happened to my sister last night, as well as over a month ago when she was attacked outside of the gym, when I should have been there with her. But like always, it was Domenico and his nightly, albeit deviant ways to the rescue. Flicking my eyes over to where my father stands directly across from me, with his lower back against the edge of the granite in front of the kitchen sink, his own black cup of coffee in hand, he stares back at me, his expression giving nothing away. Everyone in the kitchen is silent. The only noise that fills the spacious room is the sounds of whatever Brooklyn is watching on her iPad from where she is seated at the breakfast nook to my right with Matteo. That depends on what elephant you're referring to, son. He brings his mug to his lips, sipping the liquid. He looks like he's aged 15 years since he left here last night, less than 10 hours ago. I suppose killing your father would do that to a man. The question is why? What did Grandpa do that would have Antonio Caputo putting him into permanent retirement? If you're speaking of your 2-year marriage to Sasha Nikolaev that you've kept a secret from your family, why say anything now? You've had plenty of time to explain to any one of us why you did what you did. Seems pointless now. Actually, I was referring to the events of last night. We're not talking business at breakfast, Dom says from behind me, before coming into view as he makes his way to where our sister is blocking the coffee maker. Sienna slides down, making room for Domenico. Coffee doesn't constitute as breakfast, so unless you want to whip me up some pancakes, this isn't food, bro, I argue. Glancing over his shoulder, he flips me off, but there's no emotion behind his action. He's not mad. He's not even fucking with me. That's when I notice the dark circles underneath his dark gaze. Those only appear when he's killed someone. But I thought it was Dad that ended Grandpa's miserable life. Flicking my gaze over to our dad, I see they mirror one another in appearance, except Dad is dressed in his usual black business attire, whereas Domenico is wearing jeans and a plain white t-shirt, and his hair is still damp from a recent shower. They both look like they went 12 rounds in a championship match. Well, last night is fucking over. It's done. Leave it, Lorenzo, he snaps at me.
Bad word, Papa T. Pay up,
Brooklyn says as she snaps her little fingers without looking away from her screen, her palm now face up, waiting for a payday. That kid is going to be rolling in dough if Matteo continues to allow her to hang around the Caputos. After proposing to my sister last night, I guess he doesn't plan on leaving anytime soon. I haven't decided how I feel about that. I might act like I don't pay attention to what's going on around me or in my family, but that is the furthest from the truth. I see. I hear. He does love Sienna. That's clearly written all over his smug face for the world to see. Not growing up in this life, Matteo doesn't realize he's telling the universe his weakness. My apprehension has nothing to do with if they love each other or not. Love doesn't get anyone anywhere, at least not in my case with Sasha. Sienna, pay the girl, Dad instructs.
I'm paid up through the end of the year. If you didn't strike a deal with her, then that's your problem, Daddy, not mine.
Sienna smirks as she brings her mug up to her lips, taking a sip of her sugary and milked-down coffee. Princess, Dad says in a tone that sounds way too fatherly, making you question if it's the devil playing his sinful tricks on you. That's why you manage all the fucking money in the family. He pauses, then lifts an eyebrow. Pay the kid, or I'll dock your salary. In fact, give her a bonus. You cut a deal with your future stepdaughter? Really, sis? I deadpan. Domenico turns, his mug of coffee in hand. The fact that you didn't, he chimes in, shows your lack of intelligence.
Nah,
our sister pipes up.
He doesn't need an arrangement like us, Dom. He's good at watching his tongue. Keeps that motherfucker locked tight inside his mouth, in fact. Probably won't catch him slipping up.
You got a point, see, he agrees. Their insinuation grinds on my nerves, mainly because I'm not used to them teaming up on me. It's usually Sienna and me teaming up against him. I get I fucked up. I know I've let my family down. I don't need it shoved down my goddamn throat at every turn, and that's what they're all doing right now, Dad included. You two can fuck right the fuck off.
That's $2, Rennie.
Glancing over, Brooklyn has the biggest smile on her face, loving all of this. Mateo better be careful that he isn't raising a miniature version of her gold-digging bitch-ass mother. If there's one person that deserves to end up in a gutter, it's that bitch. Carrying her to Dom's Range Rover last night, that's exactly what I wanted to do. She was the reason my twin sister was taken. She wasn't worthy of being saved. We should have finished her off too, like what happened to Vin. I'm surprised Dom didn't. In all honesty, I can't seem to understand why he didn't. It doesn't make sense with the man I know my brother is. He isn't evil, but there is a darkness inside him that trumps Sienna's and mine. I like to inflict pain. I like to see blood running over flesh, but I don't have any desire to kill. I leave that shit up to Dad and Dom. I'm happy just roughing someone up when it's needed, but I could have changed that last night. I should have. It's a regret I'll carry around until that trash is 6 feet in the ground. It's Ren or Lorenzo, kid. My name isn't Rennie. Her lips purse and then her eyes roll. If she wasn't a product of Mateo's high school girlfriend, she could easily pass for my sister's daughter if she had one. That right there is a Sienna Caputo signature look. Next thing you know, she'll be throwing elbows into faces like her, too.
I call him Rennie, so you can call him Rennie, too.
Sasha's seductive voice coats my skin, penetrating all the way down to my soul. She isn't trying to be sexy, but she doesn't have to try. She just is, even when we're at each other's throats. She was sleeping when I woke up, so I left her in my bed naked and on her stomach with the covers almost down to the globes of her ass cheeks. I practically bolted from my bedroom for fear of waking her up with my dick in her pussy. It was either that or shove it down her throat. So I did neither, and left. My dick is still angry with me. But then she's as good at giving me blue balls as she is wringing all the cum from my Johnson. Even he has it bad for my wife.
Damn,
Sienna whines.
My prayers before bed last night that you would jump headfirst out of Ren's window didn't come true. Bummer.
Sienna slides to her left, sighing dramatically as she rests against Domenico's arm, further pissing me off. She doesn't bother looking at me, which tells me she's doing it on purpose for my benefit. And it's working. Why in God's name do my two lifelines have to hate each other? I've loved 3 women in my entire 24 years. I've already lost one of them. I'm on the verge of losing another. And the third? Well, I've never quite gotten to call her mine. A marriage license doesn't mean jack shit when the other person doesn't want you in the forever kind of way.
Oh, trust me. I wouldn't be here if it were of my own free will,
Sasha states with a sardonic grin. No one locked you in, Snowflake, I say, before swallowing down the last of my coffee.
But didn't he?
She retorts, which gains my father's hard stare from where he is across from me. He's eyeing her over my head, not an ounce of humor in his near pitch-black gaze.
I don't play nice with my own daddy. If you thought I was going to shape up for my new one, then you were mistaken, boss man, she says, mocking his title and his authority. Before he or anyone else can comment back, Brooklyn's iPad starts ringing. Apparently not the least bit fazed by what's transpiring in the kitchen, she answers it with a joyous tone in her greeting. Hey, Nana, guess where I... Put your father on the line,
the woman says, cutting the kid off. The Italian-American accent is thick, reminding me of my mother, which makes me conclude this must be Mateo's mother on the other line.
Ooh, Daddy, I think you're in trouble. Nana has that look.
Brooklyn's eyebrows go up far on her forehead, giving Mateo a warning as she pushes her iPad toward her dad. Morning, Ma. What did I do now? He says, flipping the device around to face him.
You could start by explaining why on earth I had to find out my only son is engaged on the morning news while I was cooking your dad breakfast. That is not the son I raised, so please, by all means, tell me why I didn't hear it from your mouth before the media found out, Mateo.
Ma, Mateo says with a reasoning tone. I can explain.
Was that supposed to be a secret?
Sasha chirps as she sidles next to me on an empty stool to my left.
Oopsie.
Chapter 9. Sasha. Motherfuck. Ren says under a hard breath, eliciting a self-satisfied grin from my lips. I really couldn't be prouder of myself than I am right now.
Ma, calm down.
Mateo continues on as he stands, snatching Brooklyn's iPad off the table. What did you do, you fucking bitch? Sienna fumes in my direction as her fiancé makes a fast exit from the kitchen. Ren is off his stool a second before she tries to lightning speed her way past him to get to me. He grabs one of her wrists, wrapping his hand around it, then pushes against her chest with the other, forcing her backward. I giggle like a stupid 5-year-old, loving every damn second of the scene unfolding in front of my eyes.
Stop, C.
Lorenzo demands, the heat in his tone telling me he's just as mad as his sister is. The question is he mad at her for trying to come kick my ass, or me for causing all the drama? If I had to place a bet, he's thoroughly enraged at little old me. Granted, he has every right to be. If the tables were turned, I'd have the same level of steam coming out of my ears that Sienna does right now. It was a bitch move on my part, which I can admit, to myself at least. But I can't compete with jealousy any more than she can either. It's the one trait we have in common where Ren is concerned. If I'm being honest, she would have gladly done the same thing to me given the chance. It's what we do, and if Tony Caputo was a smart man, he would have never allowed us in the same house, let alone the same damn room. Is the boss really as smart as everyone thinks he is? Take your hands off me, Ren, and get the fuck out of my way, damn it, she berates.
C, cool it,
Ren continues as he fights her from steamrolling forward. She is strong, and like me, she's used to physical combat with her brothers. With Lorenzo as frustrated as he is right now, he's easily losing his grip on her. I hadn't planned on getting into a fist fight with her this morning, but if that's what she wants, I have no problem kicking her ass now, the same as I did last night. I'm always game to knock a bitch out. I swear to God, brother, I will break your face if you don't get out of my way. She lifts her leg with the sole purpose of kneeing him in the gut, but he dodges the blow. Watching her, you wouldn't know she was in a professional kickboxing match last night, other than the remaining evidence of the cut on her lip. It's not as swollen as it was hours ago, but it's still there. The same as the bruise on my cheek that I covered with makeup I swiped from Sienna's bathroom before I came down the stairs. I mean, we're officially sisters on record now, so she has to share her shit with me. I should let her in on that little secret, but then it's not like she's a dumb bitch. Had my little tweet not come to light so quickly, she would have figured it out by now. It's not like my father dragged me over with my bags packed. Where else would I have gotten access to glam up my face? Apparently, she opted to go au naturel on this Sunday morning. Sienna is one of those women that you never know what you're going to get. Made up hoe or not a lick of paint coating her olive skin. Me, on the other hand, will not be found without some makeup on my face unless I'm in the gym or in a match. My fair complexion needs all the help it can get. I'm not insecure. Well, not where my looks are concerned. I just enjoy looking pretty. I'm not vain, I just love makeup. I like experimenting with it, going for different looks. I'm lucky I'm a blue-eyed blonde. Every color works on me, nothing clashes. Sienna's look is more of that thick black eyeliner and more jewelry than should be acceptable on a person at any given time.
Back off, and I will,
Ren argues. Getting off the stool I'd only sat down on a moment ago, I turn my head, looking over my shoulder and smirking in Sienna's direction as I go to walk away. But then I stumble. I trip over something and have to force my hands out in front of me to catch myself, or otherwise plant my face on the kitchen floor. The room goes deadly silent. Ren and Sienna must have stopped shoving one another. If I had to guess, all eyes are on me. Normally, I'd brush something like that off, just get up and walk away without a backward glance or acknowledgement of my accident. But what the hell made me trip? I'm a professional fighter and dancer. Well, pro dancer for stripping may be a stretch, but whatever. Twisting to my side, I turn my head and peer up, my gaze connecting with a pissed-off miniature version of Sienna, Mateo's daughter, Brooklyn. If I didn't know she already had a different mother, this kid could easily pass for Mateo and the bitch princesses. "You made my Nana mad at my daddy," she stammers, her arms crossed and her lips pursed. She even has Sienna's mannerisms. Someone grunts, but I don't take my eyes off the 5-year-old that dropped my ass faster than any opponent ever has. "Brooklyn, come— Ah!" My blue eyes glance over the girl's head to see Ren yanking his sister backward by her ponytail. If I didn't know he never drunk an ounce of alcohol, I'd question if he was still drunk from the previous night, because even I know that was a dumb move. It's confirmed when she goes to elbow him in the face, but at the last second, he tips his chin up and she nails him in the throat.
"God!" he chokes. "Damn it! Enough!"
Tony's deep tone seems to echo through the spacious kitchen. I use the brief reprieve from my fall to climb back to my feet.
"I should make all 3 of you get dressed and then march your asses to church so that each of you can atone for your childish behavior."
He flicks his stare to me, and I swear I see steam billowing out of his ears before his eyes track back over to his twins.
"Sienna, you should have knocked your brother the fuck out. Don't disappoint me again, Lorenzo."
He bites out, his anger rising as he lifts the cell phone clutched tight in his hand.
"Sasha's snarky tweet from last night has been retweeted almost 1,000,000 times in less than 12 hours. What have I preached about staying out of the goddamn news?"
"I'm not the one that blasted the information, am I?" Ren counters, rubbing the column of his throat.
"Maybe you should have thought that one through before you said I fucking do,"
Tony bellows. Ouch. That one stung. His head whips around to me.
"If you weren't my problem now, I'd send your ass back to Mishka. It's obvious discipline wasn't at the forefront of your adolescence."
"Your kids may be controllable, but you're barking up the wrong tree if you think I am boss man."
"It's Antonio. I'm not your boss, and I'm not your father, Sasha. You and my son decided you'd join this family without my blessing and without my approval. A place in this family is earned. You don't get free admission, and you certainly aren't allowed to slip in the back entrance like a thief."
"Dad," Lorenzo interjects.
"Shut up, Lorenzo, before I decide to kick your ass myself instead of letting Domenico and Sienna do it for me."
Someone crowds my back, towering over me.
"Hell, maybe I'll have Mateo show you why he hasn't lost a fight in over 2 years.
I don't waste my time with someone I can take out without breaking a sweat." I make a humph noise with my throat at Mateo's jab. Everyone underestimates Lorenzo, which in a way isn't a bad thing, but it still pisses me off.
"Our time is coming, Punchy,"
Ren confirms, making me bite back a smile. Every time Krishna refers to Mateo, he always uses that term. It makes me wonder if Ren picked it up from him to get a rise out of the boxing champion.
"You don't get to ignore my sister for years, and suddenly you get interested as soon as you find out who she really is. Fuck that noise. At least he knows how to ask for her hand in marriage like a man," Tony chimes in. "Did you man up and request the same from Mishka Nikolaev? No, you didn't. Instead, you stole something that wasn't yours for the taking, Lorenzo."
Ren's sneer jerks from where Mateo still stands at my back to his father with his arm lifting. He points in my direction.
"I didn't steal a damn thing. She has been mine since we were 14.
"So now it's a 10-year lie instead of 2? Awesome, Ren. Glad to know just where I stand with my twin brother," Sienna says with equal amounts of anger and hurt.
"It's not like that, see?"
he stresses.
Funny. Dom finally speaks. Sure as hell comes across that way.
Setting his mug down, he walks my way, his eyes darkening with something I can't read. His stare alone makes me want to cower, but I don't. Instead, I steel my spine and push my shoulders back. I know he and my brother have something going on the same way Sienna wasn't blind. She knew there was something between Ren and me. She just didn't want to admit it. Domenico stops beside where Brooklyn still stands with her arms crossed. I have to hand it to the kid. She has conviction. Her standoff and brooding stare haven't budged since I was sprawled out on the floor, not even with all the back and forth arguing from the Caputo clan.
Come on, Brooklyn. Dom commands. It's too early to be dealing with these people. You deserve a reward for that little display. Let's go watch real scary people in movies, not these jokes.
What display? Mateo questions.
Brooklyn, what did you do?
Me? Her mouth falls open as Dom scoops her up like it's something he does on the regular, but to me, it seems completely out of character.
She handled a situation.
Domenico's black eyes that match his soul flick to me.
Before I did. You should thank her, Vor.
Did he just call me a goddamn thief or enemy or both in Russian? I'm not well versed in my father's native tongue, but I know enough to get the gist of a conversation. I can't speak it for the most part, and I can't write in Russian, but I know specific terms from being around my father and his business associates for far too long in my soon-to-be 24 years. Ren and Sienna are older than me by 2 months. If you aren't going to address me by my God-given name, then at least call me by my stage name. You know it, right? You've been to the club a time or two?
Nah, it's either Vor or Suka.
A sinister smile creeps up his lips.
Those are the only fitting terms I can come up with.
A bitch-ass traitor is far worse than being deemed a thief. At least a thief has a chance at redemption. A turncoat does not, which I am not. I've done nothing to lead anyone to believe that. I may hate my father and could literally turn over evidence to the authorities that would put him away for the rest of his life, but I would never do it. If there is one lesson I took away from Michka Nikolaev, it's that loyalty is everything, and the only thing you should ever seek. Love? I scoff. Love will get you motherfucking killed in my world. As much as I despise my father for running my mother out of New York, away from her kids, except the few times a year we see her, it probably saved her life in the long run. There is still a part of me that's surprised he didn't kill her instead of divorcing her when he was done with her. That's what my people do, and that's a fate I never want for myself. I could say I married Lorenzo to ensure that wouldn't happen, but that claim would be a lie. Deep down, I know exactly why I said those 2 little words. I do. I just can't allow anyone else to know that reason, and for that, I can't let it show on my face, roll off my tongue, or shine through my eyes. Call me a traitor or a thief again, and we're going to have a problem, brother, I sneer, purposely reminding him that I'm more family than the girl he's holding in his arm or the beast at my back. The ink has been dry on my marriage license for years. Sienna hasn't been wearing her ring for even 24 hours. Hell, when that girl's gold-digging mother finds out about Mateo and Sienna's engagement, there is no telling what that bitch will do to ensure no one takes her pot of gold from her. Ha! She probably already knows if my social media stunt turned out anything like Tony claimed. I may even have to pay her a little visit to make sure she keeps her crazy in check. Now that I'm in the middle of this bullshit, I'm not dealing with more than I have to.
Make no mistake about it, Vor. Your initiation into this family is coming. You have to earn your place here, something you've yet to do, and I intend to pave your way myself. Watch it, Dom, Ren warns.
Domenico glances over his shoulder as he switches Brooklyn to his other side.
I'm not the one that will be watching anything, little brother. You'll have a front row seat to the event. That I fucking promise.
Chapter 10. Lorenzo. When Domenico made his threat clear to Sasha, I was torn between telling him to get on with it or beating his ass, so I bolted from where I'd just been pissant fighting with my sister to snatching my wife's wrist and dragging her out of the kitchen. She complained until we were out of earshot, and then not a peep out of her all the way up the stairs and down the hallway to my bedroom. Stepping inside, I yank her past me and slam the door closed. Not giving her a chance to retreat, I launch myself forward, wrapping my hand around her throat and then jerk her to me without effort. You seriously did that, Sash? A Twitter announcement for the fucking world to read? Spittle flies from my mouth, but I couldn't care less. I'm pissed. I'm angry. I want to throttle the woman in front of me, even if she is the most beautiful creature I've ever laid my eyes on. Because make no mistake about it, she is.
Why do you care if Matteo's mommy is upset? Boo fucking who, Ren?
I don't give a fuck about DeSalvo or his mother. You aired Caputo business. You're a Nikolaev. I spout the obvious. Her cheeks blushing is the only sign that tells me she knows what she did was wrong. She was brought up in this life. You run your mouth, you die. It's that simple. Whatever this shit is between you and my sister stops now. You two don't even know each other. How is it you both hate the other so goddamn much? She locks her jaw and hardens her stare to mask what's behind her clear blue eyes. Bitch wants to take that route? Then so be it. Get on your knees, I order. And like I knew would happen, a fire ignites behind those hypnotic glacier irises as they darken a smidge in color. If I knew how to break my Ice Queen, I would have already done it by now. But since I'm still clueless, I do the only thing that works with her. I fuck her. When she doesn't comply, I release the hold I have on her throat and push her to the carpeted floor. Her eyes cut up to mine, locking me in sight as her tongue juts out, wetting her luscious lips. My hardening dick thickens faster. She reaches up with both hands to undo my jeans, but when her fingers are inches from the denim, I snatch her chin between my thumb and forefinger. Did I say you could touch my dick? She smirks, making me wish I had my blades on me.
It belongs to me. I'll touch my cock whenever I want, she sasses.
Nah, bitch. You never took delivery. My ring isn't on your finger as proof. Pretty sure the ink on those papers washed off, I throw in her face, making her wince like I stabbed her in the heart. But I know better. She'd have to love me first, and if she did, then she would have already been here. She's 2 years past the expiration date.
You don't wear a fucking ring either, so do not start that bullshit with—
I shove my thumb between her lips to shut her up. Suck it, like it's the dick you want so badly. Her lips, firm around my digit, locking me in her grasp. Then her sweet as sin tongue swirls around my flesh. My already solid cock jerks, and I swear it swells even more for her, wanting her, needing her in any way I can get. Lucky for him, I'm more pissed off, so my brain is in charge of this little rendezvous. Her eyelids lower, showing me her blonde lashes as she concentrates on the task she is knocking out of the fucking park. It's taking everything in me not to come in my pants as she sucks my thumb. Pull your dress down, baby. Snapping her eyes open, her mouth slacks as her lips try to smirk around my finger. Doing as I instructed, she pushes the straps over her shoulders, and as they come down her arms, the top slips from her naked breasts, giving me an even more beautiful sight. There is no other body in the world that I could love more than the one kneeling in front of me, nor is there another woman I want to cherish and spill her blood while doing it. Leave it to me to fall in love with the enemy's daughter. But is she, though? My father and hers didn't act like men who were rivals last night. When her dress pools around her knees, I say, "Play with yourself. Let me watch you work yourself up over me, Sasha." I unbutton my jeans and pull the zipper down, then run my palm over the side of her neck until my fingers reach the back of her head. Gripping the straight strands, I pull them taut, fisting them like I love to do.
Ah,
she breathes out in a shallow moan as she touches herself. That feel good?
Your mouth
Would feel better, she replies, making my mouth water at the thought of the delicious essence between her thighs. Yeah, yours would too, I admit, as I yank her face forward, burying it in my crotch. As I buck my hips, rubbing my dick on her, my eyes start to flutter, imagining her lips around me. Fuck, I need her. It's pathetic how dire that need is, like I'd drown or wither away without her touch. Slip 2 fingers inside your pussy, Sasha, I request, as my eyelids pop back open to look down at her stunning form. I pull her face away from me so I can watch like the greedy bastard that I am. Pump them hard and fast. Do it like I do. Another moan slips past the small opening between her lips. Going down to my knees, mirroring Sasha on the opposite side, I keep one hand in her hair, fisting the strands, and palm her tit with the other. Don't stop fucking my pussy, I say, emphasizing whose it is. Bending farther, I lick her nipple before wrapping my lips around it, sucking her flesh into my mouth. Fuck, Ren. Releasing her, I pepper soft kisses up her chest, her neck, and then her chin until I reach her lips. Forcing my tongue inside her, I flick her tongue ring. Like the ink that covers various places on her body, the piercing was another rebellious thing she did years ago to try to get a rise out of her father. I don't know if she achieved her goal, but I smiled so goddamn big the first time I saw it. Not going to lie, it was hot. But even better is that it feels like heaven when my dick is inside her mouth. Her body gyrates as she pumps in and out of herself, trying to get herself off. She sucks my bottom lip between her teeth, and she bites down as she pulls back. Palming the front of my crotch, she whispers, Jesus, Ren, let me have it already. Your cock is so hard, it's trying to push through the zipper. Standing back to my full 6'1" height, I look down, grabbing her chin back between my fingers, applying pressure. Not enough to cause any more bruises on her gorgeous face, but enough to hold her attention. At least my sister got in enough shots last night that Sasha didn't overtake the fight completely. I'm still torn between what happened and who I was rooting for. My twin has always had my loyalty, but Sasha is my person. In the end, I'm glad she won, but I still hate that my sister lost her first real fight. Grabbing her wrist, I throw her hand off me. I'd rather endure blue balls than let your mouth wet my dick. I lie, my tone cruel. Consider that payback for what you did. Releasing her, I walk out as I zip myself back up, leaving her on her knees in my bedroom. Or, now our bedroom. Fuck. I'm going to regret this.
Chapter 11. Antonio. Do you need to talk about last night before the brats bust through the door? I press send on the group text, then place my phone back on my desk, screen down. Their presence wasn't optional, so there is no need for any of the 5 of them to reply. An order is an order in this house, this family. At least 3 of them know better than to defy me, while another is slowly learning, and the last will need a short course on authority. My kids aren't fucking brats. Don't refer to them as such again, Giovanni. My statement isn't exactly true, and he knows it. The newest kid is every bit a brat. If Domenico doesn't break her fast, I'm going to end up losing my shit on the little Russian princess. She doesn't think her father sees her the same as I do Sienna, but she's wrong. I know for a fact she is exactly that, and more in his eyes. He'd do anything for his children the same as I would. It's the reason she is here, and she can't even see that. If you say so, boss. Picking his coffee mug up off my desk, he takes a sip. At this point, I'm almost positive he's drinking an entire pot all by himself, which he'll continue doing until he switches to whiskey later this evening. Makes me wonder how he dealt with his demons in prison when he didn't have his vices to cope. Hell, he probably did. If I were in his shoes, I'd find a way too. Business was handled. I bite out, irritated that he'd bring up that bastard in the first place. What's done is done, and there's nothing left to say. Other than what we're about to drop on the kids, I have nothing to say about last night. G didn't stick around for the gruesome part of the night. He waited in the residence next door until I'd finished. Well, finished for now, anyway. My fun has only just begun. He wants to say more, and I'm about to tell him where he can shove his goddamn tongue when my office door opens, and in walks Sienna, Mateo, Sasha, Ren, and lastly, Dom, who closes the door behind him. My daughter mumbles something under her breath that I didn't catch, but when Lorenzo looks to the ceiling and Sasha flips her off behind her back, I get the idea. For all the planning and everything I want for these kids, for the life of me, I have no idea how to get the girls to tolerate each other, much less like the other. Sienna and Sasha are two sides of the same coin, but neither sees how much alike they are. I fear something drastic will need to occur to bring them into alignment. I don't see them bonding simply because Lorenzo made Sasha family. Take a seat, I tell them, as they all start to form a line behind the chair Giovanni is seated in that's in front of my desk. They all do as they are told, except Domenico. He perches himself against the bookshelves that line one wall of my office, where his front is to Giovanni's back. It doesn't go unnoticed by me. It isn't that he doesn't trust G. He's torn because he doesn't want to trust him, yet he recognizes that I do, and he hates it. I can't blame him. I let everyone think I'd ended ties with Giovanni years ago, and I did for some time, but I do have forgiveness in me for a few transgressions in life. What he did just so happens to be one of them, but only because I know it wasn't Ari that he actually wanted. Dom will have to accept my reasons for having G here, mainly because my daughter isn't ready for the role that I assigned to my old friend. In all honesty, it should have been his long ago and never my father's, but back then I was still harboring hatred for thinking he wanted Ari when she was mine. Had I been thinking with my head instead of jealousy, I might have seen it for what it actually was. Him trying to make her best friend jealous. But also, he deserved the punishment for being a dumb fuck. Pulling myself back to the here and now, I look at each one of the kids. All 5 may be adults in their own right, but in my eyes, they will forever be children that I am to protect at all costs, even the ones my twins decided they wanted for their life partner. Keeping my expressionless mask in place, I laugh internally. I couldn't have picked them out better if I'd chosen them myself. "What's going on, Daddy?" Sienna breaks the silence, always the one with zero patience. Brooklyn is sure to change that, and in that aspect, it's a good thing. I hate that the child isn't Sienna's daughter in blood, but that's the thing about life. It's never perfect or cookie-cutter. I wish Domenico hadn't been the one to end Kennedy's life either. Make no mistake, I'm glad that worthless bitch was sent to hell, but I should have manned up months ago when I found Brooklyn outside in a bad part of town alone. Hurting women is a weakness I've never been able to overcome, whereas my eldest son doesn't bat an eye. If it wasn't for the tracking mechanism that I have on all of the people that matter to me, I wouldn't have known he went to her apartment. I confirmed my suspicions when I sent the cleanup crew to make sure he and Krishna didn't leave a speck of evidence. I was impressed when my guy reported back that it was messy but clean. Kent made it look like a burglary, which was even better. It won't get tied back to the family, and all will be better now that I don't have to worry about that cunt hurting Sienna or Brooklyn. It was a nice ending to one of Mateo's biggest fuck-ups, if you ask me. "Salvatore and Marcel Santo," I inform them, finally answering my daughter. "The New Orleans sleaze duo?" Sasha speaks out, her nose wrinkling in disgust like she's had an unfavorable run-in with the father and son. Unlike Sienna, Sasha doesn't have a perfected mask. I like to think I taught C well, though she does slip from time to time when she allows emotions to get the best of her. This is something Lorenzo needs to teach his bride, because if he doesn't, Domenico will, and Ren will not like his methods. It's something else she'll need to learn quickly. "Yes," I confirm. "I caught 3 fish instead of 1 last night since your husband was so impatient for information this morning." Her brow arches in confusion, but I'm not surprised. She wasn't present when he asked what happened with his grandfather, and my dig wasn't aimed at her, but my son anyhow. "You took out the southern boss and his underboss?" Dom grates his teeth, knowing G was with me instead of him. "Why were they meeting with Rafe? Without either of us knowing?" He voices, without letting me answer his first question. It was more of a statement than an inquiry, so I let it go. Better yet, why'd you take out your old man? The latter isn't important, but Sal and No. Dom cuts me off, his tone taking on an edge that challenges my authority. I think we all have a right to know why you decided Rafe's time was up. At least Ren and me do, seeing as Sienna already knows. How do you know that? My daughter asks, her voice defensive. You have guilt written all over your face, sister. Snapping his dark gaze back to me, his brow arches in challenge before the question spits out from his mouth. Domenico knows his siblings too well and can pick apart every expression on their faces. Did he order a hit on my sister? What? Lorenzo jumps from the couch to his feet. He did, I answer, and then blow out a long breath. I don't want to tell them, but I also can't keep it from the boys either, no matter how much I want to shelter them from the hard truth. He also killed my wife. I hold Domenico's stare, watching it change in the blink of an eye as his monster rears its ugly head from the depths of his soul. It's not that I don't care about Lorenzo's reaction. It's that I know this knowledge will affect Dom more. His relationship with Ari was different from the twins. They were each other's best friend with their brother as their protector. Ari was Domenico's world, the first person he ever loved, the first person he lost, his first heartbreak. Her death was the first time he allowed hate to seep into his skin. You didn't think to tell us before you killed that motherfucker? Domenico shouts, his face hard as stone. We should have been there. You fucking took that from us. It wasn't your blood to shed, son. Like hell it wasn't, Domenico yells back. She was our mother. Rising from my leather chair, I bring my palm down on my desk with a bang. She was my wife, goddammit. When you get married and find out someone hurt yours, come fucking talk to me then. When you have a kid and find out someone in your inner circle almost... I trail off, leaving him to fill in the blank because I can't utter that word when it comes to one of them. You knew? Ren's voice is a mixture of accusation and betrayal. Now he knows how the rest of us feel over his decision to run off and marry without his family present. Sienna, Domenico bites out his sister's name. You fucking knew he killed Mom and kept it from us? She starts, but I cut in. Sienna was given an order that I made damn clear she followed through with. If either of you wants to be pissed off, then fine, do so, but aim it at me and me alone. He knew too before us, didn't he? Dom juts his chin in Giovanni's direction. Yes. Are you fucking kidding me? Dom blows up. Why am I your second when clearly I am not dead? You are my second, and one day you will be the boss. It might not seem like it, Domenico, but that is the truth. I won't apologize for my actions. I'd make the same choice again. It was the right call whether you agree or not. Are we done? Not even close. Take a seat for this. I gesture to the accent chair in front of me, the accent one next to Giovanni. I'm fine where I'm standing, he says, crossing his arms and leaning against the bookshelf. Breathing in deep, I exhale a breath that is not the least bit calming. You'll walk your ass over here and do as I fucking say, or I'll come over there and drag you back like the 2-year-old you're acting like. He bares his teeth, his jaw hardening, and I'm positive it's taking everything inside him to hold his tongue. He wants to lash out, but he knows I don't make threats I'm not willing to carry out. After a long beat, he pushes off and walks toward me with measured steps. He'll make a fine boss one day. As his father, it's on the tip of my tongue to tell him, but as the head of this family, of our organization, I don't. I simply nod my thanks. As I was saying before you cut me off, Sal and Marcel are why I summoned you all in here. I pull in a breath, my anger getting the best of me, then I exhale and continue. Effective immediately, we're taking over Salvatore's operation. Domenico will assume the role of the acting boss until the transfer is complete, and Lorenzo, you'll be his underboss for the duration of your stay in New Orleans. I'm sorry, but I have a job here. Let Ren go play boss. Hell, this little bitch can even be his underboss. It'll be good for her. Let her learn her place in this family. No thanks. Sasha crosses her arms from where she's seated on the opposite end of the couch to her husband and the farthest she can be from where Matteo and C are on the love seat. She is going. I'm not in the business to break up marriages. I aim at Lorenzo. I'll continue busting his balls until the day I die. But that isn't her role. You are going, Domenico. You will be acting boss and will take possession of everything they own and control. Am I clear? Crystal, boss, he grits out between his bared teeth. Sienna will also be going. She'll serve as consigliere. You'll have to take out their current one, but it'll be good experience for when Sienna becomes your consigliere one day. That position is filled. It's for life. The only out is through death, like the former. Domenico sneers in Giovanni's direction, but not before I caught the way his eyes reacted to the announcement of my plans for her. That has always been my plan. Well, that isn't exactly true. I didn't want this life for them, but it became the plan after my wife died and I didn't have a way out of this life. Or maybe I didn't want one without Ari. Oh, I'll be here until someone offs me, kid. Don't you worry. G smirks at him when he knows damn well that Domenico is above him in rank. That is something Dom will need to put him in line over, but also something I have no doubt he will do, and soon. Address me as a kid again, and I'll be the one to off you right here. Giovanni laughs when he shouldn't. Dom is the last person someone should set off. You can't. We have laws against that shit, boy, he gloats. I swear to God. The DeSalvos are stupid motherfuckers. I jerk up, reaching over my desk, as Dom snatches the handgun from inside his leather jacket. Grabbing my son's forearm, Dom fires with the intent of killing the man sitting next to him. Giovanni doesn't even flinch as the round narrowly misses him, and only because I pulled his arm milliseconds before Domenico pulled the trigger. Do not test me. I don't care who you are, what position my father gifted you, or what wrongs have been done to you. Domenico tells him with a calmness I've yet to see my son display. He knows Giovanni was set up for a murder he did not commit. I've had Domenico looking into who did it and why. Someone needs to pay for the years G lost. It's something I promised myself when I got him out of prison a while ago. I never made that oath to Giovanni, but if he knows me half as well as I know him, then he knows it's in the works. Fair enough. G lifts both hands in surrender, pride staring Dom back in the eyes. He does like to push motherfuckers. It's his specialty, one that gets on my nerves and serves me well at the same time. Dad, I can't go to New Orleans, Sienna joins in. And consigliere? I'm sorry. It's a statement, not a question directed at my daughter, and everyone knows it. Did I say it was optional? I have businesses to run, a wedding to plan, she argues. G will manage your shit. I have your wedding covered. Any other excuses? How about I stay here and do his and my job, seeing as you just said it's my future position in this family? I'm more of a get tossed in the deep end and learn to swim on my own kind of girl, which is why you're my second favorite in this family, girl, G tells her, a smile spreading across his worn features. Who is your first? She crosses her arms, much like Sasha's still are, and arches both brows. Curls upstairs. She's hilarious, which trumps you. Sorry, Toots. His admission softens Sienna's defense, and she relaxes back on the sofa. It's settled, I say, thinking this is finished. It's not, Sienna fires back. With all due respect, Dad, boss, I'm going to plan my own wedding. I'm going to ignore that rude shit you spouted off, and we're going to move on after I say this, see? As the only person who has had a successful wedding, I flick my eyes to Ren, pausing and glowering at my son before looking back to his sister. I know how to plan and pull off a wedding, and since I'm paying for it, it's on me. Then I'll pay for my own damn wedding, she snaps, her inner Ari showcasing itself. If this was another time, I'd laugh and point it out, but since the boys just learned the truth about their mother's death, I can't do it. Hell, it's still too fresh for me and may always be. I hate that I didn't put two and two together. I should have known. You absolutely will fucking not, daughter. I snap back, harder and meaner. All your smartass has to do is pick out a dress that I will pay for and show the fuck up when I say so. Capiche? She clucks her tongue rather than answering. When Sienna doesn't respond, Lorenzo pipes up. Do we need a redo? Will that get you to stop with the low blows, Dad? There are no redos. You should have thought about that, but you and Sasha can see what you missed out on when you attend your sister and Mateo's wedding in a month's time. I look at Mateo for the first time. For someone that has as much of a smart mouth as my daughter, he's been silent the whole time in my office. His face doesn't give anything away, and I like that about him. He doesn't have many tells unless his guard is down. If he could stop that measly little antic, that he'd shape up into the perfect son-in-law that I expect from him when my daughter takes his last name. We're getting married in a month? Sienna's mouth drops open, gawking at me. That is not enough time with all the crap you just told us we have to accomplish in New Orleans, Dad. Guess you all might want to get started then. I flick my eyes to Ren and then to Dom. Domenico, Lorenzo, and Sasha will leave tonight. Mateo and Sienna will follow later in the week. Me? Sasha points to the center of her chest like she didn't understand the seriousness of my earlier statement. I can't go. I have a job too, a real one. I have upcoming fights to train for. You can train there and you're free to travel to wherever your fights are. As far as your job is concerned, you don't have one. I most certainly do, she argues a losing battle. Then you're fired, I tell her. You're not my boss. She says it with too much triumph. Watching that bubble burst is going to be glorious. I am your boss now. But since you're referring to your employer at the strip club, I'll let that slide. Cutting my gaze to Ren, I say, fire her. You're fired, Sasha. You can't... She stops speaking, silence filling the space. No, you don't, she accuses. I do, Ren says, confirming he's the owner of the strip joint she's been working at for the past couple of years. Did you not question why you never work any of the stages on the main floor or even the upper level? Why you're only placed on the schedule for the private shows? He snorts. Baby, do you think I'd allow my wife to strip for anyone but me? A dark smile spreads across his face. You motherfucking piece of... Enough! I yell over her. Settle your marital shit later. You three need to pack and be at the airport by 5. Tony, Mateo interjects, saying my name through clenched teeth. I can't leave either. My daughter starts school in a couple of weeks. I have clients to train. This isn't going to work. Sienna isn't going. Why didn't I just shoot you? I say more to myself than to him. There are schools in New Orleans, dumbass. She can attend one of those or she can stay here with me and I'll get her to and from school. You can drop your clients. You work for me now. I do fucking think so, I yell, cutting him off the same as I did my daughter-in-law. Your job is to knock any motherfucker that tries to harm anyone in this family straight to hell. Sienna is going, so you are going. One or both of you are allowed to fly home 1 to 2 times a week. I'll compromise, but only that far. This is the end of the discussion. All of you are dismissed. I don't want to see any of you again today. Get out of my office now, including you, Giovanni.
Chapter 12. Sasha. How in the motherfucking hell did I end up in this shit? I didn't put up with my own father and boss's bullshit bratva rules. It's why I rebelled. I don't do this mafia gangster crap life. It's all blood and death. Sure, I love to punch a bitch in the face or send a leg so far into their gut it feels like their spine is going to shatter, but that doesn't mean I want to kill people for not falling in line with my brand of order. I don't have the stomach for that life, nor the insanity that must come with it. I hate that my brother refuses to leave the life. I begged him to leave with me. I wanted out. I wanted to leave the East Coast for the West, to move as far away from my father as possible. But then, Lorenzo put the marriage bug in my ear. It solved more than one problem, or so I thought at the time. So that's what I did. I married the only boy I've ever given a piece of myself to. Just because I dance on a stage and take off my clothes doesn't mean I'm a whore. I gave my virginity to Lorenzo. He was the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen, hotter than any guy in school or on TV. Even as a man, my attraction to him has only grown more intense. I've known him since grade school, yet the passion has never once waned. When I said I do, I really did think I was giving myself to the one thing in the world I wanted the most, plus getting out of 2 nightmares at the same time. The problem is, I was young and stupid and not thinking clearly. My vagina takes over when Ren speaks, walks, or does virtually anything. I didn't get out of either of my nightmares. I just prolonged them and dragged Ren with me. I spent 2 years trying to right my wrong. The morning I woke up next to Lorenzo with a ring on my finger, reality crashed down on my head. I was going to get him killed. That isn't something I can live with. I will not be the cause of someone taking his life because I wanted a life I was never destined to have. My future was set in stone before I said my first word. By being me, I fucked all that up. It's a wonder no one has found that out before now. I'm no closer to figuring out how to get Ren unattached from my mess than I was the day after my New Jersey wedding on the shores of Atlantic City. What's the plan? Lorenzo's voice pulls me from my dark thoughts. Our plane landed an hour ago. After we grabbed our bags, he had to pick up the Range Rover rental that had been reserved for Domenico. Now we're headed to Salvatore's residence, nestled somewhere in or near the French Quarter. That's all I know.
Walk in there like we own the shit, I guess, Domenico tells him. You'll be able to pull a trigger if it comes to that, right?
There were automatic weapons already inside the vehicle when we got in, as well as knives. Whoever outfitted the SUV either knows Ren's preference for blades or was instructed well. I don't really favor one or the other. I know how to use both, plus all of my limbs. So if someone tries to fuck with me, they better be ready to bring it.
I'll do whatever needs to be done. Don't start this with questioning that, brother. This doesn't work if you don't think I'm capable of having your back. Never said I didn't think you wouldn't have my back. I just know that. I got this, Dom,
Ren says, cutting him off. Ignoring both my husband and his brother, I pull my purse onto my lap and snatch my cell phone from inside. After I turn off airplane mode, my notifications begin to flood my screen, which doesn't surprise me after the stunt I pulled this morning. A smidgen of guilt eats at me, but I shove it away and click on the notification that Sienna tagged me in. At Sienna di Caputo. Aw, thanks, sis. Too bad I couldn't congratulate you first when you and my bro tied the knot. Welcome to the fam. I'm in such shock that I focus on the wink emoji at the tail end of her tweet. Oh my fuck, she did not. This is bad. This is so fucking bad. God, I'm not ready for this. She has no idea the war she just brought down on all of us. What am I going to do? How am I going to stop this before it escalates to something I cannot come back from? You only have yourself to blame, my inner bitch taunts. If I hadn't sent that original tweet, she wouldn't have done one of her own. Stupid. I'm so fucking stupid. My phone chimes multiple times with text messages, so absent-mindedly, I click on the first. I read 2 messages. Sienna. Suck it, bitch. Sienna. You aren't the only one that can play dirty. I back out of hers, and when I see the name of the most recent text, my heart bottoms out. The contact is actually saved as the devil, but that doesn't change who it's from. Dimitri. Tisk, tisk. Someone has been a bad girl. Do you know what I do to bad girls, Tichka? I hate when he calls me little bird. It sours my stomach. It makes me want to hurl all over the floorboard in the back seat of the Range Rover Dom rented after the plane landed in New Orleans. Dimitri. Spoiler alert. You're going to find out. See you soon, Sasha.
Chapter 13. Domenico. To say I'm hoping to walk into the late Salvatore Santo's residence and the night not end without an ounce of blood spilled would be a lie. In fact, I'm itching for more than a fight. At this point, I need to feel the sensation of a life being snuffed out with my bare hands, because if not, I'm going to end up taking my anger out on the wrong person. It's half an hour until midnight. Our flight from New York to Atlanta was delayed, and then we missed the connecting flight, which meant we had to argue our way onto another flight in order to get here before morning. Dad should have secured a private flight instead of commercial. Why he didn't is a mystery. I'm not a snob, but I can't stand being closed in small quarters with so many damn people. My already short fuse was burned out before we even made it on the first flight. I can't fucking believe my father killed Rafael Caputo before letting me or the twins get some type of retribution of our own. He killed our mother in cold blood. I don't even know why he did it, but it doesn't take a genius to guess either. Ariana Caputo wasn't what he considered the proper mafioso wife. She didn't keep her mouth shut or her nose out of my father's business. She was everything my grandfather spit at. But to me, she was perfect. Her inner strength only enhanced the beauty on the outside. Marriage isn't for me, not in the way it is for Sienna or apparently Lorenzo, too. It's not that I don't want to be loved like my mother loved my father. It's that I will not allow for a distraction that would only get her killed, like it did my mother. That thought alone has the blood simmering inside me back to reaching a boiling point. Someone needs to fucking die tonight, or maybe even everyone that was on Sal's payroll and under his protection. Starting fresh with a new crew really is the only way to ensure loyalty. Otherwise, everyone will be under a lifetime of suspicion. Pulling up to the curb just down the street from Sal's residence, I put the rental in park. I don't like not having intel on this location. Had I been given more notice, I could have hacked all the computers, phones, and any other devices within the building so that I'd have an idea of what and who was inside. Does this compound have a security system? Where are the cameras? Who is armed? Grabbing my cell from the console, I shoot a quick text. It was something I thought about as soon as my father dropped his bomb and then laid down the law. I pussied out, though, and now regret is seeping into my mind. Me. I might need backup. Care to come to NOLA for a day or two? It's not that Ren isn't trustworthy backup. He is, and I do trust my brother. At least when it comes to protecting me and anyone else in the family from threats that come our way. But I also know Sasha is more than a distraction for him. I now know she's his vice. I should have poked harder, found out for sure who he was banging. I thought it was just sex. I never suspected this reality. 24 hours later, it's still a hard pill to swallow that he married her and decided not to tell us. For that, my little brother will pay in due time. But first, we have orders to carry out. Krishna, check your rearview mirror, motherfucker. Glancing up, bright headlights blind me as a matching vehicle pulls to a stop behind me. Yo, Vor, I call to the back, catching Sasha's glare as I reference her as a thief in Russian. You want to have Ren's back, or your own blood's? I'm not fluent in Russian, nor am I that well versed in Italian. I know particular terms in both languages, but never cared to learn either. Dad didn't force it on us, so it must not have been important to him. And seeing as he severed any ties to Italy many years ago, there wouldn't have been a reason to. Sasha jerks her body, twisting to look through the rear glass window, catching on that her brother has joined us. A part of my conscience knows I don't have as much right as I've voiced regarding their secret relationship, but then again, I've never kept the fact that I fuck her brother on the down low. We're not together. He's still the enemy. But when an itch needs to be scratched and he's one of the few that can sate the monster within, it is what it is. I've accepted what I want in the moments like last night. and who I want. Hell, maybe I'll sink a round or two into his flesh later tonight and then fuck his brains out while I watch his blood drip on the floor. She's with me, Lorenzo bites out before Sasha can reply to my rare offer of choice. Suits me. I need someone dependable to cover my ass anyway. I dig. He deserves it. My anger is fully warranted and he knows it. That's why there is a beat of silence after the remark leaves my tongue. Fuck you, Ren spits back. Let's do this, I tell them as I cut the engine and get out, pocketing my keys and phone. There's a handgun in my leather jacket just in case. I prefer more personal methods of snuffing the life out of someone than taking the easy way with a bullet between the eyes, but sometimes the former isn't a luxury I'm permitted. I'd swear on my life that my brother is envisioning the 9-inch blade of the knife he's twirling between his fingers flying from his grip into my flesh. The crazy evil smirk he has displayed on his face makes him look more deranged than the Joker from one of the newer movies. It's working to my advantage, but I usually prefer the people at my mercy to be more afraid of me than my kid brother. He's always been the easygoing one, the laid-back one of all three. Sienna and I are quicker to anger than Ren. She tends to pop off at the mouth, whereas for me, silence kicks in for me until I'm able to slice the offender's tongue off with a sharp blade or blow a round down the scumbag's throat. If this is a side of Lorenzo I'm going to get every time I throw his bullshit in his face, then I may keep it up. It's amusing me more than it should. I might even like it. As I was saying, I flicked my gaze back to the 8 people we rounded up when we walked right through the front fucking door. With the lack of security, it's a wonder no one took out Sal before my father did. Salvatore and his poor choice of a second met their demise, so to speak, in New York. For those that don't know me, I'm Domenico Caputo. I pause, letting my name sink in. 2 of the men in the living room, their eyes widen with recognition. The other is cautious but doesn't have a clue who we are. The other 5 are women in various forms of undress. They'd fit in at the nearest strip club, but even that would be an insult to my sister-in-law. Then again, Ren's club back in New York is one of a kind, if I do say so myself. None of the women he has employed are 2-bit whores like the broads sitting on the white furniture. They're single moms, college girls, or the sales clerks at the corner market that can't feed her family on one salary alone. These bitches are trash. I'd pay them not to perform. In fact, I'm thinking about offering them cash to hit the road. I feel like I'm going to catch something standing 15 feet from each one of them, the men included. I'm the new boss, I finally inform them. The girls perk up, smiling their meth-head teeth at me, and now I'm glad I haven't eaten since breakfast. I'd lose anything I had sitting in my stomach. Which one of you is in charge, and what is your rank? I'm one of Sal's captains, the older of the 3 men speaks up. He's the only one dressed in a suit, but seeing as the bottom of his dress pants have lost the hem in one leg and his dress coat looks older than I am, these sons of bitches obviously aren't pulling in any amount of money. Name's Kent. You Italian, Kent? I question. Doesn't look like he has any relatives with a speck of Italian descent. Nah, man, he denies. Sal and I were schoolmates back in the old days. I was in a real bad bind 10 years ago. He helped me out, and in exchange I came to work for him. Work for you now, I guess. Hell will freeze over first, motherfucker. I don't voice that, though, or that he must be ignorant to the fact that you cannot be one of us if you were not born with at least an ounce of Italian in your DNA. I could ask if he's married to someone in Sal's family, but what would be the point? I don't plan to keep any of these jokers around much longer. How many captains did Santo employ? Lorenzo speaks up, knowing where I'm going with my line of questioning. I'm impressed. I try to keep him and Sienna out of most business dealings. He comes along when I need heat, so it's not like Ren is green. 4, the other guy that recognized my name informs us.
And you are?
Sasha follows suit behind Ren. Her arms are crossed and her legs are spread into a similar stance I'm used to seeing from Krishna, her brother. Scotty, or Scott, is fine. Whatever is fine, he mumbles, his chest rising and falling in rapid succession. I couldn't tell you if it's me he's scared of, or Ren, or Sasha. Krishna is standing behind me, silent, and without looking over my shoulder, I know that lethal power he always seems to bring with him is rolling off thick tonight. I'm about to speak when something scrapes the floor from above us. In the blink of an eye, Krishna and Sasha both pull weapons and aim them in front of us. Another blade slips down the sleeve of Ren's leather jacket, and now he's fisting a knife in each hand. Tisk, 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 I say, shaking my head. Did you all fail to tell us there was someone else here?
It's just Marco's whore,
one of the girls sneer, spit flying from her lips.
She's no one. No one even likes her. She thinks she's better than the rest of us.
Then she probably is, I think to myself. But then again, she is here, so fat chance of that. I look to my brother. Have all the captains here by 6 tomorrow morning or heads will roll. I cut my stare to Kent, the one that called himself a captain. Starting with yours. Sasha snickers from my right. Make it happen, Kent, my man, Lorenzo orders as I turn my back to them. Let's go introduce ourselves to my newest property, shall we? I say to Krishna, fire sparking within his crystal gaze as excitement flares within us both. Apparently, Sal was in the trash business, and it's going to be up to me to clean this place up and hire more respectable people that know how to make money. Worthless whores aren't going to cut it while I'm in charge. Once I locate the stairs, I take them 2 at a time, with Kay in pursuit behind me. And then we search for the source of the disturbance from a few minutes ago. If there is one positive of this place, it's that the residence is immaculate. The maid is apparently the only person Sal has hired that is worth a damn. I haven't seen his finances yet, but I question how he can afford someone this thorough. Even my father's home isn't this clean and put together, especially with the new addition in the form of a 5-year-old running around the place. I promised the kid a movie night, so I'll have to make that up to her once I return to New York. Mateo isn't going to leave his daughter back home with his orders to follow my sister, so if Brooklyn is coming down south, that means I have to get all the riffraff out of here, stat. I won't allow our world to crush more of her innocence than her cunt bag of a mother already has. Every now and again, I feel remorse for a few of the lives I've taken, but she'll never be one of them. Fisting the doorknob, I twist but find that it's locked, which in turn irritates me. Open the door, sweet puss. It's probably more like skank pussy, but I'm not looking for a fight. I'd rather this one just let me shoo her out the door and be on with her business so that I can get on with mine. When she doesn't comply or answer me, I jiggle the knob, and this time, when I open my mouth, all the pleasantries have evaporated. Open the goddamn door, bitch. Move, Krishna says before he shoves my shoulder to push me from in front of the door. I'm not dealing with some little prima donna brat. Kick her ass out and let's get to killing someone already. I didn't fly down here for this boring-ass shit. He kicks the door with more effort than it needed. It flings open, banging against the wall behind it so hard that it almost drowns out the squeak coming from within the bedroom. Shoving him the same as he did me, I push past him and step over the threshold. The room is dark except for a table light that adds a warm glow to the spacious bedroom. The window is open. I know this because the sheer curtains are blowing inward and the street noise can be heard from up here. Instantly, I'm annoyed. It's what I dislike about New York City, and this kind of street partying is so much worse. It's on a completely different level here. Free room and board are over. Time to go, I tell her as I search for the light switch prior to looking for the room's occupant. Finding it, I flick it on and almost regret the blinding nuisance. It's fluorescent instead of a warm ambiance that I'm used to. After blinking a few times, my eyes land on the girl in the bed with long red hair, the sheet and covers pulled as far up her body as they'll reach, just shy of her hiding her head underneath. She's young, maybe a year or two younger than C and Sasha, but girl is the wrong term for this one. Everything about her screams that she's a woman, from the big fuck-me plump lips that look natural to her sultry emerald eyes. Her locks are curly, reminding me of that cartoon movie Brooklyn made me suffer through not long ago. I paid her back by introducing her to Child's Play, the original. It didn't have the same effect on her as it did my siblings, which was refreshing as much as it was disappointing that I can't scare her the same as I can them. "Cat got your tongue, Mouse?" I ask when she doesn't speak, only stares, her features a cross between disgust and someone who's 2 seconds from cowering in a corner. "Can I be the cat?" Krishna chimes from over my shoulder. When she still doesn't speak, I march to the bed, the thread of my patience having snapped. Her eyes widen a fraction, but her posture remains a statue. I grab the covers, ripping them from her grip and fling them from the bed. "Is there a reason you didn't open the door, forcing us to splinter the wood? Do you know how much that'll cost me to fix, whore?" Fire ignites, changing her pretty greens into a color I've never seen before. She doesn't hide her body language, so I anticipate the palm that flies at my face, catching it mid-air. And at the same time, I move so fast she doesn't know what's happening until I have her out of the bed and on her bare feet with her back to my chest and my arm wrapped around her waist. My grip tightens around her wrist to the point it's likely a bit painful, yet she doesn't utter a sound of discomfort. "Answer the fucking door when..." "There's a lock on the outside," Krishna interjects, telling me she couldn't open a locked door. "You must either be Sal or Marco's prized pussy if they've got you under lock and key," I whisper against the back of her head, the strands of her soft hair tickling my nose. With a quickness I didn't expect, she rears back, her skull slamming into my mouth. "You motherfucking bitch!" I shove her off me, only meaning to push her away, but she lands on her hands and knees below me instead. "I'm no one's whore," she fires back, a backbone finally presenting itself. But it's the thick Irish accent that coats every square inch of my person, penetrating all the way down to every cell in my body, making my dick twitch with something only one other person has ever seemed to pull from me. Need and desire all in one. "And do not ever call me a bitch again." I lick my lips, tasting the blood she caused to spill, and I smile. "What's your name?" "Kira," she says, her voice softer as the heat simmers down faster than I would have preferred. My cock jumps this time at the way she enunciated Kira, and all I can think about is yanking her up from the floor and bending her over the bed before burying my dick in her ass. From the way her terry cloth shorts hug her thick hips, I can tell it's a big ass, one that would look pretty reddened from my handprint. Too bad caged mice don't turn me on, I sneer, but not because I'm disgusted. Other than the spitting image of a broken doll, she's exactly what turns me on. Another time, another place, I might do everything within my power to bed this woman. Only I wasn't lying. Scared mice don't do it for me. I prefer my women to stand their ground with me, be able to dish back everything I give, to fight me. Wiping the remnants of blood from my lip with my thumb, I bend down and wipe it along hers. Draw my blood ever again, and I'll drain every goddamn ounce of yours from that pretty little body, kitty cat. Now beat it. Sal and Marco are dead. They don't own you anymore. So try not to get caged again. "I'm free?" Her words rush out breathily, shock overtaking the porcelain face below me. I glance from her to the broken entrance and back to her again, an eyebrow arched. She takes the hint, jumping up from the floor, but she doesn't rush out like I would have expected. Instead, she dashes to an open suitcase in front of the window, snatching a few garment pieces, and then a pair of shoes from the floor. Without a second glance at Krishna or me, she runs from the room like her life depends on it. After a beat of silence, Krishna is the first to speak, but what leaves his mouth sets me off. "Your dick as hard as mine right now?" I turn on him, grabbing him by the shirt and pulling with all my might as I twist us so that he's in front of me. Then I shove him to the bed. "Drop your goddamn pants," I spit out as I unbutton mine. If I can't have the pretty ass that just ran from me, then I'm going to take his.
Chapter 14. Sienna. Daddy is going to beat my motherfucking ass, and then he's going to shoot Mateo for real this time. I don't know why I threw such a fuss about needing longer than a month to plan a wedding, when really, we need to tie the knot ASAP. After taking 4 pregnancy tests last night, all of them came back positive. I'm pregnant. Mateo has successfully knocked up another chick he wasn't married to, so really, this is his fault. That's the angle I'm going with when Daddy finds out. We're officially a team now. That means he can man up and take one for the team. Fuck, I don't know how to be a mother. What if I'm crap at the job? I thought I was going to have practice being a stepmom first, work out all the mommy kinks before I pop one out myself. Wouldn't that have been the smart thing to do, dumbass? I berate myself while pretending to stare at whatever is displayed on the screen of my laptop. I'm supposed to be getting new financial accounts set up, but I can't concentrate enough to complete the smallest of the tasks on my to-do list before I'm supposed to fly down to New Orleans in 3 days. Mateo was through the roof. He wanted to announce it to everyone at breakfast this morning, but seeing as I would like to actually walk down the aisle and say I do to him, I annexed that immediately. Hell no. We are not telling a soul we're having a baby, at least not until after the wedding. Daddy can't kill him if he's my husband. What all do you know of your grandfather's role as consigliere? My eyes flick from my laptop screen to where Giovanni is seated across from me in the kitchen nook that's made to look like a table and booth. Only it's made of high-quality wood and looks nothing like something you'd find in a diner. You've had the job less than 24 hours, G. I can call you G, right? I flash a fake smile. It's not that I don't like him. He seems on the snarky side, so I can envision us getting along great eventually. The problem is, I don't know him, so therefore I don't trust him. So is this conversation you're trying to start really necessary? I think I can figure it out or make shit up as I go. No, you cannot call him G, Sienna. Daddy corrects me, pulling an annoyed sigh from my lips. And making shit up as you go gets people killed or worse, locked up behind bars. Fine. By all means, Giovanni. Please lay your wisdom on me. You can call me Godfather. He arches an eyebrow while attempting to control the smirk that wants to spread across his lips. Or uncle, if you prefer. We're about to be family in more ways than one. I'm about to open my mouth to smart off when my father continues. Your job is to watch people for the most part. Pay close attention to every single person Domenico and Lorenzo come in contact with. Look for the smallest details, anything that doesn't add up. Play the chameleon like I taught you, but do not let anyone figure out the role you've been gifted. To anyone outside the family, you are Dom's business manager, the same as you are for me. You'll handle the money there, too, so no one should question it. Go with whatever your gut tells you and advise your brothers to the best of your ability, Princess. That's what your job is. That's what a consigliere offers the family. Capiche? So what did Grandpa ever offer, then? As soon as the question is out of my mouth, regret settles in my stomach, turning it sour. Dad's eyes light up as if a lighter was tossed onto a puddle of gasoline, and I swear I see pure hatred behind his stare for the late person I referenced. I hated every second of keeping the knowledge that Rafe Caputo killed our mother from my brothers, but I still know that Daddy was right. Had Domenico found out, he would have taken matters into his own hands when that kill belonged to the man standing mere feet from G and me. I can call him G in my head, and there is nothing either of them can say about that. Clenching his jaw, my dad breathes in deep, his chest visibly expanding before my eyes then. As if forcing himself to calm, he exhales. No one is to speak his name or of him from here on, and that means in or out of my presence, Sienna. Spread the word. That goes for you too, G. Make sure my captains and their men know the same. Anyone who defies me on this will regret it. Shouldn't Dom do that? I smart off, and because I don't always think before I speak, I say, he's still the underboss in this family, right? Not him. I purse my lips and jut my chin in Giovanni's direction. A humorous smirk slides into place on his face as he watches me. Domenico has his hands full reigning in the southern region, Sienna. Plus, he's dealing with Lorenzo's situation. Or have you forgotten? She's just protective of her brother, Tony. Lay off, Giovanni adds, coming to my defense and catching me off guard. It's a good trait, kiddo. My kid, not yours. If she can dish it, she can take it. Reaching into his suit jacket, he pulls out a semi-automatic pistol, and without racketing the slider because I know he keeps around in the chamber, he aims it inches from Giovanni's forehead. Issue an order to me again, DeSalvo, and I have a round with your name on it. Got it? Got it, boss. Giovanni nods his head, but there isn't an ounce of terror in his eyes, as if he knows my dad won't pull the trigger, or either he simply isn't afraid of being killed. Makes me wonder which it is. As Dad holsters his weapon back inside his jacket, a shuffling noise catches all of our attention. Dad turns from in front of me, and that's when I see all 6 feet, 2 inches, and 250 pounds of a seething Matteo DeSalvo standing in the entryway to the kitchen, his phone clutched in his right hand at his side. That foreboding feeling you get when someone is about to tell you bad news washes over me as I take in and try to decipher the look plastered all over his handsome face. "Did you do it?" Matteo asks, his ocean blue eyes trained on my father. "Do what, Matteo? You'll have to be specific. I do a lot of things." Dad crosses his arms and widens his stance. "Murder my daughter's mother," he says through clenched teeth. My eyes widen in shock at his mention of Kennedy's death, and I know without a shred of doubt that it wasn't Daddy. Domenico had that look in his eyes after I killed Cal the other night. I was surprised when he had Ren stuff Kennedy's unconscious body in the trunk of the car instead of ending her life right then and there in that warehouse. "You aren't even surprised. You wouldn't be able to tell whether I was or was not surprised. You could stand to learn what a poker face is if you're going to make it in this family." "That's not answering the question, Tony," he spits out. "Are you going to stand there and tell me she didn't deserve what happened to her? That she isn't the cause of her own death? That's not the point. How am I supposed to tell my little girl her mom is dead? With your mouth, the same fucking way I did. Or do you need someone to tell you how to wipe your ass, too?" Dad shakes his head and then stomps toward Matteo, only to stop in front of him. "Better to bury that bitch than to bury your daughter or mine. Move the fuck out of my way and think about that shit, DeSalvo." Dad shoulders past Matteo, but my fiancé turns like he's about to follow. "Did you?" "No, Matteo," Dad says without looking backward. "It wasn't me, nor did I give the order, but I should have months ago." "Tony is right, you know," Giovanni chimes in. "Butt the fuck out, old man," Matteo fires back as I slide out of the bench seat across from Giovanni and rush to him. "Do you want me to tell her with you?" I ask. "Yeah, see, I do." He pauses, a sigh falling from his lips. "Right after you level with me and tell me which of your family members did it." Fuck. If you can read me like a book, there is no way in hell I'm going to be the consigliere for my brothers, or hide the fact that it was me that ended Vin's life and not Domenico. I don't want to lie to him or keep secrets, but I don't want him to know either. I'm screwed is what I am.
Chapter 15. Lorenzo. My cell phone alerts me to an incoming text. I have to drop my legs down from where I crossed them, on top of the desk Dom took over as his own this morning in Salvatore's former office, if you can even call it that. It's a room with a desk and a computer, even has a couch in the far corner. But it's a far cry from my father's office back home. Dad's is more of a library, so I could have a skewed view from most setups. But then again, I've seen Sasha's father's office too, and it's even more elaborate than Dad's. Sitting up, I pull myself from my pocket, seeing it's a message from my sister. In all honesty, I'm surprised she texted me this soon. Typically, she holds a grudge longer, and I'm the one that forces her to break it, and usually a knife and blood splatter are involved.
Sienna, where is Dom? He won't answer my calls.
Her text pisses me off more than it should, because I know she's only resorting to contacting me in order to get in touch with Domenico. She also probably only waited a minute or two from messaging him just so she could pull this shit, knowing it would get under my skin. Then again, I'm sitting in front of his ass but never heard his phone go off, so either she didn't text him at all or his is on silent. Me. Sipping a drink, watching tits. I tap the send button, smirking at the line, knowing her nose is wrinkling right now, since the delivered notification immediately turned to red.
Sienna. Ew. Why would you tell me that? Sienna. Never mind. Tell him to answer me.
She's sadly mistaken if she thinks I'm her goddamn secretary, or his. Dad may have tossed me into this mess with Dom by making me his underboss well before my time, but that doesn't mean I'm his bitch. Me. Answer you about what? My curiosity always gets the best of me when I know I shouldn't let her know I care what she and Dom have to talk about. I'm still bitter. I didn't get a lick in 2 nights ago when we found that fucker that kidnapped my sister outside the hotel casino, or that we let Kennedy walk without any consequences.
Sienna, that's between him and me.
I clench my teeth, seething at her response as I fire back a text. Me. Fuck you too then. I slam the device on the desk and shove it in Dom's direction before kicking back and throwing my booted feet back onto the desk, crossing my ankles as I stew over that bullshit. Can't be the wife, so it must be your other half that's under your skin from 1,300 miles away, Dom comments without looking away from the screen. He had a new iMac and several laptops delivered 2 hours ago. This is where he's been since they arrived, and he started adding all the programs he uses for security and surveillance. Sienna is supposed to be setting up all the financial accounts, but I don't see the point when we have no idea what Sal's crew does legally versus illegally where their money is concerned. Said you aren't answering her. I jump my chin in the direction I discarded my phone that's closer to his left hand than where I'm slouching. Why is she so hell-bent on talking to you anyway? Probably wants to know if I offed Mateo's baby mama. What the fuck? I whisper yell as I sit back up. Dom finally glances away from the screen to look at me. Why would you say that in here? Relax. I've handled security in the compound. What we say or do inside these walls remains in here. I'll take care of the club tonight. He pauses, staring me in the eye for a beat before snapping his dark gaze to where Sasha is having a hushed conversation with Krishna on the couch. Her cell phone is clutched in her hand. She isn't paying the device any mind, nor is her brother, with one of the new laptops perched on his thighs as they whisper. Speaking of the club, you're going to be running it. If the girls he had here last night are any indication of his stage talent, then plan on firing and hiring new staff. She going to be a problem? She's always a problem. What specifically are you asking, Dom? Yesterday, she found out you own a strip club. Specifically, the one she had been working at the past couple of years. She didn't sit next to you on the plane, opting to sit next to me instead. No one opts to sit next to me, Ren. And then she slept in a bed that you did not sleep in last night. Now you're about to be running another strip club that she is not allowed to dance at. So I'll ask again, is she going to be a problem? The only reason I didn't kick the door into the room she locked herself inside of at 2 this morning is because I was tired and didn't want to deal with her bullshit. I figured I'd get more rest leaving her the hell alone. But did I? Fuck no. I haven't been asleep since I woke up yesterday morning with her beautiful ass decorating my bedsheets. Something is bothering her and has been since we arrived 15 hours ago. You'd think, after being married for 2 years and together on and off since we were teenagers, that I'd be able to read her like a book by now. But that's far from the reality of us. She's more secretive than I am, and I hate it. If there's one person I want to know inside and out, it's her, and definitely not just in a physical way. I want in her head. I want to know her every want, her desires, and then I want to make them come true. I've got mine, I bite out an answer. You sure you've got yours? Why is he even here, Dom? You know, when it comes down to life and death, I've got your back like no one else. The only goddamn person that can give me a run for my money with that statement is Sienna. Family comes first. Dad bred that into us, but not in the way some might think. We would kill for the other, and we would die for each other if it came to that. No one has Dom's back like C and I do. Yes, Ren, I know you have my back, but I also don't know what shit we've walked into down here. I'm not thrilled that Dad is making Sienna come either, but then part of me is because she's one more person I can trust and not question. Sasha can throw down and hold her own. We may need Krishna's heat, but he's not just down here for us. Mishka sent him to check out their shit, so he's not a guarantee as backup if shit hits the fan. Another text message comes through my phone before I reply to everything that spilled from Dom's lips, making me remember what he said minutes ago. Did you do it? I ask. Take Kennedy's life? Of course I did. He picks up my phone, eyeing the screen before placing it back down. Do you think I'm taking another chance with that bitch's record? I should have pumped more heroin into her veins the first time, but it was a lesson learned for both of us. I have to live with the fact that my sister's life almost came to an end, and she goes 6 feet underground. What is the reason I didn't get to partake? I bite out as my eyes narrow on him. I was pissed at you. I'm still pissed off. You don't get to keep life-altering information from me, but make your shit right with C. Do that, and we'll be fine. His eyes that seem to match our dad's more and more every day bore into mine, and a part of me wants to cower, but I don't, nor will I ever. But make no mistake, Ren. If you ever withhold something that big from me again, or lie to me, I will take every blade you own and shove them in all the places on your body that will hurt like hell but won't kill you. You feel me, little brother? Yeah, I feel you, boss, I say, enunciating the last word more forceful and on purpose. Good. Now go gather all the dumb captains on Sal's payroll. It's time to clean house in this motherfucker.
Chapter 16. Sasha. I'm in a pissy mood today. Sienna's stupid smug face showed up last night. It took everything in me not to go postal when I found out Ren was at that strip club somewhere off Bourbon Street interviewing new staff after he fired every person except one of the bartenders. So when his sister strolled through the front door rolling her luggage, the goddamn green monster reared its ugly head again. I must be close to my period coming on, because my shit is getting out of control where Lorenzo is concerned. Finding out he's the owner of Headliners, where I used to dance in a private booth, was a kick to the gut. He never once mentioned having a problem with me dancing. When I was offered a booth instead of the stage out in the open, I was thrilled. That meant I didn't have to see the person watching me. I could pretend I was dancing for me, which I was, in a way. It started out as a way to tick my father off. A final fuck you when I walked out of his house, out from under his rules. He couldn't control me any longer. No one could. I've loved dancing for as long as I can remember. It was an interest my mother and I shared. I didn't start taking mixed martial arts classes until she left my father and moved to Florida right before I started middle school. I was angry when my parents split up. It was Dad's fault. I still don't know if it was over the endless string of women that comes along with being the boss, or all the blood staining his hands that'll never wash off. So I sought an outlet to release all the pent-up hatred that festers inside of me. Eventually, I discovered a love for Muay Thai and kickboxing. It annoys me that Sienna and I favor the same sport. Back in high school, I forced myself to take Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu because I knew she didn't like grappling and because I got to pair up with Ren on occasion. Those were the only times I enjoyed being tangled up with another person. Otherwise, it was too much having other people in my personal space. I got it in my head that I could go pro, which I have, but the reality is, it'll never pay the bills or afford me the lifestyle I grew up living. I wasn't spoiled, but I also know I grew up more privileged than most. That privilege came with a cage I wasn't willing to stay inside, so I put my love of dancing to use in a way that pays well. But was that all a lie? An illusion? That's why I'm mad at Ren, but also at myself, too. I know if he'd told me he had a problem with me stripping, it would have made me do it more. I probably would have requested dancing on the main stage, and if they wouldn't have allowed me, since Ren owns the place, then I would have gone to another adult entertainment venue. I'm a brat like that. I can admit it to myself or anyone else. I'm not ashamed of that fact like I am of my jealousy. That I'll blame on my forthcoming menstrual cycle and lack of sex in the past 4 days. Even though we don't have a conventional relationship, I'm still used to getting it on the regular from the fine-as-fuck man I'm married to. He has a key to my apartment back in New York, but we don't talk about it. Or how he obtained it, since I didn't give it to him. Did the Pahan really send you down here, or was it your idea so you could keep getting your dick wet? I questioned my brother to get my mind off my fucked-up life. We're in the Garden District of New Orleans, and the homes here look like they're straight out of a movie. They have an old but updated and upscale feel to them, or at least the one I'm in now does. My brother told me to take a drive with him, and this is where we ended up. I knew the minute we pulled up, this was business. And here, I'm not his sister. I'm his backup. 10 minutes ago, a housekeeper answered the door and ushered us into a sitting room. I say housekeeper, but for all I know, she could be the wife or girlfriend of the person Krishna is here to see. She wasn't old by any means, but her attire looked too much like a uniform, and not something I think someone in their mid to late 20s would wear. She had a thick Russian accent, but spoke perfect English, too.
Yup,
he says in that bored tone I've come to despise since we all arrived, and he showed up behind us. The bastard took Dad's jet instead of flying commercial like Dom, Ren, and me did. He could have offered us a fucking lift. I'm still upset over that, too. Dad's plane would have been a hell of a lot more comfortable than any first-class accommodations. Are you going to keep giving me the cold shoulder? I finally asked my brother. I'm tired of his one-word replies to every conversation I start.
Be glad I haven't put your face through a glass window.
He shuts his phone off, pocketing it, and then looks my way.
And for the record, sister, I can get my dick wet whenever, wherever, and by whomever I fucking want. I don't follow a piece of ass across the country because I'm hard up like other weak bitches I know. Worry about your own piece of meat and stay the fuck off the topic of my dick.
He stands, but before I can fire back at him, someone walks in, pulling both of our gazes their way. I lift my butt off the sofa to stand next to Krishna as Alexei Kozlov extends his hand toward my brother in greeting.
Krishna Nikolaev, he says. What a surprise to have you darken my doorstep.
Alexei is part of my father's network. He's what I've heard referred to as an autoritet, which means authority. They're similar to captains in the Italian-American families. I'd forgotten Kozlov was even in the States. He's originally from Russia, but has lived here longer than I've been alive. I think Krishna told me once he runs casinos, but prostitution is where he makes his real bank.
I should never be a surprise, Kozlov. It makes me question your loyalty when you say stupid shit like that.
My eyes flick to where Krishna's grip on Alexei's hand tightens.
Comrade.
There's a strain in Alexei's voice, but his facial expression hasn't changed once since walking up to us.
I can assure you I am Mishka's most loyal avtoritet. Yours too, Krishna.
Kay releases Alexei's hand, then crosses his arms. I swear, every time he does this, it makes him seem so much taller than his already giant 6'6" stature. Hell, even with me wearing 5-inch booted heels, I'm taller than Alexei, but my brother towers over the both of us.
What about her?
Kay says, his head jerking to the side in my direction.
Does she have your loyalty?
Alexei's brows furrow, confusion marring his worn face. He has to be in his late 40s, maybe early 50s, but I doubt he's my father's age of 55, soon to be 56.
I don't understand. Isn't she?
He glances in my direction for the first time, as if just now noticing me in the room.
Nikolaev? Yes, she is. For the purpose of my time in New Orleans, she is part of my security detail. Anyone that answers to me also answers to her. Understand me, comrade?
Krishna states more than asks, using Alexei's use of the Russian word for friend.
Of course, Krishna.
He nods in rapid succession, but his words strike me as false. It's not uncommon for the men that run organized crime rings to see women as beneath them rather than equal. And therein lies my problem with men like my father. I can't respect someone that doesn't respect me in return, or doesn't see my value the same as they do their own.
She has a name. Use it.
My brother continues, and I haven't the slightest idea where this is coming from. Make no mistake, I have Kay's back, always. But he's never brought me to business meetings before today. So why now? Why here?
Sasha, isn't it?
Kozlov says, and I nod. He extends his hand in front of me, the same as he did to my brother.
I'm Alexei Kozlov.
I know. I deadpan, and because I don't have a shred of respect for him, I don't extend the same greeting he's offering me.
Let's take this to your office. I have shit to do today.
Kay states, speaking to Alexei as Kozlov drops his hand. There is fire in his eyes at my blatant disrespect. If I were anyone else's daughter other than my father's, that wouldn't fly, not in the life I was born into.
Yes, let's. Follow me,
Alexei says, then turns. Krishna's winter blue gaze meets mine for the length of a heartbeat, but enough was said during that silent stare that I know why I'm here. Make sure no one tries to ambush or follow them into Alexei's office. Be his eyes outside the closed door. I blink my acknowledgement. We aren't twins like Ren and Sienna, but Krishna is my best friend too. My only friend, if I'm honest. I don't get close to people. It's not safe to bring in outsiders, so there was never a reason to make friends. Other than my brother, Ren really is my only other friend. But even him I keep at arm's length. I never mingled with any of the dancers I worked with. In hindsight, perhaps that was an error on my part, because had I, then I might have known Ren owned the fucking club. I check the smartwatch on my wrist. It's been nearly half an hour since Krishna followed Alexei to an office down the hallway from the foyer and sitting room I've been pacing around in for the past 5 minutes. I'm getting antsy. I hate sitting twiddling my thumbs, being idle. I need something to do, and I haven't done shit since arriving here on Sunday night. I'll never make a good housewife. I'm not cut out for that position. I don't even know how my mother did it for the 14 years she and my father were married. I go visit her 3 times a year. Since I'm this close to Florida, maybe I'll go stay a week with Mom. Get away from the Caputos and whatever reason we're here. Ren can do his thing just like when we're back home, and I can do mine.
Little birds aren't allowed to leave their cages. His words and an accent I'm all too familiar with stop me in my tracks. My head snaps up from its downward position to find Dmitry Sokolov, the eldest son of the Russian-Canadian Pahan, standing in the foyer, holding the front door open. Lucky for me, I'm skilled at bird hunting. Then go back home and hunt all the damn birds your black heart desires. You won't find any here, I say with false bravado. Dmitry Sokolov scares the shit out of me, more so than any person I've met. I'd rather step in the ring with Mike Tyson every night than be in the presence of this man. That's where you're wrong. A sinister sneer looks back at me. They've all headed south for the upcoming winter. One might think that's how I found you so quickly. I know how he fucking found me. My father probably reports every goddamn move I make back to this scumbag. I know all about the deal his father made with mine, and had I not overheard that conversation years ago, Dmitry would have told me himself. He loves to torture me with that fact every so often. It's why Sienna making that stupid tweet about Ren and me being married was such a clusterfuck. It's not her I'm mad at, though. Had I not made the first tweet, then she wouldn't have made hers. I'm the one to blame for this, and I know it. If you think for 1 second that I give a rat's ass how you found something that clearly doesn't want you, let alone belong to you, then let me set the record straight. I don't, Dmitry. Get fucking lost. I cross my arms and straighten my spine. It does nothing to stop the speed at which my heart is racing. I can mask my fear, but all he'd have to do is touch my chest to know what's really running through my head. Closing the front door, he takes measured steps toward where my booted feet are rooted to the hardwood floor beneath them. He carries around his own mask. To anyone else, they wouldn't think my defiant words had any effect on him, but I know different. He doesn't tolerate disrespect from someone that is mere shit on his expensive shoes. I'm that shit in his eyes. He may want to own me because his father deemed it a suitable match, but that doesn't mean I'll ever be an equal. No woman will. That's only one of the problems I have with him, the biggest being that I'm in love with someone else. He stops when the toe of his black leather shoes touch the pointed toe of mine. I'm kicking myself for leaving the leather jacket Ren bought me a few years ago back home in New York. I didn't want the hassle of having to find specific knives for the sleeves. Had we flown on my father's plane with Krishna, that wouldn't have been a problem, but the asshole didn't bother to tell anyone he was tagging along. Soon, Sasha. He speaks in a hushed tone as he looks me in the eyes. My boots heighten my 5'6" stature, making me almost match his 5'11" height. You won't be able to hide from me. I don't care what some little piece of American paper says. It holds no value to me. I stopped playing hide-and-seek ages ago, Dmitry, so stop looking. Before I can tell him to go get fucked, he latches onto the front of my black t-shirt and yanks me closer, his mouth going to the shell of my ear. There's nowhere you can go that I won't find you, Tichka. You've been mine since before you were born. He breathes, inhaling, pulling in my scent. Saliva pools in my mouth, my stomach nauseated from his closeness. And you'll be mine until you die. I don't share my toys. His voice is no more than a whisper, but his words hit their mark as if they had been screamed down my parched throat. You lost, Sokolov. Relief washes over me in waves at the sound of Krishna's deep, authoritative voice. As if Dmitry wasn't touching me, he lets go of the material of my shirt and takes a step back. Long way from the Canadian border. I don't recall you asking permission to enter my territory. Pleasure seeing you too, Nikolaev. Dmitry pivots away, turning his back to me, and the urge to stab him with all my might weighs heavy.
But not even I can break that law. It would create a war that I'm not sure my father has the manpower to fight.
Never mistake being in my company as pleasurable. It sure as hell isn't for me,
Krishna says flatly.
Now why the fuck are you here, Dimitri?
Checking on my investment. The way he says that last word to Krishna makes me know he's referring to me. If my brother were the Pakhan, he'd never allow an alliance or a joining of families to strengthen the Russian organized crime in North America. He wouldn't, for one, because he doesn't trust others like that. He also wouldn't use me as currency. But maybe that's all my father sees as my worth. A tool to use for gain. The thought of that sends a current of pain through my chest, weighing me down. I don't want to believe Mishka Nikolaev would ever stoop that low, but my head knows he has. Krishna slowly reaches behind him, obviously not giving a care in the world that Dmitry Sokolov is the son of a boss, a mirrored image of his authority just in a different country. I know he's reaching into the waistband of his pants for his handgun. Even Dmitry would know that move, yet my brother is doing so with measured speed. He wants Sokolov to know who's in charge here, whose soil he is standing on, so to speak. Krishna pulls his right arm back around to his front, the pistol in his hand. There is no need for my brother to do a show of racking the slider. He keeps around in the chamber at all times.
You don't have investments inside my borders. If you're telling me you do, then we have a big fucking problem.
Relax, Nikolaev. Alexei is simply consulting on a few casinos I've recently taken possession of. That is what I meant by investment. The Russian-American Pakhan is aware that he's working with us. Perhaps you should speak to your father before you become trigger-happy.
Perhaps you should go back home before my finger accidentally twitches.
Flicking his heated blue stare from Dmitri to me, he says,
Let's go.
He doesn't have to tell me twice. I round Dmitri without a backward glance, walking with calmness. I haven't the first clue where I've summoned it from. Dmitry Sokolov gives me a level of anxiety that I've never been able to shake. I don't want anything to do with him. I certainly don't want to be a prisoner with a death sentence, because that's exactly what being his wife would entail. But not doing so may get Ren killed, and that isn't something I can live with. I'd rather die than survive in a world without his beautiful face in it. I just don't know how to save both of us.
Chapter 17. Lorenzo. This isn't my first rodeo, so to speak. I've hired and fired people in the past, but when I bought Headliners 2 years ago, it was already staffed and a well-oiled machine. It's the place people wanted to be for the nightlife, abundance of alcohol, and tits. I only bought the club because Sasha decided stripping sounded like a fan-fucking-tastic idea, and one that would set her father's ass on fire, except it never seemed to faze him. Hell, nothing she had done in her quest to bring Mishka Nikolaev to heel had panned out. A week after we married, she dropped out of college to train 6 to 8 hours during the day and then dance at night for money. I was beyond pissed, but I had to keep my trap shut. It was the hardest damn thing I have ever had to do. I don't believe in forbidding my woman to do anything she wants or desires, but even that didn't tamper with the fact that I hated the idea of her taking her clothes off for other men. She was mine. She is mine. But I also realized early on that you can't constrict her independence. Doing so only results in her doing the opposite, which makes me question her relationship with her father. Nothing she does to get under his skin works, yet she continues to push. Is it that he knows what I know? That Sasha won't be forced into anything someone else wants her to do? That only backfires, which is why I kept my ownership of the adult entertainment club she worked at a secret. It's why I made sure she worked the private booths, and I was the only one that watched her, paid her. No one will have her but me. She was made for me. Why can't she see it? What's mine is mine. I don't share. Sienna and I might be twins, but she had her shit, and I had my stuff. We swapped from time to time because we wanted each other's stuff too, but it was always a clean trade. I gave her what she wanted of mine, and she gave me what I wanted of hers. She didn't like girly toys, so it worked out for me, until the only possession I wanted was Sasha Nikolaev. My sister arrived last night and hasn't said one fucking word to me. She's making plenty of go-fuck-yourself eye contact, but her lips remain in a snarl. Domenico wants me to fix our beef, but I don't know how. She hates my wife, and my wife hates my sister. It's a damned if I do, damned if I don't situation. I love them both, and I can't live without either, which is why I've been avoiding all this. When will the girls be ready to go on stage for a live performance? Domenico asks from behind me. He takes a seat at the bar next to where I'm perched, nursing the whiskey in my glass. It's odd. The need to drink isn't present like it used to be. It hasn't been present since the night before Dad announced our 2-year marriage in his living room Saturday night. We need to open this place back up so that we can get the next joint rolling. Strip clubs are the only legit businesses Salvatore Santo operated, with the exception of this one, which his boy Kent ran into the dirt. All of his captains managed 1 to 3 clubs in various parts of the South, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. Why Texas isn't on the list, I don't know. But since this is all I have to work with, that's about to change. First, I just have to get this one up and running, and then Dom needs to reappoint someone that's business savvy. After being here almost a week, I'm tired, and I need pussy, or my wife to suck my cock. I haven't trained or worked out. I have no time. I'm living and breathing this goddamn strip club. I may have to sell headliners when I get back home or let someone else run it. I've had my fill. If a woman's tits don't belong to Sasha Nikolaev, they do nothing for me. I'm fucking broken. That's the only thing I can come up with at this moment. My man card should be taken. They need a dance instructor first. I'll have to look into that tomorrow. I'm done today. I just want to fucking relax or go take a shower. I shouldn't feel dirty, but I do. And it's not just that I feel unclean. Looking at other women and critiquing their performance makes me feel like I cheated, like I did something I wasn't supposed to do. I'm not cut out for this shit, at least not being this involved in the nitty-gritty. Back home, I have a club manager that deals with everything. I literally only handle the money. And that's because I didn't want Sienna to know about the club. Dad and Dom knew, but it wasn't something we talked about. For certain reasons, I needed Dad's permission to buy the club, and Dom, being his underboss, had to be in the know as well. Maybe if I let C in on that little detail, it'll take some of the heat off me and place some on Dom. I sigh in resignation. No, I'm not that much of a dick. At least not to my brother. Sienna doesn't need to be angry at both of us. Why the fuck would we do that? Domenico's voice breaks through my thoughts. He is staring at me like it's the dumbest shit he's ever heard. Because they all fucking suck, I say as if my previous statement wasn't obvious. The girls can move. They have various levels of dance experience. But something is missing. The club needs a vibe, a pull, something that is going to make it the place to be nightly. New Orleans is a huge attraction for tourists. We need to entertain people, give them something they cannot get anywhere else, which means we need strippers that do more than take off their clothes and shake their tits in customers' faces.
As much as it pains me to say, I have to agree with Ren.
Sienna takes the seat on the other side of me as the bartender that I'm paying isn't yet serving actual customers, brings an iced mineral water with a straw and sets it in front of her. After observing my sister today, apparently that's her new thing. She even ordered some type of mineral water that's exported from Mexico to have on hand. Let's not forget the place isn't making any money yet, while we spend dough on shit that isn't even needed. Nobody asked for your opinion, C. Go count some fucking money or something, Domenico interjects. He nods his head in Brandon's direction, requesting a drink. Brandon already worked at Gino's. How this name came about, I don't know, and I don't care. I'm rebranding it to Sinner's Playground. Only I need a goddamn show with a banging performance for it to be that.
There is no money, she deadpans. You are going to have to open this shithole back up for that to be possible.
My eyes roam to where her lips are pursed as she brings her straw to her red lips. She's decked out this evening, dressed in black jeans, a loose red top covered with a leather jacket I bought her, and heels. They have potential, I say, swinging my...
This is your time, your space, your free audiobook. Let the music fill the silence before we return to the story.
I had to face Dom and justify my decision on the girls I hired this week. They just need a professional to choreograph their sets. They need outfits too, but I'll leave that part out. I'll figure that out later and get something ordered, if I have to call my guy in New York that runs my other club. Fine, he concedes, but we are not hiring that shit out when we have our very own ex-stripper in-house. My jaw clamps and I turn my head to look straight before I clock him in the fucking jaw. No, I bite out, annoyed at where he's going with this. Sasha is not stripping here, nor is she getting involved in this shit. The sooner we get this place up and running and an actual captain that knows what the hell he is doing, the sooner we can get back home. I don't know why we had to take over. Could have left this place to the wolves, but no. Dad is determined to become the Italian-American version of Mishka Nikolaev, and the country is going to bow down to him. Dom does have a point. My sister nods her head as I watch them both through the mirror behind the bar. A toothy grin graces her lips. Put that bitch to some good use, finally. She leans over the bar, wrapping her lips around her straw as she stares at me. She's trying to get under my skin, and it's working, but only because I'm wound so goddamn tight. I need to either stab someone or get laid. You're the club's new dance instructor. You start immediately. Dom's voice catches my attention. He swiveled around in his chair, his back facing the bar. Glancing in the mirror again, I see Sasha and her brother walking toward us. Hard pass. Sasha comes up behind me, placing her hands on my hips and digging in with her nails through the material of my white t-shirt. It isn't a hateful act. She only does this when the need to touch me weighs heavily. It doesn't happen often, so it makes me wonder what Krishna took her to do. I know Mishka has people here that report to him. I don't know what they do, but I'd imagined it isn't the legit kind of work like Dad insists all our businesses are. That's another reason, to make the adult entertainment aspect of Sal's operation work, or come up with something brand new. Something new is only going to ensure we're here longer. So, strip clubs it is. Tough shit. You're doing it. So chop fucking chop, little girl. Domenico claps his hands, a sardonic smile taking form on his lips. I said no, Sasha smarts off, which was a bad move on her part. Why can't she make anything easy? Domenico's face hardens in the blink of an eye, his upper lip curling. His dark brown eyes shift from her to me. Lorenzo, you might want to say your goddamn wife straight. Apparently she's forgotten I'm the boss here. What I say goes. End of fucking story. So you can tame her ass or I will. Which is it going to be? If he thinks she's the tameable kind, then the 24 years of dealing with our sister have taught him nothing. Sienna is a cakewalk compared to my blonde bombshell of a wife. Sash, I start with a sigh and then pause to toss the remains of my whiskey back in one gulp, swallowing the burn. And then I meet her eyes through the mirror in front of us. They need a professional dancer to bring their shit together. I want it to be a performance patrons can't get anywhere else shy of going to Vegas or Atlantic City. Or Russia, she adds. I'm not an instructor, Ren. I wouldn't know the first thing about teaching amateurs or anyone at all. You know I don't have the patience or sanity for that crap. The answer is still no. Releasing me, she turns to leave, but her brother's giant form is towering over her and the rest of us. You may be a Nikolaev, little sister, but you decided to jump ship. Looks like there were consequences you didn't bargain for. When I have business to tend to, you're with me. When I don't, you're one of them. So if I were you, I'd do what Dom says before you write a check your ass can't cash. The lack of empathy conveyed in Krishna's expression could give my brother a run for his money. Could you two back the fuck off? She'll do it, I add, tired of this bullshit and Sasha's attitude. I war with myself on having Brandon bring me another drink. I want one, but I have so much shit to accomplish that getting 3 sheets to the wind isn't going to help matters, or get any of us home faster, so I push the empty glass away from me. She looks over her shoulder, capturing my stare in the mirror. You don't get to speak for me, Ren. Actually, I do. You work for me again. You're rehired, baby. I smirk back at her before swiveling around on the stool so that my front is to her back. Go fuck yourself. I grab her by the waist and pull her between my legs. Why would I do that when you can sit on my dick and do it for me? From the roll of her eyes, she doesn't believe I'd do it, but that's where she's wrong. I've hidden our relationship for far too long. I want the whole world to know that Sasha Nikolaev is mine, only mine. I'm out, Sienna calls out, then hops off her stool and power walks away from us. In your dreams, Caputo. Sasha turns her head again to look at me over her shoulder, showing her lips pursed. Then she attempts to step away from my hold. Your pussy can swallow it, or your mouth will. Either way, you're getting me off before the night is over, I whisper against the shell of her hair-covered ear. The flare of Krishna's nostrils is the only indication I have that he heard my words. Dom slides off his stool. Just make sure we have strippers that will pull in the dough before you get your dick wet, little brother. He turns to look back at both of us. And Sasha. His tone takes on a warning. Don't even think of gracing any stage in this place when there are customers present. You do, and I'll break the bones that will ensure you never dance or fight again.
Chapter 18. Sasha. It's been a week since I started working with all the women Ren hired to perform. They aren't like the women back at the club in New York. I wasn't friends with any of them, but these girls want to know everything about me, and it's like they genuinely care. It's weird, but oddly, it doesn't get on my nerves either. They're all nice and try to help each other. There is nothing cutthroat about the women here. Maybe it's a Southern thing, or maybe all of society isn't the dicks I've always thought them to be. I haven't the slightest clue.
I thought you said they were ready,
Domenico says from the other side of Ren as we watch from the end of the main stage. 2 days ago, the building was completely gutted and rebuilt with a new layout. I've never seen construction be completed that quick before. The main stage is circular, with a 40-foot pole in the center. There is a runway the girls dance down before they come to the dance pole. Seating with wide tabletops buffer the stage so that patrons can't touch the women. I love that Ren, or maybe it was Dom for all I know, added that to the design. It's important for the girls to feel safe and know they can make an exit if they think someone is trying to take a participation role in the show. There are also 2 smaller stages that branch off to the side of the main one, which will add so much to the show once the girls perfect dancing in sync with one another. I can't wait to see them live with customers watching. When I'm finished, this establishment is going to bring in more than just men wanting to ogle breasts. I want to punch Domenico for ordering me to teach and Ren for backing him up. But I must admit, I'm having more fun than I've had in a long time, if ever. It's rewarding to see the girls master moves that took me countless hours of performing to nail down. What did we do wrong, Sasha? Jessie, the oldest of the 3 women on the stage, asks. She's 25, a year older than me. But she's the motherly type and tries to nurture all the girls at times, me included. That I don't like. However, she's a sweetheart, so I don't call her on it. It's not what she did wrong, or even Rachel, but Cynthia is another story. Dancing is not her calling, but I haven't broken it to her yet. I keep holding out hope that it'll click, but her body just isn't limber enough. I don't know what Wren saw in her when he hired her, but it wasn't the kind of talent needed for what I have planned. She's either going to transfer to the waitstaff or find a run-of-the-mill strip joint. This one isn't for her, so I guess the only way for her to come to terms with that is to show her. "Cynthia," I call out as I push away from the table in front of the main stage and stand up. "Come sit and watch, please." "Watch? What?" She places her hands on her naked hips. The new outfits arrived this morning, so for this afternoon's test run, I selected the tight-fitting long-sleeve top that has an elastic band under their boobs. They aren't wearing a bra, of course, so their nipples are on display through the sheer black fabric. I paired the top with short cut-off shorts that reveal a smidgen of their ass cheeks. And they're all in black 6-inch heeled boots that rise to mid-thigh. They look hot as fuck, if I do say so myself. This is my favorite of all the pole dance attire I ordered. I even got a set for myself, which I'm wearing under the long flannel shirt I threw on to cover myself in case I didn't have to get on stage, like I'm about to do now. I want you to watch me perform with Rachel and Jesse. You're offbeat from them, so I'm hoping seeing it from afar might help. If not... I trail off, leaving my unspoken comment to hang in the air for her to decipher.
What she means is that if you can't hack it like the other two, then you're fired.
Dom pipes up. Or she can wait tables, I suggest, as I throw my booted leg onto the long wraparound table and climb onto the stage. There isn't a way to get on the platform any other way except from the back of the stage, and I do not feel like dealing with that hassle. "I'm a She starts to sass, but I hold up my hand, stopping her from continuing that train of thought that will get her ass canned. "Jessie, will you take Cynthia's spot?" I roll my head, eyeing Cynthia where she's still standing on the smaller stage on the opposite side of Rachel. "Hop down, sit wherever you like. Keep an open mind. I'm trying to help, and I don't know if you realize this, but helping others isn't my normal. So it's best to take what I'm offering. Got it?" I question as I unbutton the oversized shirt. Wren is seated at the front of the stage with Dom and my brother at a table behind him. The bartender is around here somewhere, but I don't know why when Wren is the only one drinking at 2 p.m. Kent and a couple of his guys are here, sitting at another table and conversing with another captain from either Alabama or Mississippi. I don't know which, nor do I care. They're all sleazeballs, and I'm surprised Domenico is keeping them employed. If they were part of the Bratva, my dad would have ordered Krishna to execute them by now. Sliding the shirt off my shoulders and down my arms with my back facing Wren, I say, "Cue the music." This will be the first time I'm knowingly dancing in front of him this way. Back in high school, he came to a few of my dance classes to pick me up after I'd finished, so he has seen me move. I just didn't know he was that guy. It wasn't lost on me that the same man watched me. I could see him from the waist down, and it baffles me that I didn't put 2 and 2 together. That makes me feel stupid. A soft melody starts to hum low with the volume increasing, the beat picking up when my palm wraps around the pole, my actions mirroring the 2 other girls, or their actions mirroring mine, if we're being technical. My body leans outward, and then I twirl myself around the pole, knowing the other women are doing the same. The point is to be in sync with each other, putting on a performance for the audience. As I round the pole, I twirl myself again, but this time I lift my feet off the stage floor. Then I twist my body around so I'm facing Wren as I go around the pole once more. Our eyes don't meet. I can't look at him just yet, knowing the truth will mess me up too much. So I lose myself in the song and the performance. I don't even pay attention to the other 2 when they're who I'm supposed to be focused on to make sure they keep up with me. My hands migrate up the pole, pulling my body higher. I wrap the back of my calf around the metal and make myself speed up as I go around the pole 3 times, and then I climb higher, gripping the pole between my thighs to push upward. When I'm rounding the pole again, I flip myself upside down and drop fast, having to tighten my thigh muscles around the pole, halting my body to keep my head from hitting the floor. I wasn't high from the platform, so that move was easy. It's much harder the farther up you are, which I don't expect the girls to be able to do at this point. It took me a year of practice and a lot of leg exercises to accomplish a stunt that dangerous. I start again, twirling and climbing the pole, wrapping myself around it like it's a natural body response, and maybe for me it is. I enjoy pole dancing. It's made me a better fighter. If I was a better sister-in-law, I'd gift Sienna with this information, but then I remember I can't stand the sight of her face because I'm a jealous bitch. Knowing Ren is watching, I can't help but climb farther and farther up the pole, twirling and flipping myself upside down and then right side up again. When I'm nearing 35 feet off the stage floor, I flip upside down again and twirl around and around, increasing my speed with each twirl. Then, right before I reach the dizzy zone, I drop, free-falling upside down. It's only seconds, but this is the part where my stomach tries to come through my throat until the moment I clench my thighs, catching myself with an abrupt stop and jolting my body. If I were to miss my mark or falter, I'd break my neck and probably kill myself. I'd never do this stunt if I weren't confident in my abilities. I had a talk just yesterday with all the girls, not just the 3 here today, about knowing what you can do and knowing what you have not yet mastered. It's important, because it could mean the difference in walking out of this place on your feet, or not at all. I pause to catch my breath, my thighs still hugging the pole.
"Everyone out,"
Ren bites out, and I see both girls flinch from where I'm facing them with my back to my husband.
"Now."
There is anger and something else laced in his heated tone. Arousal, if I had to guess. The one thing Ren and I don't have a problem with is attraction. When I say Lorenzo is the hottest man I've ever laid eyes on, I mean it, and have thought the same thing since I was in grade school. He was my first crush. My only crush. Looking from Rachel to Jessie, if I didn't know better, I'd think these girls were more afraid of Ren than they are of Domenico. How that's possible, I don't know, other than he's currently their boss, so perhaps he does come off scary to them when I've never seen him in a dark light. They scurry behind the curtain, and then I hear a stool scrape across the concrete floor. That's the next demo job that needs to be dealt with. The floors need to be black marble to complete the expensive vibe the Caputos are striving for, what I'm hoping the establishment will turn out to be. Untangling my legs, I let my heels meet the stage floor, and then I push up until I'm standing. When I turn, my eyes connect with Ren's dark, hooded gaze. I'm familiar with that look. He needs to fuck, among other things that likely involve a blade he has stashed someplace on his lean, muscular body. Stepping in front of the pole, I lift my arms over my head and wrap my hands around the pole. Then I drop my ass inches from the floor and spread my legs. The blue jean shorts are cut high enough that I know Ren can see my hot pink thong if he looked, but his intense gaze is still locked with mine.
"Get over here."
Tell me how hard you are first. I close my legs and kick upward, arching my back. With my hands in a vice-like grip around the pole, I hoist my body around the pole upside down again. Now that I know he's basically my benefactor guy, I know all the things he likes to watch. They just usually involve me being in sheer black stockings and nothing else, rather than the getup I'm wearing now.
"So hard that only your pussy can sate it."
I want to see you jerk it first. There were rules back at the club I danced for. The patrons weren't allowed to touch themselves or pull their junk out, but the guy that I always found behind the glass in my booth did, and I never reported him. He didn't jerk himself off during every one of my performances, but I could see the bulge in his pants. So why didn't I know it was Ren? Shouldn't I have been able to recognize the man I pledged my life to, even knowing it would one day come to an end? We didn't have a fighting chance to begin with, and I was a foolish girl in love with a boy from the wrong family.
Get your fine ass over here, Sasha.
Ren lifts his jacket-covered arms at his sides, and in one swift motion, he produces a 9-inch blade in both hands.
Don't make me say it again.
Lorenzo would never hurt me, at least not in any lethal way. I have scars all over my body that are hard to see unless you were the one that put them there in the first place. That might tell a different story to anyone that isn't us. He gets off on making me bleed, and I get off on watching him get off. Without prolonging the inevitable, I right myself by flipping to the stage floor and then saunter toward him in the most seductive way I can display, both in the movement of my hips and the raw need in my ice-blue eyes. Stopping shy of a couple of feet from the edge of the stage, I sit with my 6-inch booted feet as far apart as they'll comfortably spread, granting him all the viewing pleasure he wants to soak up. My boots hang off the edge, hovering above his table. Ren's eyes finally dip, and as his pupils dilate, I force the smile trying to form on my lips to stay neutral. Like what you see, baby? I can't help asking, needing and wanting to hear the affirmation from his already open mouth. His tongue juts out, and he licks those lips that know how to worship a woman's body in all the right ways. His eyelids snap up, his gaze coming back to mine once again. He places both knives on the table far apart.
I wouldn't own something I didn't like, Sash.
Standing, he reaches his long arms toward me, and I'm shocked when he hooks his fingers between the crotch of my jean shorts and my panties, then yanks me onto the table in front of him. If I thought he could reach me, I would have sat farther back. Looking up to him, I see Ren snatch one of the blades off the table from the corner of my eye. He brings the razor-sharp steel to my neck and runs the sharp side of the knife along the column, over the material of my cropped long sleeve, crossing over to the other side, and repeating the process. His gaze fixed on his slow movements. When he moves down between my breasts, his eyes flick to mine, a smirk forming on his beautiful lips. I know what he's about to do before the knife slices up the middle of my top. I give him an annoyed look. This was my favorite top.
I trust you were smart and bought multiples.
I did, but that's not the point.
Why are you really mad at me?
You know why, Ren. It's fucking obvious. He should have told me he owned the New York strip club. We don't tell each other everything, but I thought we shared enough of our lives with each other.
No, I'm not talking about keeping the club ownership from you, or that I was the only one that ever watched you dance. I'm not even talking about technically being your boss back in New York. You're mad for another reason, and I want to know why, Sash.
He pulls the sheer material from my arms, exposing my breasts. My boobs aren't as big as the typical stripper, or even as big as Sienna's, but they're enough for me. I like them. And Ren seems to enjoy them, if the look in his eyes is any indication. Just drop it. Let it go, I stress. I don't want to have the conversation he's pulling at.
No. I want to know why my fucking wife is pissed.
I lean back against the edge of the stage, done with his questioning.
Sasha.
He says my name in a way that's laced with a warning. Setting the blade down, his hands move to my shorts. The top button is already undone and folded over, creating a sexy, partially undressed look I was going for. Reaching for the zipper, he slides it down, and then with both hands he fists the material and pulls the sides of the opening apart with so much force it rips. But I bought more than one pair of shorts, too, and he knows it. This is us, knife play and destroying perfectly good clothing. Brand fucking new clothing at that. It was his credit card, so why I'm complaining, I don't know. You should have told me it was you. At least that it was you in my booth instead of some rando. Did you like the thought of a random guy watching you, jerking off to the way you moved your body? What if I did? I counter instead of answering him. Did you? There's an edge to his question, his tone low but thick as his voice coats my exposed skin. He sits back down in his seat, and it's barely a second before I'm jerked forward in front of him, closer to the edge of the table. Picking up both blades, he swipes under the satin material of my thong on both sides, ridding me of the last bit of covering I was wearing, besides my thigh-high boots. That's better, he says in a hushed tone, as if speaking to himself. Glancing up and meeting my stare, he arches an eyebrow when I've yet to respond. Yes, okay. I liked it, but I also hated it. Ugh, why does he need to know this shit? What did you hate? That it felt like I was cheating. I blast off, and then force a breath of air out through my mouth, annoyed with myself and with Ren. Using one of the blades, he puts the sharp side against the underside of my right breast. Applying pressure, the steel bites into my skin, and I suck in a breath, feeling the sting. Ren's pupils dilate again as he watches the blood inch down my abdomen. He never cuts deep, but he always manages to extract more red liquid than should be possible with such a shallow nick. Lifting the knife in his left hand, he flips the handle around, pointing it at me, so I take it. Ren moves the blade, still in his right hand, over to my left breast and makes a twin shallow cut, just deep enough to bleed. Had it been anyone else in that booth watching you, baby, then it would have been cheating in my book. Luckily for you, I made sure that didn't happen. Fuck you, you asshole. You should have told me. My temper flares, but it's not him I'm mad at. Not really, anyway. I'm mad at myself. I'm mad that I'm happy it was Ren and not anyone else. There were countless times I wondered if it was Dmitry Sokolov, and that sickened me. But eventually, I realized there would have been no way for him to be in New York that often without my father or brother knowing. Then again, if my father signed me over to Sokolov's father, then perhaps he would overlook another bratva being in his territory. So you could leave and go find another club to strip at. Even I only have so much money, Sasha. I spent damn near everything I had saved on that place. I couldn't afford to buy another one. What makes you so sure I would have gone somewhere else? Maybe I would have quit. Did you ever consider that? No. There's a laugh in his tone that angers me more. I know you, Snowflake. You're too much of a brat to not have done exactly that. Good thing brats are what I'm into. I jerk up and point the tip of the blade in his face. I better be the only fucking person you're into, Lorenzo Caputo. I yell, knowing I'm letting the jealous bitch inside take over. There's my bitchy little brat. His eyes spark to life. Leaning forward, he brushes the side of the blade with his jaw, slicing through flesh. It's deeper than the nicks he carved on my skin. This cut will bleed longer, yet looking at Ren's expression, you wouldn't know his skin was sliced open with a knife. Lean back. I thought you wanted me to sit on your dick. I comment as I do what I was told. I do, and you will, but I'm fucking thirsty, Snowflake. I barely have time to witness the smirk on his sexy lips before he's attacking my pussy with his skillful tongue. He licks up, then his teeth pierce my flesh over my clit, forcing my back to arch and a moan to release from my mouth. Fuck, you taste good. He licks again, then sucks me between his lips, his teeth skimming me. Hell, I don't even need you to suck on the hilt of my blade. You're already dripping, baby, he says, before I feel the end of the knife breach my opening. Oh, yes, Ren. My words are whispered up as my head falls back. He fucks me with the smooth shaft of his knife. He licks and sucks and nibbles at all the right moments. I'm so drenched with need that I can't tell if the slippery sound is coming from his mouth or my pussy. He's not fucking me hard enough, and he knows it. The slow in and out, pull and push of his performance with the knife will only keep me on the edge. I need his dick. He knows I need his thick, beautiful cock, but he won't give it to me until he's ready, and I'm not to the point of begging yet. Put your finger in my ass, Ren. I need to be full. I right my head so I can peer down at him. Watching him eat me is such a fucking turn-on. Who needs porn when I have this god of a man before me? Smiling against my clit, he runs the palm of his free hand over my outer thigh and then under my ass, grabbing and squeezing my butt cheek hard, his short nails digging into my skin. You like me inside you, don't you? Yes, I mule, flexing my hips, trying to fuck the hilt of the knife and reaching his mouth once again. You need me inside you, don't you, Snowflake? God, yes, I whimper. Fuck me, Ren. Fuck me like only you can. With motherfucking pleasure, baby. He snatches the hilt of the weapon out of me, and like he has the speed of Flash, he rams his own shaft so hard inside me I feel it in my chest. He grabs onto my hips, pulling me off the table, and sits down in the chair with me in his lap. My booted heels hit the floor, and my lips are smashing into his in the next second. Ren does as I requested, and his middle finger inserts forcefully into my back hole. I'm full of his big dick and his finger, just like I wanted. Using my thigh muscles and my planted feet, I squeeze him and push up at the same time, and then I drop back down on him. Ren shoves upward so fucking hard, fucking me so goddamn thoroughly that I can't even breathe right. Jesus fucking shit, woman. You feel so good. You too, I say, but I swear it comes out like a whine and I don't even care. God damn it, he fucks so good. I can't imagine anything in life feeling as good or better than he does inside of me. It's pure fucking bliss. He pumps into me with that good dick, and I give back as hard as he nails my insides. His blood drips, splattering on my breasts. My blood smears on his polo. Good thing it's crimson to hide the remnants of our fucked upness that I love so much. Snowflake, you need to hurry the fuck up and come. You're squeezing me so good, and this pussy of mine is already so goddamn tight. I'm going to lose my shit. Now it's my turn to smile as I smash my lips to his again, forcing my tongue inside and kissing him with everything I have as I come on the dick that's filling me with hot spurts of cum. God, I wish with all my might that I could keep this, keep him for the rest of my life. They say that no man, no person is perfect except for one, but Lorenzo D'Angelo Caputo sure makes a run for the money. He's everything good and bad and right and wrong. He's etched in my heart and soul so deep, there's no room for another man, ever. Why did I have to be born the daughter of a monster? Why can't my dad be more like Ren's father? I'd give anything in the world to stay Ren's snowflake, his wife, his partner in crime, his love. I love you, Ren, I say against his lips, meaning them as much today as the first time I ever said those 3 words. I don't know if I have it in me to break his and my heart, but if it means saving his life, I'd massacre anything and anyone in my pursuit to preserve his beating, beautiful heart.
Chapter 19. Lorenzo. Fuck me, she is perfect. Realistically, I know she isn't a perfect human being, neither of us are. If we were, we wouldn't have so many damn problems. We'd live like a true married couple, at least. She fits me, in every way that matters. That thought winds its way through my head as I sit on the bed watching her sleep. We fucked twice more after we got back from the soon-to-open Sinners Playground off Bourbon Street. It's not that we don't sleep together back home, because we do, and often. But this is different. I've never gotten to be in her presence this long, this often. It's a good, different feeling than what I'm used to. Part of me wants to prolong the reopening in fear of losing this when we go back home, Yet I miss New York. I'm not meant to live in the South. No offense. The humidity sucks the life out of you. It feels like I'm closer to the gates of hell with the stifling heat that never wanes. Give me a blizzard any day over this shit. I run the tips of my fingers down the spine of her bare back. Her breathing continues to be even as she slumbers on her stomach in my bed. I could watch her like this for hours. So peaceful. No stress lines marring the skin between her brows. And I would, but it's my chest that's heavy tonight. Dom is right. I need to make things right again with my sister. The only way to do that is to make her talk to me before she returns home for Kennedy's funeral. Standing, I leave Sasha asleep and go in search of my twins' whereabouts. The compound is bigger than it looks from the outside, and my sister, being the bitch she is sometimes, took one of the guest rooms on the ground level that's the farthest from the rest of the bedrooms upstairs. After the trek to her room, I come up empty. She isn't there, so I check the home gym that was sparse when we arrived last week. That isn't the case anymore. If we're here, we have to have some place to work out, and none of us have time to search for a gym. This was better. If Dad would let us use his back home, it would be a luxury I'd jump at now that the cat's out of the bag, and everyone knows about Sasha and me. Before, I used to have to work out with C and then work out with Sasha after my classes. I can't say I miss skipping this semester. It was a break I didn't know I needed from law school. Between living a double life and cramming everything in my head, I was exhausted. After we make it back home, Dad and I will have a long talk. I need to know how long he's known and why he never said anything. The guilt alone was eating me alive. While she isn't in the gym, I find Krishna instead, which means Dom is somewhere close. My brother and Krishna often square off or train together. They both have a black belt in Krav Maga and are at an E5 level. You only make high instructor level by being invited to test. Neither have the rank of master, and seeing as that number is in the single-digit range, they may never get there. I am a brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but it'll be years before I make it to black. My aim is high, though. I want multiple black belts in BJJ. The only way to get them is from another black belt. I stop a couple yards from Krishna, where he's doing the kettlebell snatch. Judging by the sweat pouring from his face and soaked t-shirt, he's been at this a while. He's the only one I know that can go at this for hours. That shit will wear your ass out. But I guess with him, it's a Russian thing. His dad probably had him doing kettlebell swings from the time he could walk. Mishka Nikolaev seems like that type of father. Not that it's a bad thing. I'm not knocking the man. He made his son strong the same as my dad did with us. Have you seen C? I ask when he doesn't stop, only stares. If I were intimidated by a man other than my father, it would be Krishna. He stands 6 feet 6 inches tall. He towers over us all. They left 3 hours ago, he says in a tone like I should have already known. Left where? Jesus, Caputo. I'm not your fucking secretary. New York. Where the fuck do you think? He doesn't pause or slow with each squat, swing, and snatch as he continues to do rep after rep with the kettlebell. Their flight wasn't scheduled until tomorrow, I bite out. Well, your sister was missing her boy toy, or something like that. They took the jet. They're probably close to landing if they aren't there yet. And no one thought to give me a fucking heads up? I say, my voice raised, but I'm talking more to myself than him. You were too tangled between my sister's legs to care, he quips. Could you not? Get over yourself, Caputo. No one cares that you and Sasha are fucking like rabbits, or that you need marriage counseling this early on. We don't need counseling. We might, but that's only because my wife doesn't listen to anything I say, but I'm not going to tell him that or anyone else. Since you're going to keep telling yourself that, could you leave? You're ruining my peaceful routine. Whatever, man. I pivot, not giving him a backward glance as I pull out my cell phone and type a text. Me. Way to fucking bail without so much as a fuck you. They're obviously not in the air any longer. Almost immediately, I get a reply back. Sienna, fuck you and your pole whore. I'm not responding to that. It's bullshit and will only serve to piss me off. Me. We are talking when you get back. Sienna, who is we? Do you have a mouse in your pocket? Sienna, the time for talking was 2 years ago. Sienna, or however long ago you started seeing her. When the hell was that, Ren? Sienna, how long have you really been lying and keeping the family in the dark, keeping secrets from your best fucking friend? Sienna, oh wait, we aren't.
A best friend would not have shit on me the way you did. Sienna, reply back and I'll block your ass.
She would, too. Hell, if I were in her shoes, I'd do the same, and she knows it. God, I fucked up. I fucked up so much I haven't the first clue how to undo any of it or repair what I've damaged. I'll find a way, though. I won't lose my sister and I won't lose my wife. That's just not happening. I'd rather die than lose either of them.
Chapter 20. Antonio. It's amazing how you can give a man a little bit of bread and water and his heart keeps on ticking for as long as you decide to prolong his misery, his hell. On one hand, his torture should last at least 18 long, agonizing years. On the other, he took Ariana's life from me, the kids, herself. He didn't deserve the 75 years he was granted when she didn't even see her 30th birthday. The hatred that's buried itself so deep inside my soul wants me to continue draining his blood at a slow pace. The monster wants to watch him suffer in a pain much greater than our own, but I don't think that's possible to achieve. There is no greater suffering than losing the love of your life before we had time to experience everything we'd planned. Ari didn't get the chance to see her children grow up, make mistakes, or learn valuable lessons. I wasn't the best role model for them, but I tried to do the best I could without her guidance. She was much better at parenting than I am. She'd love that Sienna fell in love with Martina DeSalvo's son, even if her former friend is furious. Marty will eventually come to terms with the union once she gets to know C. If she doesn't, then I may have to turn Martina's world upside down and reveal her own dirty secret. It needs to come to light no matter what, but then again, that is a whole other problem in itself that I don't have time to hash out. Ariana would not be happy with Lorenzo. Of course, if his mother were still alive, he wouldn't have hidden his relationship with Sasha Nikolaev. Keeping secrets from family wouldn't have been tolerated. That's a lesson Ren needs to learn. By making him the underboss in New Orleans until Domenico establishes our takeover, I'm hoping that he understands what he did was dangerous. I didn't allow him or Sienna to see the bad shit, and maybe I should have. Perhaps I made an error in keeping them at arm's length regarding the finer details of the family business. I wanted their hands to be clean. Hell, I never wanted Domenico to have blood on his hands either. I made a promise to my wife the day he was born, and I've broken it time and time again. I've fought my demons on whether I should allow him to be part of this or not. At least in the end, the part of me that Ari loved won the battle. They don't know Raffe Caputo is still alive. Barely, but alive, he is. No one knows, not even Giovanni. This is mine. My score to settle, my revenge to have. Unfortunately, it's the end of the line too soon. Raffe's cleaning lady is due to arrive tomorrow, and I can't risk that. She comes once a week. I was given extra time as it is. She called out sick last week, but she sent him a text half an hour ago confirming she would be here at 8 in the morning. A week of firing lead into his flesh only to dig the bullet out with a dirty knife and sew him up wasn't nearly enough of what he deserved. I thought about popping his eyeballs out, but squashed that idea. I wanted him to see me with both eyes. I wanted him to see everything I was inflicting on him for what he did to my beautiful Ariana. She didn't leave our home alive, so Raffe isn't leaving his alive either. As much as I wanted to lay my bare hands on him, I've refrained. I couldn't risk marring my own skin no matter how much I wanted to beat him with my hands, so a gun, a 12-inch knife, and a steel pipe I found in an alley were the tools I had to work with. Every inch of his formerly tanned skin is black or blue, and a majority is covered in his own blood, ranging from days-old, dry, caked blood to fresh, flowing liquid seeping out of various holes. I'm surprised he's lasted this long and hasn't keeled over or suffered a heart attack. He wouldn't give me the passcode to his phone, but luckily for me, facial recognition still works even though he's got that busted-up look going. I discovered a lot in the last week. He thought if he got Sienna and me out of the picture, then he could mold Dom and Ren into the son he's always wanted. That just goes to show how much he doesn't know his grandsons. Apparently, Pops gave Salvatore the money to secure his son a bride, which means not only were the Santos in bed with the Irish, But so was Raphael. It angers me to know my own blood was giving money to scum like Cormac Fitzgerald. It's not surprising that Cormac would sell his own daughter. If I had to guess, he owed money to someone he couldn't repay, so he sold Sierra to Salvatore. Now I wish I'd made those two bastards suffer. A father doesn't harm his children. He does whatever it takes to protect them, gives them the tools and knowledge to protect themselves. When it came to my three, that's exactly what I did. All three of them are like me in a lot of ways. If you try to force their hand, then they'll rebel and do the opposite. I knew Lorenzo liked Mishka's daughter. If she had been anyone else's daughter, it would have been problematic, but to my son's luck, Mishka was one of the few men I respect and someone that owed me. Time's up, old-timer. I raised the Beretta M9A3 with the suppressor already attached to the threaded barrel. Tell the devil to go fuck himself for me, would you? I pulled the trigger, nailing him in the throat first and on purpose. I have a 10-round magazine to unload. I can't take the kill shot out of the gate. I fire again and then again, one right after the other until I'm left with one round in the chamber. Arrivederci, you piece of shit. I fire the last shot, hitting my mark between his eyes. Goodbye, motherfucker. And good riddance. I should have done it 31 years ago. 31 years ago. There was no confusion or delusion on my part. I'm fully aware my father is not a good man. Hell, I recognized his brand of evil early on during my youth, but back then, I still wanted to grow up and be just like him. Now that I'm 18, entering college against his wishes, and trying to convince the girl I'm madly in love with to marry me, my priorities have shifted greatly. She's 16, still in high school. I was promoted to a captain only 6 months ago, which happened a mere week before I met Ariana D'Angelo. I knew before I'd spoken a single word to her that I would make her my bride. So, that is what I did a week ago. I took a knee in front of my family, his men, other associates, and even Ari's parents during celebration. I wanted the world to know who I chose to be mine. Her parents were pissed, but I didn't give one fuck. My father was pleased, but that's because he's under the impression my bride-to-be can be molded into a wife fit for the future underboss of the family. I fully expect to take over that role by the time I'm 20, but in doing so, that means Phil's life has to come to an end. He's a piece of shit, too, so forgive me if I don't shed one fucking tear over his pending departure to hell. He beats his wife for sport, talks down to her, embarrasses her in front of anyone he can. Unfortunately for her, she can't just leave him. It's a sin punishable by death in our life. There is a lot that Ari has opened my eyes to, but that wasn't one of them. I've always thought there was no place for that rule among us. People fall out of love just as quickly as they fall in it. So why does the woman have life-altering consequences, but the man does not? That'll change when I'm boss one day. I'll make damn sure of it. Ari will make sure of it. As long as I have her by my side, I'll be a better man. I push my thoughts to the back of my mind when I see Phil leave from the driver's side of his Mercedes 560 SEL. I followed my father's underboss 45 minutes ago to Brooklyn from my father's brownstone in the city. I was heading home after sneaking Ariana back in her parents' home when I saw Phil jogging down the front steps like he was issued an order that had to be carried out tonight. Something told me to follow him, so here I am, parked a block behind a well-known Russian nightclub and eatery. When Phil heads in the direction I'm fairly certain I know he's going, I pull out the handgun I have hidden below my seat and stuff it in the waistband of my slacks before getting out to follow him. Streets are bustling, but he detours down an alley that isn't crowded with people. I shouldn't be here. Hell, he shouldn't be here, but for whatever reason, I'd bet every dollar I have stashed away that Rafe Caputo sent him here to take out a rival. For the most part, I keep my mouth shut when those orders are issued. He's the boss whether I agree with him or not. If there is one thing I've learned, you don't question the boss. Being his son, I'm no different. I'm not special. If anything, he's harder on me than any of his other men. I increase my speed so that I don't lose Phil. He's fast for a man in his 40s, but then he pumps more iron than any of the rest I see in the gym. He rounds the back of a building, then cuts down another alleyway, but when he's halfway, he ducks behind a metal dumpster, the kind that takes a garbage truck to lift in order to dump it. Brooklyn is the only part of Long Island and New York City that my father's business doesn't handle the trash pickup routes. Here, they fear the Russians more than they do the Italians. That's a problem for Raphael Caputo. But Mishka Nikolaev has made a name for himself since coming to America. He settled in Brighton Beach, from what I know. At 23, the Russian-American Bratvaz Pakhan, as he's referred to, runs a crew up and down the entire length of the East Coast. The extent of his business is unknown, at least to me. But one thing is for sure. My boss has his eyes on him. That's evident at this very moment. Phil slides a handgun out of his jacket pocket. From his side profile, I can see every move he's about to make before he does it. He's too focused on the side entrance of the club to know I'm standing in the shadows, hugging the brick building, at his back. It's a fatal error on his part. If you can't have eyes in the back of your head, you better make damn sure you have a man that has your back at all times, or else you're dead. My eyes snap to the metal door that opened 5 yards from where Phil is crouched, and I'm guessing he's waiting on whomever is leaving the club. As Phil slowly stands, I pull my handgun from the waistband of my fitted slacks. Having ditched my suit jacket when the sun set hours ago, it was my only option to conceal my weapon with the tail of my shirt untucked. By the time I aim, Phil is raising his gun as a blonde exits the club. I can tell from my distance that she's striking with hair down to the small of her back. The tight black dress only increases the appeal. Although she is attractive, the desire or lust I once possessed for all beautiful girls is gone. Since finding Ariana, she is the only one I want. She sates my needs in every way like I never imagined was possible. A man following the woman out the door takes a step down, and it's as if the silence of the night is heightened. I can hear his dress shoes splash in a puddle of water, but I don't recall it raining in the last few days. The blonde woman laughs, the sound pulling one side of the man's lips up. I've only met Mishka Nikolaev once up close. Other times I saw him at a distance, same as right now. Never have I seen a smile on the Russian's face. Before Phil has his sight locked on his target, I squeeze the trigger of the gun, the sound pulling a scared shriek from the woman, making her jump. Mishka moves with speed, covering her with his body and shocking me at the same time. My aim wasn't at either of them, but the Russian Pakhan didn't dive for cover to save his own ass. He used his to shield his companion. It's a move I know my father would not make if the roles were reversed and my mother was with him. Perhaps I've misjudged Nikolaev. Maybe he isn't the enemy that I've been preached he is. Phil drops to the ground, then his head bounces as it meets asphalt. When I move my gaze from Phil's dead body and back to the Pakhan, he has a gun aimed in my direction. You can come out of the shadows, boy, or I'll start shooting, not caring where I'm firing or who's in my path. Reveal yourself, he orders. Perhaps saving Mishka Nikolaev's life will be of use sometime in the future. That is, if he doesn't shoot me first.
Chapter 21. Krishna. Something didn't add up in more ways than one when Sasha went with me to pay Alexei Kozlov a visit last week. His earnings are down and have been trending south for the past 15 months when casinos nationwide are booming. I've suspected for a while that he's falsifying his reports, changing numbers, and pocketing the rest of the money in offshore accounts. But I don't have the proof I need yet, or the why. Some might think the why is irrelevant, but that is never the case. The why could come back to bite you in the dick. Always find out the why when someone is fucking you over. I questioned him in a way that wouldn't tip him off that we think he's a thief. You don't steal from or betray the Bratva and get away with your life intact. Mishka Nikolaev doesn't run the Brotherhood in the traditional way. In fact, it's less of a brotherhood and similar to the family dynamics of the Italians. My sister wouldn't believe that even if she heard it from my lips.
But one day she will learn Dad isn't the man she's hell-bent on believing him to be. That doesn't mean he's a good man, though he is the only man I will ever look up to or take orders from. He's murdered his fair share of men the same as I have, and will continue to do so when necessary. I haven't told my sister, but he's due to arrive any minute now. Dmitry Sokolov's presence at Kozlov's residence was a red flag. Sasha didn't tell me what he said to her, but I could tell by her stance that morning, even with him blocking most of my view of her, that she was uncomfortable. No one makes Sasha Nikolaev freeze up, not even our father. To someone that doesn't know every single one of her tells, you wouldn't know she was afraid. But I did, and it took every bit of willpower I possess not to pull that trigger. I don't want to start a war with the Canadian Bratva, but if the wrong motherfucker dares to touch my sister, I'll kill every last one in their brotherhood that decides to cross me. No one messes with my family and lives to tell about it. Don't confuse me with being overprotective. I'm not that guy. I don't care who Sasha fucks or fucks over. She's a grown-ass woman. She can pole dance for money for the rest of her life if she wants, provided it doesn't interfere with her upcoming family duties. Her days of not being a part of the business are numbered. Little sister's vacation days have run out. It's time for her to put in the hours I had to. Was I fucking pissed to find out she's married to Lorenzo Caputo? Hell fucking yes. She kept information from me that she isn't allowed to withhold. She and the Pajan have more in common than she realizes, which is probably why he allowed her to hold on to her dirty little secret for so long. There is no doubt in my mind that he's known about their marriage from the day she said her vows. It's another reason I'm angry over the situation. I'm his right hand, his second in command, his fucking security, the person he's groomed my entire life to take his place one day, yet he kept her secret to himself. If he wasn't the one man that can and has hurt my ass, I'd challenge him over that bullshit. Do I care that she married outside of Russian tradition? Not even a little bit. Do I fucking care that she married Ren? Not really. Who am I to judge who she enjoys screwing when I'm obsessed with his goddamn brother's dick? I was never into cock until Domenico. I still like pussy too, and I'd damn sure love to have both at the same time. The problem is we'd break a bitch, so that fantasy will likely never happen. I know my limits, and Dom does as well. Together we can cast our demons out of our systems and into each other. I don't have to hold back, and neither does he. With women, I think everything through before I make the first move so that I don't hurt them, not in the permanent way at least. I wasn't filling Sienna's head with bullshit a few months back when I told her the only reason I'd never fuck her is because it would start World War III. I meant that in more than one way. I really did think our fathers would have had an uproar, but I know for a fact Dom would have put a bullet between my eyes, or tried. It's up in the air who would come out on top between us. Might have been worth it to find out. I'm a sick bastard like that.
You're still here?
Sienna's voice pulls me from my perverse thoughts.
Don't you have a job back in New York or something?
Aren't you supposed to be at a funeral or something? I rudely ask.
It was yesterday. We took an early flight this morning.
We? I narrow my eyes on her. She's dressed in tight black pants, a red top that's covered by the black leather jacket I've seen her wear often, and black heels. She's fucking hot. But then the Caputos are the epitome of good genes. Did Dom come back too? Yeah, I did. My eyes pop over her head to see him walking toward us. You say that like it's a problem that I'd return when I'm running the house you're shacked up in. Yes, actually it is a problem, but I don't tell him that or give him any indication there is. My expression is bored. I've perfected schooling my features to show my audience exactly what I want them to see and nothing more. Dad coming here unannounced won't go over well, and I could inform him now, but where's the fun in that? You want me gone? Say so, and I'm out. I push off the outdoor bar I had my elbow resting against to stand toe-to-toe with Domenico. He isn't short, but my 6'6" height makes my line of sight 3 inches higher than his. His nearly black eyes are forced to look up to meet mine, and he hates it. His jaw turning to stone right in front of me proves it. But let's get one thing clear. I walk out. Sasha comes with. "Over my dead fucking body!" Ren spouts off as he steps outside from the door off the living room. "My wife stays or goes wherever I go." She works for me. She goes where I go. End of discussion, I say to Dom, ignoring Lorenzo. She should have thought about that before she hijacked her way into my family. Dom's lips quirk like that's supposed to deter me. She also works for me, and that trumps you. Her ass stays put unless I say so. I look towards Sienna, who I know would love to get Sasha away from her brother. Not that I need her on my side. If I say Sasha comes with me, she will, even if that means I have to tote her unconscious, limp body to do so. I'm not above doing damn near anything to get what I want.
As much as I want to back you on that, Kay, I have to abide by the laws that the bossy boss throws down.
Domenico doesn't look at his sister. Instead extends his arm and flips her the middle finger right in her sexy made-up face.
Love you too, big brother. All of you can go to hell.
Sasha adds to the conversation as she steps out of the house and walks around Ren before heading to the bar. Walking behind me, she steps to where the outside alcohol is kept and grabs a glass, filling it with ice.
Each of you should know me well enough to know that I only do what I want to do. If I want to leave, I'll leave. If I want to stay, I'll stay.
She laughs as she scoops ice into the whiskey glass, then pours at least 3 shots of Knob Creek's 9-year single-barrel reserve over the ice.
I don't abide by anyone's orders.
Yes. A voice with a thick Russian accent says from behind Ren. If anyone is well versed on that subject, it would be Maya Dutch. My father says, calling Sasha his daughter in Russian, to which she rolls her eyes. She's predictable when it comes to the Pakhan. Stepping around Ren, he repeats Sasha's path of walking behind the bar, where he proceeds to make himself the same whiskey my sister poured, the one I've been sipping on for the past 15 minutes. There better be a good goddamn reason you're here without my prior knowledge, Mishka, Domenico demands, his eyes finally breaking from our stare down to speak to my father, my boss. Sasha tosses the contents of her whiskey back, then sets the glass on the counter before walking from behind the bar where our father still is. She isn't a shooter. In fact, she rarely drinks. Something else she has in common with her husband's twin sister. Funny how neither of them see the resemblance in each other. Can't a man just take a holiday where his children are? There's humor in my father's tone that's rare. Makes me think he took a detour to sunny Florida for a little R&R before coming here. He's here because he wants to gauge whether Alexei Kozlov is betraying us, like I've informed him I believe. The Pakhan also wants to know exactly what Dmitry Sokolov said to rattle a woman that can't be rattled. Domenico snatches a handgun from somewhere on his person. It happens so fast I'm late on my reaction. As he points the barrel at a now smiling Mishka Nikolaev, I brandish my own weapon, shoving it into the side of his temple. Next thing I know, Ren has the sharp tip of one of the blades he keeps stashed up the sleeve of his jacket at my throat, and the other already slicing a few centimeters into my side. The scene plays out so fast that something else happens when I blink. Sasha snatches the knife out of Ren's hand that he has positioned at my hip, and in the next blink, my sister has it turned on Ren, pressing it into his throat. The smile on his lips doesn't go unnoticed, but I don't have time to spend thinking what the fuck that means because Sienna has one of her blades against Sasha's throat while yanking her head back with the strands of my sister's hair in her fist. What a happy fucking family. My father beams as he lifts his drink to his lips and takes a hefty sip, with amusement still on his lips.
I'm not playing, old man,
Dom says, his voice low and lethal.
Now is not the time for my dick to get hard, nor the goddamn place for that matter.
Annoyed, I shove the tip of the steel barrel deeper into his temple.
You'll put that weapon down or this ends real fast, Caputo.
I sneer at him, even though his dark eyes are still trained on my father's.
We're not enemies, Dom,
my father says, his voice void of the former humor.
We're family. Yeah?
The corner of Domenico's lips tip up, but it's no smile on his face.
How did you come to that conclusion?
My sweet baby girl over there with the knife to her husband's throat made it so. It's almost comical how Dad emphasizes sweet baby girl in a sentence describing his own daughter. Sasha is none of those things. She certainly hasn't been sweet to him since at least grade school, when she didn't understand the dynamics of our family. She thought the Bratva were men that were distant relatives that adored our father.
She isn't wearing his ring,
Dom states.
That's the kid's problem, not mine.
Dad sets his empty tumbler down, then glances from Dom to the rest of us.
I meant what I said. We aren't enemies.
Flicking his stare back to Dom, he says,
And it's been that way for more years than any of you have been alive. If it hadn't been for Antonio, I wouldn't be standing here today. I've owed your father for a very long time.
You say that like you don't anymore. I interject into their conversation. This is news to me, and I don't like being left in the dark. From the look on his aged face, he knows that's exactly what I'm thinking.
I'm paid up, Krishna. And no, it didn't concern you. Leave it at that, son.
I bite the inside of my cheek to keep from lashing back. He's wrong. Motherfucking wrong. It was my business. Is my business.
So, Domenico, I'm here to have a word with Sasha. After I do that, I'll be leaving. Satisfied?
And what is it you want to talk to my sister-in-law about? We're all here. Say whatever it is you want to say, then leave as you said. Dom says in too calm of a manner for him.
It's Bratva business, Dom. It doesn't concern you, just as your business doesn't concern me.
Irritation begins to fester inside his blue eyes. His aren't as light in color as Sasha's and mine are. We got that from our mother.
Either pull the fucking trigger or put the weapon away so the others follow suit. Can you do that?
Dom removes his finger from between the trigger and the trigger guard, then he pulls the handgun back, putting it away. I do the same, and Ren removes his blade, but not before slicing a thin layer of skin. It stings, but nothing I haven't experienced before. It doesn't faze me. Sasha and Sienna both put their weapons away too. Sasha keeps Lorenzo's knife, shoving the sharp end inside the thigh pocket on the army green tactical pants she's wearing.
Fine. Have your word. Then get the fuck out of this city. Careful, Domenico. You aren't the head boss yet, boy.
Dad says as Dom turns.
Call me boy again, and it won't matter who I am. You'll have a round too deep within your skull to care.
He steps past me, walking toward the door.
Let's go, twins.
When the door shuts, leaving the three of us alone outdoors, I push my empty glass toward my father. Care to fill me up?
What the hell are you doing here, Dad?
Sasha demands, coming to stand next to me with her arms crossed and her lips pursed.
I do mind, Krishna. Fix your own shit,
Then follow the others inside. I want to speak to my daughter alone. He flicks his gaze to my sister while I stay rooted to the ground. You're going to tell me exactly what Dmitry Sokolov said to you last week. Word for word, Sasha. Spill it. He orders in his Pahan voice that leaves no room for argument.
Chapter 22. Sasha. The 2 ounces of whiskey I downed 5 minutes ago is suddenly non-existent in my system. The urge to snatch the almost full bottle that my father placed on the counter after filling his own glass is strong. I went through a sneaking alcohol phase during my senior year of high school, but after getting sick on vodka and orange juice, I can go without. I'll enjoy the occasional glass of a good whiskey like tonight, but never does the need for more present itself until now. I'm not your stereotypical Russian who's supposed to drink vodka over everything else. That's my father and brother, and since I didn't eye any vodka while I was pouring my drink, they had to make do with what the Caputos had on hand. Or the former residents, to be more accurate. My father's striking blue gaze penetrates so deep within my chest, it makes me want to crawl into a dark hole and stay there until he's gone. This is to fuck with me, and it's an I'll end not only your life, but I'll wipe your entire goddamn family from this planet look the Pahan is known for. To say he's scary right now is an understatement, and that's saying something coming from me. Very few people frighten me. Usually, he isn't one of them. I love and loathe this man in the same breath, but that's different from being terrified of what he's capable of. I'm not naive to the fact that Krishna has shielded me from a lot of things. I imagine Domenico has done the same with Ren and Sienna, too. Krishna is open to a lot. He tells me things, but he also keeps the really dark shit to himself.
You're going to tell me exactly what Dmitry Sokolov said to you last week. Word for word, Sasha. Spill it.
I repeat my father's words in my head, confused as to why he knows anything about my encounter with the second in line to the Russian-Canadian criminal organization, or why he cares. Not when he's the very monster that gifted me to another monster, a more sinister one at that.
Quit being a brat for 5 minutes,
he says when I don't respond.
I want to know what transpired between the two of you when your brother was dealing with Kozlov.
This is important. Why? I ask, honestly curious. Did he fly all the way from New York to find out when he could have texted me? He rarely calls. He knows I send them to voicemail 99% of the time, so for the most part, he's stopped calling me. In fact, I can't recall the last time he and I spoke on the phone.
Because I asked it of you, and I expect an answer, Sasha.
I run my tongue back and forth over my top teeth as I think. I don't know what he wants me to tell him. I've had many interactions with Dmitry since I was 13, and all of them I shoved to the back corner of my mind so I can't obsess over his words like I used to. There were nights, days even, that I didn't sleep because of the things he would tell me, his plans for when I was officially his in a unity of marriage.
The thought of my dick hitting your cunt so hard you cry out in pain, tears smearing your makeup, makes me hard, Tichka.
To that I would reply, only in your dreams, while forcing out of my head the very image he drummed up.
Do you know what I did to the whore that couldn't get me off last night, Tichka? While she was bouncing on my dick, I was fucking her mouth with my 9mm. Her brain matter painted my office wall. I think I'm going to keep some of it as a reminder to other girls to know what the fuck they're doing before they sit on my cock.
He threw his head back and laughed harder than I'd ever seen a man, finding joy in his monstrous ways. It turned my stomach, but I still didn't let him see it faze me. I'll never give him that satisfaction.
She was 16, you know? A shame, too. She had a hot body. Her cunt, on the other hand, sucked. And not in the literal sense.
Yeah, I'm full of false bravado. Hell, if I could get others to believe, then maybe one day I will too. Fooling Dmitri into thinking I'm too strong for him to break me was a mission I hatched the day I overheard the Russian-Canadian Pahan and my father discussing our arranged marriage. I was 15, for Christ's sake. Dmitri had been telling me for 2 years I belonged to him, but I never believed him. I fell in love with a boy in the 3rd grade, and haven't looked at another in that same way since. Ren is the only one I've ever wanted as fiercely as I've needed and craved him. He's light and dark, good and bad, but he's not evil. The perfectly imperfect man. The only man that will ever own my heart and body. I'd rather die than be chained to someone's bedpost, my freedom stripped. I know I have to walk away from Ren, leave him, break him, divorce him. I'll do anything to make sure the devil doesn't take his soul from this world, but I will not go willingly to anyone else, especially not Dmitri Sokolov. Mishka Nikolaev can get fucked for all I care. Whatever deal they made will not come to fruition if it involves me. Over my dead body will that happen. His exact words were, "Little birds aren't allowed to leave their cages. Lucky for me, I'm skilled at bird hunting. Happy? Can I go now?" I haven't seen much of Lorenzo in the past few days. I've been working with the girls at the club for nearly 16 hours a day, getting it ready for opening night tomorrow. Ren has been working on the rest of the club's aesthetics. Getting top-shelf alcohol and a bar with so many options for draft beer, it will make your head spin from the choices. It puts any adult entertainment club in New York to shame. I have to give him credit. He knows what he's doing. He's good at it. Why he wants to be a lawyer is beyond me. His talent could be of better use elsewhere, and with less stress than a suit and tie every day would bring.
I'm far from happy, daughter. What else did he say? I said, leave nothing out.
Jesus, Dad, like it even matters? He said an American piece of paper, meaning my marriage license, doesn't mean shit, that I've belonged to him since before I was even born, and that there was no place I could go that he couldn't find me. There. That's everything I remember. But like I said, what does it matter? I throw my hands up, pissed and angry, but also emotionally hurt. However, it'll be a cold day in hell before I allow him or anyone to see that feeling cross my features.
What does it matter?
He bites each word out as its own sentence, his tone hard, deadly even.
No one comes to my house, my territory, like he owns it or anybody in it, especially my goddamn daughter.
But doesn't he, though? I say it more like a statement than a question, and in the most bitchy voice I can muster. You agreed to an arranged marriage with his father, after all. A flash of surprise flickers across my dad's face so fast I would have missed it had I not been staring him down.
Who the fuck are we talking about?
Is dementia setting in already? Dmitri Sokolov's father, Ivan Sokolov, the Canadian Pahan. You agreed to have me marry his son. I've known since I was 15. Question is, what did you get out of the deal? I'm so fucking mad right now, I swing the back of my hand against the thick bottle of whiskey, watching it fly off the counter, smashing to the floor. It causes pain to shoot up my wrist and through my forearm from my knuckles hitting the glass.
You think I'd give you to someone you don't love? Is that what you really think, Sasha?
It's what I know, I claim. I heard the conversation. Dmitri backed it up for years. Hell, even before then. He always said I was his.
God damn it, Sasha. Where did I fuck up? Where did I go wrong with you, with our relationship?
He doesn't wait for me to answer. I guess the eye roll said enough.
I can handle Ivan and Dmitri, but I'm appalled my own daughter thinks so little of me. It wouldn't matter if you did have feelings for that sick fuck. I'd never allow a marriage between you and Sokolov. I'd kill him before I let you do that.
Oh, give me a damn break. You didn't kill Ren. What was that? My practice marriage? Get me prepped before you sign me over to the devil himself?
Give you a break? You should give me a little fucking credit, Sasha. How about having more faith in your old man than you obviously do? If it kills me, if I die trying, I will find a way to fix this shit between us.
Steam practically filters out of his ears and up into the night air before dissipating.
I've never beat you or even laid a hand on you in 24 years, but I could strangle you right now for this bullshit. There is no such thing as a practice marriage. You marry who you marry, and he better be the right fucking person the first time, or he's a dead motherfucker. There aren't do-overs, so the young Caputo better be the one.
My mouth falls open. For once in my life, I don't have a comeback. I don't know what to say to anything he has just laid on me. All I heard was Ren's mine, forever, and he's okay with that. It doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. My cell phone chirps with an incoming text message. Needing a distraction, I pull it from the back pocket of my jeans. I don't even look at the lock screen to see who it is before I open it. Dmitri.
This club is nice. I have to hand it to the little Italian prick. He's really turned this dump around from what it used to be. Shame it'll all blow up in flames, people and all, if you let him fuck what is mine again. I'll make sure he's one of them when I detonate this whole fucking block. You are mine. Get that through your head. I own you. No one gets to make you bleed but me. No one gets to scar your body but me. No one gets to shove knives into your dirty cunt but me. Do you fucking hear me? You'll pay for letting him do those dirty things to my shit, Sasha. The price is high. I hope you know who you fucked with. I will scrub your skin raw before I fuck you so goddamn hard it shatters everything inside you. That's a promise, little bird.
The club is closed. Ren and I locked up 2 hours ago, giving everyone the rest of the night off, since it'll be a long night tomorrow night with the opening. No one is supposed to be there, but that isn't what concerns me the most. How does he know anything about our sex life? The only time we've ever fucked outside of closed doors was at the club. Cameras. It's the only way he'd know. In the blink of an eye, my phone is swiped from my hand. My gaze pops up, going to my father, who is reading the message. Contrary to my husband's belief, I'm not embarrassed about any part of our sexual relationship. We fit like a glove. Everything he loves doing to me, I enjoy receiving it, and vice versa. The shattering of glass causes my body to flinch and my eyes to snap toward the sound. Shards of glass, ice, spilled whiskey, and blood coat a small section on the counter in front of where my dad is standing. Flicking my eyes to his, molten lava stares at me through the sockets of his blue gaze. My mouth falls open again, but no words rush out. I've never seen that look, and it's the most frightening thing I've ever seen. Ripples crawl down my back so slow that I shiver out here in the 80-degree suffocating nighttime air.
Yeah, unичтожу их все.
He whispers in a tone I don't recognize as his own, even though the Russian words came out of his mouth. I'm not as fluent as Krishna. All I picked up on was wipe all out. I suck in a lungful of air, confused. Are you going to explain that? Putting my cell phone down in a glass and blood-free zone, he pushes it toward me. I leave it where it is, expecting him to respond. Instead, he rounds the bar, coming to stand by my side.
This stays between us, Sash. Keep Krishna out of it, as well as the Kaputos. I'll have my men sweep the club tonight and monitor the opening.
He goes to turn around, but I call out, Dad? Stopping him. Are you going to explain what the hell just happened?
When I get back. I'm in a killing mood, Sasha. Now is not the time for a heart-to-heart. For once in your life, do as I've requested, or you'll get the people that matter the most you killed.
I stand there, still as a statue, even after my father has been gone for a couple of minutes. I'm about to clean up the mess he made when another text comes through. I almost don't want to read it, but I do. I always read his messages, even when I should have blocked his number years ago. Something has always stopped me. Dmitri.
He's a fucking dead man regardless. And you? For you, my darling, dirty whore, I'm going to build a dungeon where you'll never see the light of day again. You'll only know my dick and the pain that comes with it. See you soon, Tichka.
An ice-cold shiver runs from the nape of my neck all the way down to my toes. I can't allow him to get to Ren. My father is right about one thing. I can't breathe a word to Krishna or my husband. But I have to do something. Divorce isn't going to work. It would take far too long, and who was I kidding? Ren knows all the laws to get around that, or at least prolong it. He'd drag it out until I gave up, that's for sure. And I love him a little more for that. There are only two ways out of this. I kill Dmitri myself, or I die trying to pull it off. The question is, how the hell do I pull it off without ending up 6 feet under with him?
Chapter 23. Lorenzo. Sasha disappeared after her dad left last night, locking herself inside my bedroom. That left me to ponder all night what the fuck Mishka said to his daughter that either upset her or pissed her off. Could have been both. But did she talk to me? Hell no. She left me in the dark like she always does, and for some reason it's ticking me off more so than usual. When the time on my cell phone glowed 5:09 in the morning, from where I was lying on the couch, I got up. I could have poured bourbon down my throat until I passed out, but for whatever reason, I didn't want any. No amount of alcohol will solve my shit with Sasha anyway. It's been my go-to for 2 years and hasn't helped. I still wake up without her, and it's slowly killing me. I honestly don't know how much more I can take. Problem is, there isn't an alternative. I'd rather have a small piece of her than nothing at all. It's a lose-lose situation that I don't know how to win. She's keeping something from me. I know that much, but it's been that way for years, longer than we've been married. She won't level with me. She won't give me any of her weight to carry. I'd carry it all if she'd hand it over. I'd gladly take it. All she has to do is tell me. Since my wife locked me out of the room where all my shit is, I mentally strangle her as I walk to the home gym down the hall on the bottom level of the house. I'll just have to sweat my ass off in the jeans I'm still wearing from last night. I could have kicked the door in, but then that would be one more thing I'd have to deal with on top of getting the strip club up and running and making money. I know Dom is spending a large part of his time looking for a captain to run good soldiers in New Orleans and all of Louisiana, along with a few of the neighboring states down here. Since there are strip clubs in 4 other states, we need a strong leader. In all honesty, I don't hate it here. It's not home, and I definitely want to get back to New York, but I have to admit I'm enjoying the nightclub management. I wasn't heavily involved in headliners back home like I am with this one. It feels like I'm accomplishing something more here than I was before I was ordered to do this by my father. Not that I'm ready for Dad to retire, but I don't hate being Domenico's second either. I've always had my brother's back, and though it may not seem like it from what happened with Sienna a while back, I have hers too. When I near the gym, the light shining underneath the door is a good indicator that either the last person that used it left it on, or someone is already occupying the space I intend to use. Since no one came downstairs, that means it must be my sister. C prefers to work out early anyway, so I'm not surprised when I swing the door open to find her nailing the heavy bag hanging from the reinforced beam on the ceiling with her gloved right fist. The metal music playing is not coming from the speakers in the ceiling, and the volume is too low for me to make out what song it is. Since it's coming from the corner of the rectangular-shaped room, she must be playing it from an app on her phone. She's wearing our Fight Gear branded attire of a red sports bra with black workout leggings that go to her ankles and has a red stripe down each leg that matches her top. Her spine straightens at the same time her shoulders square up, which is a dead giveaway that she knows someone is in here with her. It's both good and bad. I'm glad that she's learning her surroundings, but she's still giving herself away since I know she sensed me. "Mornin'," I say to her back as I walk closer, letting her know it's me. The mental distance between us is weighing on me damn near as heavy as my rocky marriage with Sasha. I'm a failure at being a spouse and a brother, where the two most important women in my life are concerned. Sienna and I can be fixed. That's the one thing I'm certain of. She's my twin, my best friend, even if I've been less of one for far too long. She's mad at me, and I get that. I even deserve 100% of her anger. Hell, I'm mad at me too. Sasha and I, on the other hand, are in limbo. We could go either way. I know which path I want and who I want to go down it with, but I don't know if she wants the same thing. I don't know if she really wants me anymore. The passion is there. We have the chemistry nailed down. Even she can admit that. I can even see that her heart wants me. It's her head that I'm uncertain about.
"Thought you stopped getting up this early,"
she finally says, but doesn't stop throwing alternating punches. Only now she's hitting harder than before she realized it was me in here with her. "I haven't been asleep, actually," I say, opting for honesty. I've wanted to tell Sienna about Sasha for a long time. My sister knew back in high school there was something between us, but I never confirmed it, and she never pushed. When Sasha would be at a jiu-jitsu competition, and C would be there too, they always ended up running their mouths about the other. Their jealousy is as laughable as it is infuriating. Neither has a valid reason for it.
"I really don't want to know about your marital business, Ren, or what happens behind closed doors with you two."
"Too fucking bad. You're my sister and my best friend. That isn't going to change, nor is Sasha being my wife." Not focusing on whether the possible lie that rolled off my tongue was believable, I continue. "But right now, that isn't what matters or what I want to talk about. We have to fix us before I can figure out how to get you and Sasha to like one another."
"You'd have better luck betting on when hell freezes over than us being friends."
She rotates her shoulder, swinging her elbow up and over, slamming her limb into the bag. Taking a deep breath and then dramatically forcing a whooshing sound out of her mouth, she turns to face me, sweat pouring down her temples.
"Of all people, why did you keep it from me? Why even marry her if you weren't going to tell any of us? Hell, why disrespect Dad the way you did?"
She's seen me cry more times than I've seen her tear up. If I gave that more thought, I'd probably see how pathetic that fact is. But then Dad spent a good bit of our teenage years helping Sienna master her emotions, which surprises me right now. If it weren't for the sweat rolling down her face, I'd swear there were tears instead. Her eyes are red, but it's the hurt, the betrayal reflecting back that's like a punch to the gut. If I had told you, you would have come unglued. Then Dad would have found out. I couldn't chance him stopping the wedding.
"Can you even consider that a wedding? Who married you, Ren? An Elvis impersonator?"
Actually, it was nice, simple, almost perfect. And it was. Had my brother and sister and father been there, it would have been the wedding of my dreams. I've only ever wanted Sasha to be mine. Sharing that moment with my family would have been the icing on the cake. It's my only regret about that day.
"Well, I wouldn't know. I wasn't important enough to be invited."
There's a bite and bitchy tone to her voice. "That's not true. If you know me like I know you do, then you know I had no choice, but it's neither here nor there at this point." I take a breath. "It's done, and I need you to accept it. Accept her for me, C. I love her. I've been in love with her for as long as I can remember, and if anyone should understand that, it's you. You and Sasha may never be friends, I'll deal with that. But you've loved Mateo just as long as I've loved her. Except there is one difference, Ren. She grits her teeth, baring them in anger. You knew I liked Mateo. I came home and told you the same day when we were kids. You didn't do the same. And that's part of the bullshit. We're supposed to tell each other everything. We're supposed to back each other up. But you did, to a degree. Yeah, I should have told you, and I wish I had. But you knew I was into her. I thought you liked to bone her. I didn't know you wanted her to be the mother of your children one day. Big fucking difference. No, it's not. It's the same. You and I are the same. You waited to give it up to Mateo, I shout, emphasizing what should be obvious. She rips her gloves, not pulling the Velcro back to take them off with ease. Seeing her struggle, I grab one of her arms to start doing it for her before she uses her teeth on the straps. How do you know I gave it up to Mateo? She's annoyed that I know that piece of information, but that's better than her anger. Twins, Sienna. We're fucking twins. We're the same and you know it. Do you think I can give mine, or take someone's virginity, and it not mean something? She's still the only one I want, and it's been 8 years. I'm never going to want another woman. Well, if you haven't tasted other fruit, how do you know you picked the right one? Do I need to repeat that stupid fucking question back to you, you damn hypocrite? I can see her run her tongue over her top teeth as she huffs. Didn't think so. She is the one, whether you like it or not. It's not like I'm Mateo's biggest fan either, you know. The dick-face didn't give two shits about you for years. He didn't notice you when you were right in front of his eyes. He picked a skank instead of you. Please, don't remind me of that. She nods her head, agreeing with me. I'm right and you know it. Yet I haven't stabbed him or judged you when he doesn't deserve you. I don't care that his right hook can rival legends in the world of boxing. Mateo needs his ass kicked before he joins our family. Just because he's physically capable of protecting her doesn't mean he'll follow through when the going gets tough. What happens when he finds out Domenico killed his daughter's mother? If I've learned anything, it's that secrets and lies only make things worse, and eventually, they all come out. Does he know? Confusion flickers across her brown eyes. Does he know what? Our favorite night, I reply, purposely not saying our brother's name even though there is no doubt in my mind that it's safe to speak openly in here. Domenico's security is top-notch. He'd know if the feds or anyone else were watching or listening to us. Dealt with the kid's mother, or are you keeping that tidbit to yourself, I add. To that, she takes offense. I can see it in her eyes and body language as her hands cross over her chest. I'm not the master's secret keeper, Ren. That's you. Keep the roles straight here. But you're hiding something. Why? Bug off. She turns her back to me, but before she goes to throw a kick at the bag, I grab her by the elbow, turning her back around to face me. We aren't finished until our relationship is at least on the mend, and I don't feel we're there yet. This is my fault, and I'm going to fix it. I'm trying to level with you here. I need you to make the effort to do the same. Have you told him? Not yet, she bites out. I'm going to. I just haven't figured out how yet. Not like there's a manual for this shit, you know. But if you have any advice, I'm all ears. Tell him before the wedding, I offer. He finds out after the fact and has a problem with it, then it's going to blow up from all angles. There is no out once he's in. He knows that, right? Does yours? She throws back, cocking an eyebrow. Does he know you're pregnant? I counter, since she didn't answer my question. How do you know that? Her eyes round, the shock palpable. I can practically see her chest jump from her heart skipping a beat. I look at my sister as if her question is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I can't explain how this twin thing works. When we choose to be clued into each other, we just know certain things. But in her case, it's obvious. How Domenico or Dad hasn't picked up on it, I don't know. I can give Dad a pass. He's back home and we're down here. You haven't launched yourself at Sasha once since we've been here, I finally say when it's clear she's expecting a response. So? Her shoulders lift, then drop back down. Neither is she. Isn't that a sign of improvement? Sasha is all mouth. Always has been. You're the one that starts the physical shit first. You haven't, so it's a dead giveaway. Sasha and my sister are a close match in strength. The reason Sasha won is because she watches her opponents for their weakness before striking. whereas Sienna starts swinging right out of the gate instead of weighing her options. She reacts before she watches. She could learn a thing or two from Sasha, but I'm not telling her that.
In that case, I'll kick her ass when she gets up to prove you wrong.
No, you won't. She's pregnant too, I admit, for the first time out loud. It's like the weight of one boulder has been removed from the pile of them sitting on my chest.
What?
Does Mateo know? I query her again, ignoring the surprise and irritation that flickers across her face.
Yes, he knows, but I wanted to wait until after the wedding to tell everyone, especially now that Brooklyn just lost her mom. I think it would be too much to throw at her right now. Plus, there's Dad.
She gives me a tight-lipped smile and a knowing look. Dad wouldn't kill Mateo, but he may give him a flesh wound with the nearest weapon on his person.
When did Sasha tell you?
She didn't.
What the fuck?
Her nostrils flare.
And why the hell not?
I don't think she realizes she's 3 weeks late. In fact, I asked her to pull from that scheduled fight because of it, but she wouldn't, and I didn't want to freak her out.
Do I even want to know how you know her cycles better than she does?
When you've been together as long as we have, it just becomes routine.
Not what I want to be reminded of, Ren.
Look, see, I know I've been a shitty brother, and I've been a shit friend. I'm sorry. I want my best friend back. I need us back to how we used to be. This, I point between us. I haven't felt this at ease since I have no fucking idea when. I need us back talking like this.
You stopped telling me shit. Then I find out you've been in this secret relationship for nearly a decade, Lorenzo. How do I come to terms with that? You didn't even give me a chance to get used to you two.
I know. I breathe out a heavy sigh. Can't you kick my ass or something? Get all your anger out so we can move on?
Where's the fun in you letting me kick your ass? Fuck that. If I'm going to beat the shit out of you, it's going to be for real, when you can give just as well as you can take. But in my current situation, you're going to have to wait 9 months. By then, we'll be itching to stab each other.
Then what do you suggest for now? I shake my head. I refuse to go back. I'm done with the secrecy, except the pregnancy part. I don't want Sasha to find out until she's ready. So can you please keep this between us?
I don't like keeping it from Dom, but I'll give you that. As far as we're concerned, we'll figure it out. I'll start by forcing myself to stop thinking about throat-punching her every time I see her face.
She rolls her eyes. I laugh. It's a start, I tell her. Thank you.
Don't start celebrating yet. We're not to the point of doing mani-pedis together.
There's a sour expression on her face, like that's the worst torture she can think of. But with time, and if I can get my way, then that's exactly what I want to see them do. A man can wish, anyway.
Chapter 24. Mishka. Killing a man with a gun is easy, clean even. Murdering a man with a blade is messy and personal, my specialty. Unfortunately for me, I can't get that close to Ivan Sokolov without getting myself killed. I didn't put my wife through everything she's had to endure for it all to be for nothing. Retirement is so close I can taste it. I'll have that peace and freedom, along with the woman I've longed to have in my bed again. Soon, baby. But first I have to handle the likes of the Canadian Pakan, who I thought was taken care of years ago. I remember the conversation Sasha mentioned last night, the one where she has apparently thought for the last 9 years that I planned to marry her off without giving her a choice. I wouldn't do that to her, even though that's exactly what was done to her mother and me. I'm not against arranged marriages as long as the pairing is right. Love and respect are earned, not given. Rarely do you achieve that by forcing two people who didn't fall in love to marry, to produce children, to make it through the test of time. I'm not supposed to be in Canada without Ivan knowing and approving beforehand. The same goes for him and his men, but seeing as he failed to let me know the extent of his boy's whereabouts in my country, he can go fuck himself. Doesn't matter anyway. His time on Earth has come to an end. When Sasha was 13, Ivan approached me in Moscow about forming an alliance. He and his now dead wife were in an arranged marriage to achieve his goal of becoming Pakhan, at which he succeeded. Once he had what he wanted and a son, he didn't have any use for a wife. She met her demise during a weekend getaway when Dmitri was 4. It was deemed a tragic, accidental death. While Ivan had been enjoying himself at one of the hotel bars, his wife took too many pills and must have mistaken the balcony rail for the bed. She fell from the 19th floor. Funny thing is, no one recalled seeing Ivan at any of the bars or hotel restaurants. There was no footage to back his story up either, yet he was never considered a suspect of any wrongdoings. I knocked down the marriage contract he'd already drafted for my then 13-year-old daughter down immediately, sickened by the suggestion. I should have known that was a sign right then. I should have handled what I knew needed to be handled, but I let it go with a simple warning. My daughter isn't for sale. 2 years later, he approached the subject again. That time we were in my office back home in New York on Long Island. I humored him then because I wanted to see how far he'd take it. Sasha was 15. She just started secretly seeing the younger Caputo boy, thinking no one knew. Problem was, she didn't know I had access back then to read her text messages, her emails. I even knew who she called and how long the call lasted. I'll never understand why children are dumb enough to think they're smarter than their parents, who have been in their shoes before. 9 years later, she still hasn't learned. Then again, none of us do until we have children of our own. When Ivan produced a second contract, lining out the details that Sasha would basically be owned by his son, I'd had enough. My daughter will never be some punk's bitch that kneels at his side until he allowed her to move. Fuck that shit. I'd put more than a bullet between any man's eyes that tried. That kind of piece of shit deserves far worse. I told him if he ever approached the subject again, I'd cut off his son's balls, and then I'd feed them to my Doberman Pinscher while he watched. Until last night, I thought their promise had nullified his desire for his son to marry my daughter. So, that leaves me with one of two conclusions. Either Ivan had been biding his time for whatever reason, or Dmitri said fuck it, and has been pursuing Sasha without me knowing. Maybe she is good at hiding one thing and not the other. Had I known Dmitri was communicating with her, I'd have executed him long ago. His time is coming. First, Ivan, then his son, and then I fucking retire from this bullshit. There is one hotel in all of British Columbia where you can see Ivan's mansion from the penthouse suite, which is where I am now. I wanted a front row seat since I can't be there myself to carry out the mission. This was the second best option. Ivan's death will be over all too quickly, but that's okay. It's his son whose life I'll prolong for the words he sent my Sasha. No one speaks to my baby girl like that and deserves a quick death. A text message comes in from the burner phone sitting on the small round table outside. I hear it from the open sliding door to the balcony. Lifting the vodka I poured over a tumbler of ice, I take a sip and step outside into the cool night. It's an unsaved number. Another burner phone communicating to mine. No point in saving contacts when this one will be dropped in the sewer upon leaving in a few minutes, though there is one telephone number stored. My plane is still in New Orleans, but I have a standby waiting to take me wherever I instruct. I pick up the phone and the screen comes to life. I unlock it and open the message. Green light. It's a simple text, 2 words, 1 meaning. My guy on the inside has everything in place and has already gotten out. It's a go. Now it's up to me to carry out the mission. I open the laptop sitting across from me on the wrought iron table out on the balcony, readying the device for its purpose. Once the screen wakes up, I pull up the one and only contact stored in the burner phone and tap the screen over the phone number. He answers on the third ring. "Hello," he answers. "Your son has worn out his welcome in my country," I inform him. "Mishka. But that's okay," I continue. "I'll deal with him soon. Know this, my old friend. Your boy will have a slow death, unlike yours." I tap the enter key on the keyboard with my middle finger. "What are you?" The explosion can be heard in the distance, and it's music to my old ears. A ball of fire lights the night sky as a smile tugs at the corners of my lips. Fucking with me is one thing, but fuck with my kids or my wife, and I get a little crazy. The only thing I regret about what just happened is not seeing the look on his face. Now to find Dimitri. Once he's 6 feet under, it's retirement in sunny Florida for this old man.
Chapter 25. Sasha. What the hell is this shit? I eye the message on my cell again, thinking I read it wrong. Tony. You're in charge of Sienna's bridal shower. Make sure it's a week from tomorrow. Here in New York. Make it happen. That means invite people. He can't be serious. Did he accidentally text me when he meant to text someone else? Aren't bridal and baby showers supposed to be the best friend's duty? Clearly, Sienna and I aren't even friends. Hell, we don't even like being in the same room as each other. Besides, I'm the last person that knows anything about brides or babies. He definitely texted the wrong person. Me. Wrong person, Daddy-O? Oh, to be a fly on the wall when Mr. Badass Mafia boss reads that text. Maybe I should use that on my dad, too. Why the hell have I not thought of it before? This is too good to wait. I come out of the text from Tony and start one to my father. Me. Yo, what up, Daddy-O? What's poppin'? I die out laughing, keeling over and slapping the top of the bar counter. I took up residence on a bar stool when the club opened 2 hours ago and haven't moved since. I'm nursing my third water and pissing the bartender off at the same time. Ren must have done some marketing this week, because judging by bodies, both men and women, but more heavily on the male gender, we have to be near capacity, and it's not even midnight. Success can't be judged on opening night, but I know this place is going to stay packed. We're only opened from 9 at night until 3 in the morning. That's 6 hours of the hottest entertainment you'll find down here. Last week, I scoped out some of the top-rated competition in the area, and it was good, just not as good as what you'll find here. The girls still have a lot to learn, but they are all putting on a show for the clientele tonight. No one will leave unsatisfied. Of course, that's if they didn't come here looking for a little something extra. This won't be that type of establishment if I'm involved. I'll walk if Domenico orders my ladies to take their show down a level, and I'll take them with me. But I don't see that happening. He's a hard ass, comes off mean even, but so does my brother. I can handle alpha holes. It's the ones that get off on the evilness of hurting and humiliating others that I won't take shit from, and I will not let them do it to someone else either. Fuck that shit. I sip my water, continuing to stare at the mirrored glass behind the assortment of liquor that lines the back wall I'm facing, ignoring the parasite that decided to wedge her body between a stranger trying to enjoy himself and me. Sienna perched her elbow on the bar with her head propped against her palm about the same time I sent that last text to my father. She hasn't budged once, and the heat against the left side of my face is getting too much for me to bear. Setting my glass down, I click my tongue and swing my head toward her. What the hell are you doing? Trying to look at you long enough that the first thought that comes to mind is not me wanting to throat punch you. Her lips are pursed like that's exactly what her intent is, to stand here until the desire fades. Good luck with that. Could you do it a few stools away from me then, you fucking creep? Geez, is that how she used to stare at Mateo? I heard stories, mainly whining, bitching, and moaning from Kennedy. Her grandmother was my father's cleaning lady until she retired. Kennedy's parents used that to try to forge a friendship between us. It was never going to happen. I saw through her bullshit from day one. That bitch got everything she deserved. And as much as it pains me to admit anything positive about Ren's sister, her future stepdaughter is far better off with the type of bitch Sienna is versus the one Kennedy was. One, you have to give some respect to her because she is not a bitch that would cower down in a fight or expect a man to rescue her. The other one I don't even have to comment on. She showed her true colors. I'd choose Sienna to have my back way before I would Kennedy, and that with knowing Ren's sister would be waiting for me to turn around so she could stab me with a knife. Nah, it's too dark to make out your entire face anywhere else, and I promised Ren. Promised him what? Is this bitch high? Did they smoke some bad shit or something? You know what? I don't even care. Leave. I'm good, but thanks for asking. Wasn't asking, wasn't being polite either. Plus, I'm working, so bug the fuck off. I face forward to go back to watching each performance through the mirrored glass behind the bar. You're taking baby sips from your third glass of water. You aren't even watching the show, which, by the way, I actually like. It's not trash like I imagined it would be. Was that a compliment and a slap in the face at the same time? Only a Caputo. You're a world-class stalker, aren't you? That's what you get paid to do. Keeping track of my drinks. And furthermore, all dancing is beautiful provided the talent and passion are present. I'm observant. It was bred into me from an early age. I can't turn it off. Might want to have that checked out. I mean, it must be broken since you missed a former friend's obsession with you and your own grandfather wanting to make sure you ended up 6 feet under. Clearly, her observations are flawed, or she just sucks at it. Then again, I never understood Kennedy's claims to her dressing and acting like a quiet, good little girl. I didn't say anything, of course, because if you're in our world, you don't go blabbing to outsiders. Even if I'd liked Kennedy, which I didn't, we could never be friends. You can't get close to people on the outside. It's not fair to them, and it's not fair to yourself. It's a disaster waiting to happen, ending in bloodshed. No longer want to throat punch me, then? I ask when she doesn't respond. Of course I do, you stupid bitch. If anything, the urge is greater now than it was when I first walked up. Good. I state, feeling the same way, because nothing short of a miracle is going to put us on the same team. Something we agree on, she muses. Okay, so this didn't work. Looks like I'm going to have to give it another go tomorrow. Same time, same place. Let's not. We both know we are who we are, and our thing is disliking each other. Why change a dynamic that's been working for over a decade? Whatever. She turns her back to the bar as she faces the stage and tables. I put in the effort. Can't say that I didn't make the first move. I'm about to tell her to go fuck herself and her bullshit gesture when my cell phone lights up from on top of the bar with a reply from my father. Sienna walks off, freeing the spot next to me. There is also an unread message from Tony, but I open my dad's first, regretting it the moment I read his text. Dad.
A good Canuck is a roasted one. One problem solved. One left to meet his maker. And daughter, don't fucking say daddy-o to me again. You're on my payroll now. It's boss, little girl. Love you.
He killed someone. No, not someone. He killed a Sokolov. But which one? Holy shit.
Chapter 26. Lorenzo. Opening night was jam-packed from the moment the doors opened until an hour after last call. The entertainment was a success, and all that credit goes to my wife. She worked for hours with each one of the ladies, honing their individual talents. Sasha taught them techniques that took her years to master. None of the dancers are at her level, but I wouldn't expect that out of any of the girls I hired. She's a good teacher, and that surprised me. I wouldn't have expected her to have that kind of patience. I was impressed. The one thing I made sure every staff member understood was that I expect them to give their all and be loyal. I was blunt. I told each one the second they cannot do either of those things that it would be in their best interest to quit. No hard feelings, just walk away. Sasha's dancers delivered and then some. The waitstaff, bar team, and the kitchen were on point all night long. There was not one mishap, and no one walked out unsatisfied. We offer 5-star quality food with 2 meal options. It wasn't easy getting a top-rated chef to come work in an establishment that caters to carnal desires. But somehow my sister convinced him to do just that. If she wasn't Sienna or engaged to Matteo, I might have questioned exactly what she promised him. But C isn't like that. She'd have kicked his ass into signing a contract before she'd stoop that low. My eyes snap upward when the door opens when my sister pokes her head around it. I've been in my office since I arrived an hour ago, preparing to open in 2 hours. It's Saturday night. I suspect the crowd tonight will be heavy if word got out.
Dom wants us to meet him in the club gym now,
Sienna informs me. Sal, the former owner, had additional rooms that he used for storage of an illegal white powdery substance. To Krishna's annoyance, the cocaine was destroyed instead of sold. Like hell do I want that shit on my conscience. What if an underage kid got his or her hands on it and something fatal happened? Fuck that. I have enough shit weighing me down to add to it. Sure, I say, logging out of my computer before rising to follow. Since we had the space, Sasha thought it would be a great idea to turn it into a gym staff could use free of charge. It's especially beneficial to the dancers, if no one else. I agreed, and so did Dom. C liked the idea too, even if she waved her hand with no other comment. If those two would realize how much they do have in common, my life would be so much better. The gym is located at the opposite end of the hall from my office, on the top level of the club. When we arrive, Sienna pulls the frosted glass door open and walks in, not holding it for me, but I catch the handle before it closes. When I step through, Dom is standing with his arms folded across his chest and his feet spread shoulder-width apart. An older man stands to his right. Familiarity dawns on me, but I can't place him. I've seen him before today, that much I know.
Leo,
Sienna says, surprise in her tone. It's then I realize he's Leonardo Valente. He's one of my father's captains that oversees Philadelphia and all the northeast region of the United States, even New York City and Long Island. He's a captain that's the closest to my father.
What brings you down here?
He wants the captain position that's up for grabs, Domenico answers for him. Why the hell would you want this shit? At your age, I add. Leo isn't old by any stretch of the word, but he's done his fair share of grunt work. He's wrangled and maintained damn good soldiers. He should be looking toward retirement, not building a family from the ground up. I know, he states, attempting to assure me. Not the natural progression at this stage in the life. One could say that, I follow up. My wife passed away 3 years ago and my 4 kids are grown. Philly is home, but I'm bored. Fuck retirement. Hell, I'm not that fucking old yet either. I need something new. It really comes down to that. I know I can run a successful business no matter what it is, and I'm not talking just New Orleans. I can handle them all, rebuild from the ground up if that's what they need. Train good, loyal soldiers.
If you come here, then Dad has to replace you, Sienna tells him. Why would he agree to solve one problem only to create another that's already a well-oiled machine?
Leo flicks his eyes to Dom. I didn't ask Dad's permission. There's no law against the captain turning the reins over to someone else in his crew and then relocating under a different boss, my brother says. Where's your fucking loyalty, old man? I spit out, suddenly angry. Tony knows I'm here. I never shit on his authority or the opportunity he didn't have to bestow on me 22 years ago. Leo's back straightens, his eyes hardening. My head rolls back to Domenico. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You didn't ask, brother. What now? How do we know he's the right man for the job? I cross my arms as I half glare at Dom and wait for the order I know is coming. I can see it in his eyes and the smirk he's trying hard to prevent from forming.
And who would we promote in his place back home if he comes here? Sienna asks.
Rocco, Leo declares. He's the guy you want. I trained him and there is no one I trust more. That's saying a lot in my book. Authentic trust is damn near impossible to find these days. Guys aren't as loyal as they once were. Yeah, well, he can worry about that with the boss he has to prove that to, and you worry about proving yourself to the three of us. Dom snaps his gaze past my shoulder. Just in fucking time, new sister.
Jesus,
Sasha says at the same time I glance over my shoulder to see her and Krishna walk through the door. She's dressed in a pink sports bra and black leggings with plain white Converse on her feet. Her brother is in workout attire too. My wife only wears Converse sneakers when she's weight training. Otherwise, she doesn't find them to be comfortable shoe attire like my sister does the few times I've seen her dressed down.
Will that shit get old already, Domenico? It's annoying.
Good to know, new sister. This time he allows a smirk to make an appearance, and I know it's for her benefit alone. Now for the fun part.
Who's this joker?
Sasha asks as she rolls her eyes, giving Dom more satisfaction, knowing he can easily get under her skin. Too late for that history lesson. All you need to know is you and C are going to initiate his ass. Consider it sisterly bonding. He's already a captain, I deadpan. Not mine. He's one of Dad's. If he wants this like he claims to want it, then he'll be initiated under me.
Seems fair to me.
Sienna's lips curve up.
But I can handle him alone. I don't need the unwanted sister's help, brother.
Sienna, this isn't one of those times where I give a shit what you need or don't need. It's an order I expect you to follow. He pauses, but it's one of those moments where you know it's for a purpose. Or I can initiate your smartass instead.
I'm blood. You can go fuck yourself,
she smarts off, making me chuckle, which is the last thing I need to add, but couldn't help myself. And Sasha married in, so you and she can willingly beat his ass or I'll beat both of yours. Either way, no one will leave this room unless blood is spilled and maybe a broken bone or three. The smile falls from my lips because I know Dom will carry out those words, and it's the last thing I need right now. To my knowledge, Sasha doesn't know she is pregnant. I want her to tell me, not the other way around. But if that's what I have to do so that Dom doesn't hurt her, I will. As if knowing what I'm thinking, my sister's brown eyes snap to mine for a flicker of a second before her mouth pops open.
Fine, but this has nothing to do with bonding bullshit.
Sienna twists to look at Sasha.
Still want to throat punch you, Egdesiast?
Feelings mutual, bitch. Sasha purses her lips, but I can tell Sienna's use of a synonym for stripper dug under her skin. Let the girls go at each other, and I'll beat the old guy's ass for free, Krishna adds, and I have to fight the urge to drop my blades into my hands. I'd rather never see my wife and sister fight again, but the likelihood of that never happening again is nothing more than a pipe dream. Let's just get this over with, shall we? Leo adds, a grim look on his face, which surprises me. I know my father requires all of his captains to train in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Weaponry training is a weekly requirement too, but he's more relaxed on that than he is physical training 2 to 3 times a week. If I remember correctly, Leo has at least 1 black belt in BJJ, whereas Dad has earned 4 black belts. I agree. Dom waves his hand, irritation evident on his face. Girls, get on with it already. The sooner this happens, the sooner all of us can go the fuck home.
Why the hell didn't you say that in the first place?
Sienna says, throwing an arm up. She kicks her heels off, but does so with a quickness I didn't expect. Next, her right knee lifts level to her chest and then kicks out, nailing Leo in his side. He grunts but takes it, and does nothing. Sasha comes in hard with a fist to the gut, making Leo double over, but again, he only grunts. My eyes round when I realize he isn't planning to fight them back, opting to take their blows instead. I'm relieved, but I know not only my wife but also my sister. Neither will be satisfied or happy with him.
Come on, Grandpa, hit back,
C taunts.
Show us what you're made of.
Leo's gaze flicks to Sienna's, but his lips remain sealed as he squares his shoulders, waiting for another blow or kick. Sasha then grabs him by his shoulder and rams her knee into his gut. That drops him to the ground, but nothing more than another grunt comes out of his mouth. It's a relief that he doesn't fight back. I've never seen him fight or train, but knowing what he's achieved tells me he could stop the girls from their attack. It makes me wonder if Domenico is testing him. It's likely if I think about it. Dom doesn't have any problems going all out against Sienna. He thinks it makes her a better fighter. I don't disagree with him, and in fact, I too enjoy going against my twin. I also know Sienna needs it. She craves a fight like Domenico does. I'm the fucked up one of the three of us. It's simple, really. I like the sight of blood. It started when my sister knocked out 2 of my teeth when I was 6. After I stopped crying like the baby I was back then, I caught sight of the blood. I was supposed to be asleep, but I could feel the blood in my mouth, so I went to the bathroom to spit in the sink. The saliva mixed with blood fascinated me. After that, I tried to knock out my brother's teeth and ended up getting my ass kicked instead. Later, when I started training with knives, that intrigue continued to grow until I cut Sasha once during foreplay when we were teenagers. An obsession I'm not ashamed to admit was born in that moment. "This is bullshit," my sister huffs before taking her foot and shoving it against Leo's chest so hard he falls backward onto his ass. Planting his hands on the rubberized gym floor, Leo pushes himself up. It's then I realize the level of control he has. There isn't one indication that he's angry at Sasha or Sienna. He's not threatened by them either. But that isn't what interests me. If either one of the girls came at me with the intent of bodily harm, I'd want to give them a taste of their own medicine. Leo, on the other hand, does not. "Call an end to this shit, Dom," Krishna says. When I glance behind me, he's looking down at the screen of his phone. "He's proved himself. Now order the fucker to leave. If you have something better to do, then by all means, you're free to go fuck off. My entertainment isn't over until I say it's over." Dom reaches behind his back, lifting the tail end of his leather jacket. A heartbeat later, his Glock 19 is visible. He looks towards Sasha before extending the weapon out toward her. "Shoot him." "And I do that, why?" "Because it's an order. He isn't the only one that needs to prove himself." "Yeah?" Sasha smirks but takes the weapon. "How is he supposed to be a well-behaved captain if he's 6 feet under, new brother?" She mocks, trying and failing to get under Dom's skin. "Takes a hell of a lot more than that, baby." "I said shoot the motherfucker. I didn't say kill him. Words have meaning, little girl. Pay attention." Sasha's jaw locks so hard it's a wonder she doesn't break a tooth. Domenico is a master at getting under people's skin, something she needs to work on ignoring to make it in this family. With her heated gaze locked on my brother, she pulls the trigger, not even looking at her target. There's an audible click, but it dry fires. "What the fuck?" Her eyes turn murderous. "You're the dumbass that didn't check the chamber." One side of Domenico's lips tip up. Sasha then releases the magazine, dropping it into her other hand. The gun isn't loaded. "You should have been able to tell it wasn't loaded from the weight of the weapon." Sasha grits her teeth, but I can tell she's disappointed in herself. She knows Dom is right, as do all of us. The very first thing you do when someone hands you a weapon or you pick one up is check to see if it's loaded and if there is a round in the chamber. That was drilled into my siblings and my head from the time Dad started teaching us how to use a firearm. I don't know Mishka well, but I do know he made sure his kids learned how to handle weapons from a young age, because Sasha would brag about it before we were teenagers. "Leave, Leo. You served your purpose. Now go get a team together so the rest of us can go home." "Yes, sir," he says, nothing but respect in his tone even though he's known my brother since he was born. "Ladies," he nods before walking past me and exiting the gym. "I can't believe you gave me an unloaded weapon." "I can't believe you're such an amateur. I also don't know how well you shoot. You think I'd risk you murdering him?" He doesn't wait for a response. His eyes glance to me. "Think you could teach your wife how to handle a weapon as well as she handles your dick? God knows it must be good if you put up with her shit." "I know how to handle a gun, Dom, so go fuck yourself. Better yet, go fuck my brother. Maybe he can—" He snatches her by the throat, disarming her in the same breath. "Careful, sweetheart. You haven't earned your place here yet. Talk to me like that again, and you won't be able to walk tomorrow." "Let her fucking go," I bark, my tone rivaling my brother's. "Now, Dom." "Knock it off already," Krishna says. Dom releases my wife as he cuts his dark stare over my shoulder. I turn towards Sasha's brother. He isn't staring at his phone anymore, but it's still in hand, his arms crossed over his chest. Ivan Sokolov's compound was blown up last night. He pauses, but then adds, with him in it. Being in love with a Pakan's daughter, you make sure you know at least a little bit of the ins and outs of the Russian crime organization. I tried to find out as much on Mishka as I could during my high school years. Learning about him, I also learned who the Canadian Pakan is and where he lives. Dad taught us to know our enemies just as well as our allies. Don't trust either. Back then, I was under the impression Mishka was our enemy. Now I get the feeling he's actually an ally, and not only because I married his daughter behind his and my father's back. You're keeping something from me. Krishna narrows his eyes on his sister. It's then I realize she isn't showing any signs of shock the way I am. I have no idea what you're talking about, she replies, crossing her arms. She's a liar, too, I say, interjecting myself into their conversation. Learn from the best, baby. Maybe it was the other way around. Maybe I picked up bad habits from my wife. Could you two shut the fuck up? It's making me want to find that guy, drag his ass back in here and shoot him for real this time. And you, Krishna points a finger in Sasha's face. It's irritating me, but Sasha rolls her eyes, likely used to this from her brother. We were never together when our family was present, so getting used to their dynamic is probably the same for Sasha getting used to mine with C and Dom. Cut your shit, and tell me what you aren't telling me. It's an order, bitch. Dad took him out.
Chapter 27. Sasha. It wasn't easy convincing my brother or Ren that Dad taking out the Canadian Pakan was all the information I knew. When it comes to lying or withholding information, always stick to your guns no matter what. I get the feeling that Domenico saw right through my bullshit. He pisses me off, but damn it, I can't believe how stupid I was to assume the Glock had already been racked. I know better, but all I was thinking was that I wanted to shove my fist into his smug face. Still do. On a different note, Tony didn't text the wrong number the other night after all. He actually expects me to throw a bridal shower for Sienna. What the actual fuck? I tried explaining to him that if left up to me, it would be a shit show, but that man cannot be reasoned with. Okay, she doesn't have any friends besides her brothers and Matteo. If anyone gets that, it's me. If I'm honest, I'm not exactly overflowing in that area of life either. I have Krishna and Ren. Besides, friends are overrated. Keep your circles small, less bullshit. But me throwing a party for Sienna? I mean, Matteo's mom would surely be a better option. I'm not even earning a C on a grading scale in the marriage department. I'm more of a D contributor. Not totally fucking up, but certainly doing a piss-poor job. I raise my fist and knock on the white solid wood front door. It's Monday, and I'm back in New York for the day. I came straight here from the airport. The club is closed on Mondays, so this was my only free time to handle this and get it the fuck off my plate. Tony can get pissed all he wants. I don't give a rat's ass. I didn't want any part of this, so if he's expecting more than the catering staff to be at this shindig, then I have to farm this thing out. When I'm about to knock again, the door finally opens, revealing a middle-aged woman. If I had to guess, I'd say she's in her late 40s, but she looks younger. Matteo is 24, so unless she had him as a teenager, then she's at least close to mid-40s. She's pretty with her styled brown hair that sits on her shoulders. She's wearing tan slacks with matching tan heels and an expensive-looking blouse, whereas I look like I'm about to head to the gym in my leggings and sports bra with an open, lightweight zip-up jacket. "Hi," I greet with a smile, laying it on nice and thick. I know who you are," she interrupts. "Question is, why are you at my house?" She crosses her arms and purses her lips as her sculpted eyebrow arches on one side. "Well," I force my smile wider because if I don't, I'm likely to go off on Matteo's mom. Since I've never met you before today and my mother did teach me manners, as I was about to say, I'm Sasha Nikolaev. And last I checked, I have no ties to the Russian mob, so kindly leave. She goes to close the door, but I stop it with the palm of my hand. Her eyes widen with surprise, but for whatever reason, I don't see an ounce of fear in her dark blue gaze. What I do recognize is anger reflecting back at me, and that I can work with. Prefer it even. Pushing against the door, I step forward, crowding her until she takes a step backward. Then I walk inside. Thanks for inviting me in, Martina. I can call you Martina, right? Thanks, I say, not allowing her to respond as I walk past her, leaving Mateo's mom at the door. I don't know what I was expecting when I decided to come see her. I didn't give it much thought, really, but her being a bitch wasn't it. Walking deeper into her home, I look around, noting it's a nice house, cozy and warm with neutral colors. It's not huge, but it is a 2-story house that's been renovated, I'd guess. When I locate the kitchen, I see the backyard through the window with patio furniture surrounding a fire pit. I didn't invite you into my home, she says from behind me. You have no business here, so whatever it is, I want no part of it. I turn around to face her. Your son is getting married in less than 2 weeks. There isn't any surprise on her face, so Mateo has already told her, but she isn't happy, that's for sure. Not a fan of your future daughter-in-law? Join the club, lady, but get over it. The wedding is happening and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Be glad it's Sienna and not the piece of shit he created a life with. Except Kennedy wasn't in the business of killing people or getting them killed. So if you ask me, I didn't ask you, my anger sparks. If this bitch really believes that, then she's blind and delusional. I told you Sienna would have Mateo's back. She'd protect his daughter with her life, something Kennedy never would have done. So take that cunt off whatever pedestal you have placed her on. She deserved worse than what she got. That much I'll tell you. I thought you said you didn't like Sienna. I don't, but I'd rather have her at my back than the garbage rotting 6 feet under the ground. Sienna wouldn't stab me from behind. She'd do it while our eyes were locked. I didn't come here to defend my sister-in-law. What the hell is this woman's deal? Better question is, what does she have against the Caputos? If I were a betting woman, I'd place all my money on that being the real issue. No way a sane person would want their son sidled up to the likes of anyone like Brooklyn's mother. The best thing that ever happened to that kid was her mommy going night-night. Sure, sounds like you two are best friends. That's my husband's job, not mine. I'd rather nail her in the jaw with my fist than hug her. I let out a sigh. But at the end of the day, she's family. Jesus Christ, I want to punch myself. Have I really accepted that? If you can't beat 'em, join 'em. Isn't that the saying? And she's getting married, so I need you to throw her a bridal shower on Saturday. That's why you're here. Her eyes narrow, and her lips look like her teeth are clamping down on them from the inside. Yep. Then I'm sorry, it was a wasted trip. You're in charge of the invitations, too. FYI, it's the 21st century. A text will be sufficient. It's faster, less, are you hard of hearing, or is English not your primary language? I spring forward like I'm about to get into an opponent's face. She's shorter than me, not by much, but at least 2 inches, so I have to look down. Bitch. You are throwing this party. You're going to invite everyone you know, and you're going to welcome Sienna into your family like she's the daughter you've always wanted. Or I'll burn your fucking house down. Maybe with you in it. Am I clear? That last part is a stretch, but I stand firm, my murderous look not changing. Get out. Her body straightens, and I swear the woman grew in height. This bitch could be badass if she wasn't just that. A bitch. She has a backbone, and I like it. I'm completely baffled why she's against Mateo marrying Sienna. We're pressed for time. I'd suggest that you get on it today. I'm expecting over the top. Sienna better have a smile on her face the entire fucking time. I don't know what the hell I'm expecting. I've never been to a bridal shower or anything like that. But it sounded good. I said, get out. See you Saturday, Mrs. DeSalvo. Sorry, Martina, I mean.
Chapter 28. Lorenzo. To my annoyance, Leo has done a good job managing the club while trying to put a New Orleans crew together. He has to have a backup like he did in Philly, but that will only come with time as his guys prove themselves. He decided to give most of Sal's men a second chance. He wants to see what they are made of, as well as make sure they don't have loose lips. If that's the case, only one option remains. So it was do it this way, or dispatch them all now rather than later. Leo is a good man, but I've always thought that. I don't think we could have lucked out with finding an already experienced captain here. This way we get to leave tomorrow instead of 6 months from now. Overall, it's a positive turn of events. It was the break I needed, and it gave me perspective. I won't say that I've been running my life in the wrong direction, but somewhere it got off the track. I still want my law degree, and it will come in handy in more ways than one. But now I want in on the business side of things, like my sister. She can continue handling the money and the marketing side of things while I build an entertainment empire. I'm tossing around the idea of selling headliners and starting from scratch, or temporarily closing it down to revamp and expand the venue. Problem is, I'm not sure that's best for the employees that depend on their job and the tips they get, so I may have to opt for the fresh start route. Now that I've been hands-on, I like it too much to give this all up and go back to what I was doing before.
You look like you're in deep thought.
I glance up to see Sasha standing in the doorway to my office, a pizza box resting on her hip. I didn't hear the door open, and should have, no matter how lost in my thoughts I was. Distractions and vices get people kidnapped, and that won't happen again. What if it's Sasha next?
Hungry?
Always. For her, that is. Not the substance she brought with her, but I don't say it. Things with us are rocky at best. It's always been that way. 1 minute things are great and we fit like a glove. The next I'm second-guessing everything, and those are my low moments inside my head. I hate going there, but can't seem to stay away either. She pushes off the doorframe, stepping inside, and then closes herself in here with me. Her brother was right last week. Sasha is keeping something a secret behind those plump lips. I wish she'd tell me, even if it doesn't have anything to do with me. I could be her sounding board. I want to be the person she comes to for everything. Wants, needs, desires. I used to think the only way I'd get her was with manipulation. Yeah, it worked for a half a second, but it didn't keep her. And one of these days it's going to come back to bite me in the dick.
Luckily for you, I found a place that makes your favorite.
She lifts the tan box. All places make my favorite, baby. Question is, does it taste as good as Mario's? I push my leather chair a few inches past my desk until the wheels collide with the wall behind me.
Now that's just wishful thinking, but we'll be home tomorrow. You can dive into all the pineapple and anchovies your stomach can hold.
She laughs, and it's like hearing a symphony playing a harmony of all the peaceful sounds. I'd rather dive into you. I lean my head back against the headrest as her mouth tips up into a smirk. Come here, I order. Placing the box down on the corner of the desk, her legs round to my side. Dropping my eyes, I take her in from bottom to top. She's wearing thigh-high boots over black leggings that are made to look like leather, except these are custom-made boots to be able to move in with ease. Swiveling the chair around to face her, my knees spread apart as my hands find her hips. Her stomach is bare, her matching top only covering her tits with a peep show that's open between her breasts. A snug-fitting leather jacket is over it, open in the front, covering a lot of her torso. Did you come to put on a show for me? I miss watching her perform solely for me, even if she didn't know it was me. Is it wrong that I liked when she admitted to feeling guilty for dancing for someone else when she was clueless that I was the man in her booth every night that she was on the schedule?
I brought you dinner, but I'm not sure you're up to eating the pizza or me, Ren. You're exhausted. I can see it in your eyes. You need sleep.
Her concern fills me with too many emotions at once, giving me hope for us. Her heart isn't what I question. Never was. It's the war inside her thick skull that keeps me up at night, forcing me to drink my weight in alcohol, just so I could get my eyes to close. There is plenty of time to sleep on the plane tomorrow. I yank her forward, pulling her onto my lap. Don't question my ability to eat your pussy, Snowflake. You might just find my head between your legs for hours, bringing your body to the edge just to let it slip away long enough for me to do it all over again. You know I will. What I know is that you need to be in bed. Go home, Ren. I can't. Club doesn't close for hours, you know this. Sleep is overrated. Now that I'm sober all the damn time, the dreams exhaust me more than anything. The only time I sleep in peace is when she's wrapped so tight in my arms, I know she can't get away without me waking first. Leo is here. You've watched him all week. If you didn't think he was ready, then we wouldn't be leaving tomorrow. Go home and get some rest, Ren. I'll keep an eye on everything for you. I contemplate her offer for several heartbeats. Answer one question and I'll go. I wait for her to respond, and when she finally nods, I ask, if there was one thing in the entire world that you wanted for yourself, what would it be? You, Ren. Just you. Forever. Her words coat every cell in my chest cavity, warming my insides and chipping away the mountain stuck in the center of my chest. Want me to leave? Want me to sleep while you're here and I'm not? Then suck my dick and put me into a coma. Now that I can do. Her lips spread before they crash into mine. You, Ren. Just you. Forever. Another thread forms around my lifeline, strengthening the thin and frayed one that's so close to breaking. It's been scaring the shit out of me for far too long. Thank you, Sasha.
Chapter 29. Sasha. Me and my big fucking mouth. Of course I want my husband more than anything else. I'd walk away from fighting, dancing, my family, even if I thought we'd get away scot-free. The problem is, we were born into families with bullshit rules, and we'll die among our family too. There is no way out, not for people like us. If my dad doesn't give me an explanation when I see him tomorrow about what the hell is going on, then I'm going to have to resign to eventually dying without Lorenzo, too. That's what it'll cost if I go up against Dmitri. I will not submit to him, not in this fucking lifetime. That's the one thing in this world I'm positive of. Ren finally left half an hour ago, so I came down to the bar to watch the action and see for myself how Leo runs things on his watch. The girls have already fallen in love with him, going on about how sweet and kind he is. Lord help them. The man is a fucking mobster. Do they not see this? I'm happy he's showing them his good side, but they'd be smart to remember who the man really is. I have half a mind to blow this joint and join Ren in bed in lieu of staying here, but I gave my word. Besides, my husband really does need sleep over sex. The taste of his dick still lingers on my lips, making it so hard to stay put. It's a really nice dick, long, thick, and velvety. It curves upward slightly and to the right. The owner is a master at wielding it inside me. Shit. If I don't get Ren's cock off my mind, I'm going to wet this stool my ass is perched on. I suck the plastic straw between my lips, pulling in the ice-cold water I need to cool down my libido. My sex drive is working extra hard tonight. Usually Ren sates it, but I wouldn't let him this time. I ordered him out of his office and then out of the club. Bed was all he needed to worry about. Besides, there is a bed on my father's plane. He can take care of it for as long as we're in the air. My phone vibrates in my other hand, indicating someone sent me a text message. If it's Ren, I'm going to strangle him. The residence isn't far from the nightclub. His head should already be on his pillow with his eyes closed. I open it without peeking at the preview on the screen. When I see the devil as the stored contact, my teeth clamp together, and my chest tightens. Dmitri, enjoy wearing those pole dancing clothes, Tichka. Soon, you'll be caged where you belong. Then, it'll be me that decides what you do or do not wear. Time is almost up, little bird. But it's not only you that I'm hunting now. The blood in my veins simmers as I read his text. Then another pops onto the screen. Dmitri, you look good, angry. I'm going to enjoy bending you to my will. He sees me. He's watching me right now. But how? Dad said he swept the club. I assumed his men looked for cameras, too. I didn't tell anyone because Dad told me to keep my mouth shut, and for once I listened. Maybe I shouldn't have. Shit. Then again, he could be here. But isn't he too smart for that? My father killed his father. Does he know it was us? Shouldn't he be home sorting that shit out instead of stalking me? Fuck it, motherfucker. You want to spy on me? Then I'll give you a show you can't forget. No one tells me what I can't do. And if they try, they'll learn real quick I do the opposite. Putting my glass on the bar behind me, I slide out of my leather jacket, leaving it on the stool before I prance toward the stage as a bitter taste coats the inside of my mouth. He's going to have to bring a lot more than idle threats. Even then, you won't see me back down. Only death will put me in my place. In hindsight, I should have thought this through. There's no easy way to climb onto the stage from the floor, but I can't take the chance in walking around the back. I don't want to give Dmitri the chance to stop watching, whether he is here or spying on me via a live feed. Tapping a guy on the shoulder, he glances up at me. The music is loud, so I bend down to his level, my lips hovering a few inches from his ear. Stand up for me for a sec, would you? I need to use your chair to get up there. I nod to the stage where Rachel is performing. He gives me a once-over, and as he does so, his bottom lip drops, but he nods, signaling he's going to comply and help me out. He's barely standing before I put my hand on his back, using him to step into his chair and then onto the table. Once I'm on the stage, Rachel's eyes widen like a deer caught in headlights. This wasn't exactly planned, but I don't have the time or the patience to explain myself, so instead, I jerk my head, telling her without words to leave the stage. She quickly scurries away. With my back to the audience, I smirk, hoping Dmitri is watching every second of this. Get a good fucking look, you piece of shit. It'll be the one and only performance you ever get out of me. I wrap my hand around the pole and twirl around to face the front. The lights aren't blinding, so when I dip my ass to the stage floor, I get a bird's-eye view of every set of eyes that's peering at me, and I freeze for the length of at least 2 heartbeats. That's a hell of a lot of people. It's in that fleeting moment that it dawns on me. I've never actually danced or stripped in front of a crowd before. I quickly stand back up and turn around, putting both hands on the pole. It's only ever been Ren. How did I not realize that? Granted, I didn't intend on actually taking off my clothes, maybe my boots, and only for Dmitri's benefit. I hope he's seething right now. I just want to push his buttons, defy him, make him understand that bending me to his will is not something he'll ever achieve in this lifetime. I tighten my grip on the pole and lift my feet off the ground, creating a V shape between my legs. Then I pull up so that I can drop my legs without them touching the stage floor. Doing that, I angle them both to the side and twirl around the pole, spreading my legs apart. Pushing my torso away from the pole, I bring my ankles in, wrapping my legs around the pole. Letting my hands release the pole, I arch my back and swing out. I'm about to tuck inward and grab the pole again when someone snatches my hair in their fist, making me lose control as I'm yanked backward. I don't plummet to the floor like I was expecting. Instead, someone grips my upper thigh, preventing me from crashing. When I look up, Domenico towers above me, his face every bit a viper waiting to attack. His fingers feel like talons clawing at my scalp. The next thing I know, he's riding my feet back onto the stage and pushing me forward in front of him, marching me off the stage through the back. After we're past the curtain, he halts us in the hallway.
I warned you not to test me, bitch. It wasn't an idle threat, and you're about to find out that I always keep my word. Every bone you use to dance, everyone you need to execute a punch or a kick, will be broken tonight. You fucked up, and there are consequences to those actions. Don't think for 1 second my little brother can save you either.
Fucking fuck. Could I have been more stupid? I'm going to gut Dimitri for this shit. The trek to the elevator feels like an eternity. When we reach his forced destination, he pushes me through the frosted glass door of the club gym and shoves me so hard I stumble over my feet and trip to the floor, landing on my hands and knees on the floor.
Get those goddamn boots off.
Dom spits. What's the point? I force a laugh, even though there is nothing funny about this situation. Just get on with it. Do your worst.
I'm not into beating the shit out of women for the sport of it. God damn you for forcing my hand, Sasha. God fucking damn you. I gave you one order, just one, and you failed.
He breathes out through his mouth in a heavy sigh.
That doesn't mean you don't have a fighting chance. You can hit back. Give me all you've got, because if you puss out in any way, I'll be that much harder. It'll hurt 10 times worse tomorrow.
I unzip my boots and then toss them to the far hall when they're off.
Get up.
I push off the rubber mat at the same time my brother pushes through the gym door, a scowl on his face. He stops several feet from us and crosses his arms.
Don't look to him to save you, sweetheart. You broke my rule, not his. He doesn't even get a say. Your ass is mine until I say otherwise.
Dom flicks his index and middle finger in rapid succession, motioning for me to come at him.
Let's go.
I made a huge error tonight. Perhaps one of the dumbest decisions I've ever made. But I'm making another. I go at him first, and then I show my move, giving him the upper hand to counter. Nah, big boy, you want me? Come and get me.
I got your big boy, he says, grabbing his crotch over his black slacks.
His dress shirt matches, but the cuffs are rolled up to his elbows, and the top button is undone, revealing a peek of his smooth chest. Thanks, but that's a hard pass. My brother's leftovers have never interested me.
If we're going to swap, I'd much rather take Sienna for a round than your boy toy, little sister.
Krishna chimes in. To my brother's annoyance, Domenico ignores him, opting to continue staring a hole in my forehead, or trying to. Dom kicks his dress shoes off without losing eye contact with me, then he takes one step toward me and stops. He's hoping I take the bait and come at him, but I don't move, watching every limb on his body for any indication as to how he's going to strike. We do this dance for a minute. He moves to his right, I step to my right. Eventually, he grows tired of getting nowhere, so when he throws out his left fist, I know he isn't going to hit his mark. That was a distraction. His right elbow comes toward my jaw, so I lean back, but my body continues falling as I didn't see him sweep my feet out from under me. I go down hard. He's on top of me in the next breath, pressing his forearm into my throat. I buck my hips with all the strength in me, but he barely budges. I force my hips from side to side and dig my heels into the floor, pushing myself away. It works for a second, until Dom punches me in the ribs, and it hurts like a son of a bitch. I have to admit, I've been nailed with fists, knees, shins, and they hurt every single time. But that blow topped them all. Either he's tougher, stronger than I thought, or my brother has been going easy on me for years. My anger spikes at the thought. I don't have to be the best. There will always be someone better. But like hell is he taking me out that easily. He wants a knockdown, drag-out fight? So be it. I ball my fist and slam it into the side of his head as hard as I can. He follows with a knee to the other side of my ribcage. Damn it, boy. Wrapping his hand around my throat, he squeezes as he pulls me into a standing position, but doesn't let up on my windpipe. I lift my knee and bring my foot down on his shin, but it doesn't faze him. He pulls something from his pocket. I glance down, trying to determine what type of weapon it is, but when he opens his hand and lifts it to my line of sight, I see it's a small black box. "See this?" he asks. "This is the future you signed up for. I knew Ren was seeing a piece of ass, but keeping it from us. Didn't know it was you, but I knew it was someone. I found this in the top drawer in his room back home when I went back with C." He tosses it to the floor behind me and then shoves me down. "You aren't leaving this room until that ring is on your ring finger." "Go fuck yourself," I snarl, and for spite, I spit in his direction. I didn't know Ren got me a ring. He never said anything, didn't show me one. Domenico is on my back, wrapping his legs around me and digging his heels into my groin before I process anything further. His forearm binds around my throat as he wraps his fingers around my wrist and then yanks me backward. "Submit," he seethes close to my ear. "Not in a million years." Being on the ground, grappling, is not my strong suit. I prefer to be on my toes. I should have paid more attention all those times I took classes with Ren, instead of concentrating more on how great his body felt wrapped around mine. It's why I never made it past the white belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I was there for the boy, not to master any techniques. "We have all night." Dom's forehead smashes into the back of my head, and it feels like pain bursts from my eye sockets. What a fucking dick. Rotating my shoulder and twisting my arm, I punch him in the side. Then I do it again and again, harder each time. Letting me go, he flips me onto my back with too much ease, like I'm nothing more than a rag doll. Seeing his elbow coming toward my face, I jerk to the side. He's quicker than me and recovers, changing directions, and nails me in the mouth. Metallic coats the inside as blood pours from someplace in that vicinity. "Ready to put his ring on yet?" Dom quips. "Ready to puke up your balls?" "In case this little show hasn't been obvious, you aren't tough enough. Submit and make it easier on yourself, Sasha. It's that easy." "Oh, so big man was all fucking talk before? What happened to I'm going to break your bone?" He's on me before I can get all the words out of my mouth. Snatching my left hand before I pull back, he twists my finger until I feel a snap. The break registers before the pain does, my eyes going wide. "Stop!" Ren yells from somewhere, but I can't see him with Dom blocking everything. "Ugh!" I can't help myself from releasing the sound, but I clamp my teeth together to stifle anything else from leaving my mouth. "Get the fuck off me!" Ren hollers, leaving me to guess Krishna stopped him from rushing to us. "Leave, brother. This is between the missus and me. Submit, Sasha. Put the goddamn ring on and submit." "Go to hell!" I spit at him again, the saliva covering his chin and mouth. Using the sleeve of his shirt where his bicep is covered, he wipes it off the best he can. "Get off her, Dom!" Ren continues, and I hear scuffling with my brother. Someone grunts, but I don't know if it's Ren or Krishna. Dom's fist lands on the back of my thigh like I'm being hit with a sledgehammer. He repeats the act, hitting me in the same spot. Digging my heels into the rubber floor again, I push myself back in another attempt to get out from under him. He moves with me, and this time, his hand finds the back of my head where he fists the strands of my hair, lifting my head toward his face. "One last chance," he barks. "Stop this, Dom. I fucking mean it," Ren shouts. "Your sister hits harder than you do," I say back, laughing in his face even though my finger is throbbing, my leg aches, and my mouth stings. All in all, he's being soft on me, but if he thinks I'm going to throw up my hands and surrender, he's going to have to bring more than this. "She isn't here, or I would have made her do this shit instead of me, you dumb bitch. Put on the goddamn ring." Domenico's eyes glare. He wants to pulverize something, yet I don't get the feeling that something is me. Sure, he's mad, and given I did break his one order, I probably deserve whatever lesson he thinks he's giving. The thing is, I'm always going to do what I want and when I want to do it. Consequences be damned. Lifting my arm, I tuck my fist close to my body and swing my elbow, connecting with his jaw. He doesn't flinch, and that pisses me off more than anything else he's done tonight, my broken finger included. Ah, this motherfucker!
She's pregnant!
Ren yells, his voice sounding urgent. There is a flash of surprise in Domenico's eyes. They probably mirror my own because what the actual fuck is he talking about? Pregnant? Me? Is Ren serious or just trying to stop his brother from kicking my ass? God, I hope it's the latter, because there is absolutely no way I'm motherhood material. Who the hell would saddle a child with me?
When she submits,
Dom says, his hand tightening around my throat as more pressure cuts off the little bit of air I was getting. He pushes my head back down to the floor.
Put on the goddamn ring and submit, Sasha. Just fucking do it, Ren says. I'm going to kill you, Dom.
Wait, what did Domenico say? Sounded like another order, but all I can comprehend is that I might be pregnant. Shit. When was the last time I had my cycle? We've been here nearing a month and it hasn't shown up. Wasn't I supposed to get it the same week I arrived? Oh, crap. I am late. I'm motherfucking late. No, not late. I missed my period. I've never missed a period. Hell, I really am pregnant, aren't I?
The fucking ring already,
Dom shouts. Okay, I concede, lifting my hands. Then I feel all over the rubber floor until my hand wraps around the black velvety box Domenico tossed on the floor. Without looking at what's on the inside, I flip the box open, pull out the ring, and force it onto my finger, hoping it's the right finger. Happy now? Dom releases me, then stares down at me for a beat, our eyes locked. The moment ends and he jumps up, cracking his neck from side to side. Turning away from me, he looks at Ren where Krishna still has him in a hold.
I hope she's worth all this fucking effort. I'm still going to murder you for this,
Ren seethes.
Bring it, little brother.
Dom walks past him and out the door. Krishna shoves Ren forward and does the same, following Domenico. Ren's stare goes from my eyes down to my hand. He's angry, but he's also still exhausted, and it's palpable to see. Shaking his head, he says,
"Fuck this."
Then he pivots and storms out the door. All that, and he has nothing else to fucking say to me. Just great.
Chapter 30. Lorenzo. I left the club and went straight to the airport, taking a separate flight home than the rest of them. Sienna left a few days ago, so it was supposed to be Sasha, Dom, Krishna, and me on Mishka's jet, but there was no way I could sit on a plane with any of them. I'm already going to deck my brother the second I see him. Being in a small, enclosed space miles above the ground would not have worked out well for us. It was better I came home early. I nabbed a packet of over-the-counter sleeping aid from the gift shop in the airport and downed them as I was walking on the plane. I'd only been asleep half an hour at best when one of the dancers phoned me, telling me what happened, and that she was concerned for Sasha because my brother dragged my wife off the stage with all the patrons witnessing the act. Why she decided to make her debut is anyone's guess. Maybe that was her intent when she sucked me off in my office and told me to go home to get some sleep, acting like the good little wife she is not. I should have known the other shoe was going to drop. It always does. And then I walk in to find my brother ordering her to put on the ring I bought 3 years ago. I never had the balls to give it to her or ask her to marry me the right way. I still didn't gift it to her when we said I do, almost a year to the day from when I bought the ring. Watching her putting it on last night, seeing her wear it, was as exhilarating as it was crushing to my soul. She didn't slide the ring on her finger because she wanted to, or because she was proud to be my wife. No, she did it because my brother ordered her to. They can both fuck right the fuck off with that bullshit. What happened last night is the very reason I wasn't ready to present the ring to her. She's not all in with me, with us, in the right way. I don't want a wife that doesn't want me fully and wholeheartedly. I might be a master over her body, but I'm clearly a failure at her heart and mind. Until I have all of her, I didn't want my ring on a finger that didn't want it there. I'm seething for the 100th time since late last night when the doorbell chimes. After the plane touched down, I took a cab to my father's. I didn't go back to the New Orleans home to retrieve any of my packed bags. I literally went straight to the airport and lucked out with a flight that would be boarding in half an hour. I got home 10 hours ago, took a shower, and then crashed in my bed. I've only been up long enough to brush my teeth and make myself a cup of coffee. I'm half tempted to add booze to it, but forego that option to answer the front door. I've gone that route for years and it's done nothing for me, so what's the point? When I swing the door open, Mishka Nikolaev stands before me. He isn't the giant his son is, I think, when I'm looking at his blue gaze at eye level. "Lorenzo," he greets me. No ounce of malice or disdain to be found in his tone. "Your daughter and son aren't back yet. My father will be in his office, or he's not here either, but you're welcome to come in." I open the door wider and step back. "Should I assume you know where his office is, or do I need to show you?" "I do, and you don't. Tony is with lawyers handling your rotten grandfather's estate. My plane landed 10 minutes ago. The others will be along shortly. I got here early on purpose. You and I need to talk, son." He pats me on the shoulder before stepping around me. If he were going to kill me, I supposed he would have done it 2 years ago. That, or this is the longest mob execution in the history of the world. Not contemplating that further, I follow him into Dad's living room. "Is this where we have a heart-to-heart and you tell me I'm not worthy of your daughter?" I ask when he finally turns around to face me, his expression giving nothing away. "Ren. I can call you Ren, right? You didn't ask for Sasha's hand in marriage the proper way, so we're way past fake pleasantries. I'm going to call you Ren, okay? It's not a question, just nod in agreement, son." I tip my chin up, but remain closed-lipped. "Good deal." He smiles, but it's calculated. His eyebrow arches on one side, making sure I know it. "If anyone else would have pulled that shit with my daughter, I would have put a bullet between their eyes. I still aim to, but lucky for you, that round doesn't have your name on it. We'll get to that topic shortly because I'm impressed by you, Ren. That doesn't happen often." "Yeah? Why is that?" I find myself curious. "Because it's something I would have done." A chuckle tumbles from his lips that are encased by a full beard mixed with dirty blonde and graying hairs. "But Sasha needs to know the truth behind how you got her to agree to marry you. I'd say go find a cup for your balls, but she's more the type that goes for your eyeballs than the crown jewels. Good luck with that. She's all yours." "Did you take out Ivan Sokolov? Is that the secret Sasha has been guarding?" "So my daughter can follow directions when she wants to." He makes a humph sound before shaking his head. "I did, and I've been searching for his bastard of a son ever since." What did that twisted fuck do? I met Dmitri Sokolov once. Strangest encounter I've ever had. Something made me think it wasn't by chance, but when nothing came of it, I put it out of my mind. It was about a year ago. I'd just left Sasha's apartment from crashing there the night before and crossed the street to grab a coffee from a popular chain that caters to the caffeine addicts. Before I pulled the door open, someone spoke. He had a deep voice with an accent, but it was his comment that made me pause. Birds, left uncaged, tend to escape through open windows. I make sure my birds stay secured. I thought he was high. When I glanced at the man, he was staring at me while sipping from a small paper cup with the cafe's logo on it. He was dressed in a 5-piece suit, an expensive one at that. I didn't comment back. While I was standing in the line, it dawned on me who he was, but when I walked back out after getting my coffee, he was gone. Dmitri Sokolov has a reputation for squeezing the life out of a woman as he's fucking her. I like rough sex. I even like making Sasha bleed, or her making me bleed. But make no mistake, I'm nothing like that man. I'd never hurt my woman on that level. If I didn't know Domenico was going easy on her last night, I'd have searched for him instead of getting on a plane. His face still has a date with my knuckles, but once that's done, then it's over. Retribution will be paid. He's been stalking your wife for the better part of a decade, with us none the wiser. Excuse me? Don't fret, Ren. I'm not mad at you. I missed it too. But then again, my daughter has become an excellent liar since she's been shagging you. Mishka's eyes darken, losing every bit of the humor I've seen since he arrived. I like you more than I ever thought I would. Did you know your father saved my life once? No. My kids would have never been born if it hadn't been for Antonio being in the right place at the right time, if he hadn't taken out one of his own instead of saving me. That alone puts me in his debt, but it's a debt I paid many, many years ago. Make no mistake, Lorenzo. Just because I like you now doesn't mean that can't change in the future. There are only 2 women in this world that own me, and I'm giving you one of them. Don't make me not like you, Ren. People I don't like end up dead. He snaps his fingers. Just like that.
Chapter 31. Sasha. When I got back to the house last night and Ren wasn't there, my anxiety shot through the roof. To pass time, I walked to the 24-hour pharmacy a few blocks away for a pregnancy test. I bought 8 of them. It was overkill, I know, but I needed to be sure. After the 5th positive test, I came to the conclusion that I am, in fact, pregnant. This is what I get for being a dirty bitch and announcing Sienna and Mateo's engagement on social media. Of course, there is a chance I was already pregnant before I did that, but still, it was a shitty thing to do, even to her. Karma, motherfuckers. Remember that. Always comes back to bite you in the crotch, and not in a good way. Ren still wasn't back when I returned. Being the psycho bitch that I am, I resorted to looking at the Find My Phone app. I have his device connected to mine. He was somewhere over Georgia at that point, which told me he'd taken a commercial plane home. I was relieved and disappointed at the same time. At least he hasn't gone to look for someone better than me. Lord knows he deserves that. But I'll never allow that to happen. Kill me first, and then I might come back just to fuck that shit up. He's mine. Even in death, he's mine. Now we're going to be parents. I don't even know how to process that. Only thing I can conclude is that I cannot fuck this up. Dimitri must die sooner rather than later. It's not just Ren I have to protect now. It's the life we created as well. I would have given Ren up if that meant saving him from Dimitri, but that changed when he shocked the hell out of me by declaring I was carrying his baby. Not that he said those exact words, but not a lie either. My baby deserves Ren more than I do. And if that means I have to permanently destroy the threat, ensuring he or she has that, then a woman has to do what a woman has to do. I just have to plan how and when. But first, my father owes me an explanation. I've spent the entire time I've been in love with Ren, believing we didn't have a future. Now I'm questioning the validity of that very understanding I've had for so long. Did Dad ever outright say the Caputos were our enemy? After thinking long and hard during the plane ride, I don't know. That conclusion is a hard pill to swallow, and more reason why I need answers from the source. More of Tony's guys picked us up from the airport. Paul, I think his name is, but I don't ask for clarification as I climb out of the back seat of the SUV where he's parked in Tony's driveway. I don't retrieve my bags or Ren's. Instead, I march up the paved path to the front door, and then I walk inside. 2 missions on my mind: laying eyes on Ren and talking to my father, the former outweighing the latter. I power walk until I get to the entrance of the living room. When I see Ren, I mentally say, fuck it in my head, and take off in a sprint until I crash into him, wrapping my arms around him. He doesn't return the gesture, and when I lean my head back, peeking up at him, his eyes are narrowed as he looks at me, as though he's trying to crack a code to a safe. Maybe he is. Maybe I'm that hard to deal with.
What the hell happened to you?
Dad's question is a demand, and it's then I remember I look like dog shit. I didn't even attempt makeup. Why the hell bother? That in itself is a cause for concern. My face is rarely bare of makeup, but I couldn't bring myself to do it this morning. I didn't get 1 minute of sleep, and didn't dare look at a mirror after showering sometime in the early morning.
I did.
Dom chimes from behind me. Dad scowls in his direction. Domenico can eat my ass. I'm still bitter over what happened last night, and I'm mad at Krishna too, even though I've come to terms with the fact that I deserved what I got. Doesn't mean I have to be happy about it. The fucker broke my pinky.
I'm going to assume that was warranted, so I don't shoot you in every spot she has a bruise or broken bone.
He bites out, his tone going low and lethal.
It was, but don't let that stop you if you think you can, old man.
What fucking broken bone? Ren questions as he pulls himself out of my hold. Flicking his eyes down, he scans me, stopping on my left hand. Ren's face hardens as his teeth clamp together. The pupils in his dark gaze widen. His ring still rests where I placed it last night, but next to that is a splint I picked up at the pharmacy when I purchased the pregnancy tests. He sidesteps around me, my body twisting in his direction, watching as he strides toward where Dom is standing in front of the couch. "It's not a big deal, Ren. It's done. It's over," I say to his back. Balling his fist, he rears back. We all watch it happen in slow motion, no one moving, not even Domenico. His arm propels, knuckle meeting bone, making Dom fall back against the couch so hard his body pushes the cream-colored furniture backwards several inches, maybe even a foot.
Feel better, little brother?
Dom smirks up at Ren.
Not even close,
he answers, as Domenico licks his lips and moves his jaw from side to side.
Be glad I didn't cut it off instead.
Dom's eyes flicker to mine, and like the brat I know I am, I roll mine in response.
You try that, and you'll lose your whole fucking arm.
Lorenzo pivots, his angry scowl locking with mine.
And you, when were you planning on telling me you have a goddamn stalker?
Oh, hell. I roll my head to my dad, throwing ice picks at him from my eyes into his. Humor graces his older face, and if I weren't so mad at him right now, I'd think it makes him look handsome. For a dad, he's actually easy on the eyes, unless you know the man behind them.
What stalker?
Krishna chimes in before I open my trap in a way that's bound to piss my father off.
Apparently, Dmitri Sokolov, and he's been doing it for years.
Ren shakes his head, his eyes cutting away from me for a split second.
Fucking years, and you didn't tell me?
My phone decides at that moment to chime with an incoming text, but I leave it in my back pocket, not bothering to check it. With my luck, Dmitri would choose now to send me another message telling me all the ways he plans on locking me away for the rest of my life. I have my reasons, thank you very much, I say when he continues to stare at me like he's expecting a plausible answer. Well, I don't have one that I'm willing to share. If I told him about Dmitri, he'd storm out of here on a quest to go after him. I can't allow that to happen. Sokolov is as smart as he is sadistic. I can't put Ren in that situation. Not when I've decided to take care of him myself.
Fuck your reasons.
My brother spits, pushing off the case opening of the large entrance to the living room.
You don't get the luxury of keeping something like that from me, Sasha. Why the fuck didn't you say something when we saw him 2 weeks ago? You're seeing him?
Ren adds to the conversation, the accusation clear in his tone. I drop my crossed arms. Don't you dare say it like that, Lorenzo.
Like what, wife?
He bites out, his upper lip curving into a snarl. I march to him until we're standing toe to toe, and I have to tip my head back to look him in the eyes. Like I've done something wrong behind your back. Like,
have you?
Ren interrupts. I slap him across the face before it registers what I've done. Not that I'm sorry, because he deserved it. I've only ever been with you, dumbass. I'll die only ever having been with you. I want to slap him again, but I refrain. Laughter comes from behind me. Looking over my shoulder, I see it's coming from my father. He stops when our matching eyes meet, but his lips remain spread apart. "Dad," I say like a curse word rolling off my tongue. I twist around to face him. "Stop smiling. It's creepy. For once, be on my fucking side, damn it."
"Sasha,"
Dad barks, his tone sounding critical while his expression turns serious.
"The boy took your innocence long before he married your defiant ass, yet he's still breathing. Consider that me being on your side."
You owe me an explanation. Did I or did I not hear you, from your own mouth, promise to hand me over to Dmitri Sokolov on my 25th birthday?
"The fuck?"
Ren yells. He grips the waistband of my jeans, yanking me into his front. Next, his arm bands around me just below my breasts.
"She's mine, Mishka." "Yes, psycho son-in-law. We've established that. There's no takebacks on that package, unless you want to end up in a coffin instead."
Then what the hell did I hear, Dad?
"You, daughter, obviously did not stick around to overhear the rest of the conversation."
My father sighs, looking worn down for the first time in my life. Or maybe this is the first time I'm noticing the tiredness surrounding his eyes.
"I allowed Ivan to lay out his request. I wanted to know exactly what he wanted, what he expected, what he thought I'd give over, as if we were talking about a bottle of vodka. And then I told him the only way his son would ever lay one finger on my daughter would be if I were in the ground."
"So you didn't arrange my marriage then?" Relief spreads through me, but so does regret. I should have confronted my father instead of allowing my anger to fester all these years.
"I didn't say that, Sasha."
He deadpans, making my reprieve short-lived. "What the hell does that mean?"
"It means he brokered a deal with me."
Comes from behind us. It takes longer than it should for that voice to register. Turning, Tony stands in the entryway with my mother. My mouth gapes at the sight before me.
"There better be one hell of a reason for my wife to be in your arms, Caputo,"
Dad says, venom laced in his tone with an edge of something else I can't decipher. "Ex-wife," I correct, hating the prefix of that word as a sour taste coats the inside of my mouth.
"Tony, put me down already," Mom says. "I was shot in the arm, not the leg." "You were what?"
My dad stands.
"I'm fine, Mishka,"
Mom assures him, but it's then I take in her pretty face. She has fair skin like me, but her flesh looks pale, ashen even. Clearly she's in pain.
"It's just a flesh wound." "Domenico, get the wound kit," Tony orders. "The bullet is still in her arm and needs to come out."
"Oh my God," I say as Tony takes a step forward, Dad meeting him halfway.
"And vodka. Don't forget a vodka kit,"
Mom adds as she wraps one arm around my dad's shoulder while her other is tucked to her chest.
"Who did this, Kita? Who am I killing?"
Dad's chest vibrates with rage.
"As charming as that is, my love, I'm as capable of taking care of myself as you are."
Mom forces a smile.
"Nikita,"
Dad seethes.
"He's in an alley in the city with a gaping hole in his chest, Mishka."
Mom's chest deflates as her side leans more into Dad's chest.
"He was just an errand boy sent by another. A nobody, likely paid in cash if I had to guess."
"You know who's responsible, Mishka." Tony speaks up. "You knew there would be backlash to taking out Ivan Sokolov and 70% of his men. While you thought he would go after Sasha, I had men watching Kita."
"Why the fuck weren't we told?"
Krishna demands. A better question is, why are our parents acting like they're together?
"Old news, sister. They are.
Krishna informs me while his eyes remain on both bosses in the room.
Since when? I seethe.
Since the day we were married, Sasha, Mom informs me.
Sit her on the coffee table,
Dom says as he steps back into the room, a black container in one hand and a bottle of Tito's in the other. Dad complies but reaches for the box in his hand at the same time Mom snatches the bottle from Domenico's grasp. Give me that, boy.
I know what I'm doing, old-timer,
Domenico quips.
Move out of my way. Boy, when it's your wife with a gunshot wound, you can handle it. When it's mine, I'll handle her myself. Now be gone.
Dad unzips the box while Mom unscrews the orange cap on the bottle of booze.
Drink up, baby. I have a murderer to commit after this.
Dad pulls a long pair of tweezers from the container, as well as a lighter, as I gawk at his use of the endearment. It's weird hearing that term come from his lips. Flicking the flame on, he waves it under the utensil until it turns bright orange.
No,
Mom declares after taking a swig.
You're officially retired. It's time to give the reins to Krishna. Soon, love, soon. I promise, but it won't be today. Like hell it won't.
She looks over her shoulder.
Kay, congratulations. You're the new Pahan. Nikita.
Dad draws out. His tone is low, but the weight of it is palpable from where I stand leaned against Wren's chest. He hasn't released me, and I'm perfectly content in his grasp.
No, Mishka, Mom says. I've waited long enough. It's why I'm here, and I don't plan on leaving without you retired. So tell our son he is the new boss. After I feed Dmitri Sokolov's skull through a meat grinder while he's fully coherent. That is the least you can afford me. No one comes after my wife and lives through the same night.
My phone goes off again, and needing a distraction from the weird turn of events today, I pull it from my back pocket. Martina. She better show up tomorrow. I didn't plan all this for nothing, young lady. Martina. My house, 6 p.m. tomorrow night. Don't be late, which means be early. Dad pulls the casing from Mom's arms as I slide my phone back into my back pocket. Mateo's mother is annoying. With everything that happened last night, I'd forgotten about Sienna's wedding shower. Surely I can use this situation to get out of that bullshit. Dad drops the casing on the glass coffee table, as well as the tweezers. In the blink of an eye, while Dad isn't watching her, she reaches down to her ankle, pulling out the smallest handgun I've ever seen. My father makes a dramatic sigh, telling me he knows what she's up to. When he snaps his gaze to Mom, it's with the barrel resting under his chin.
"See it with me," she starts. "I, Mishka Nikolaev, hereby relinquish my role as the Pahan of the United States of America. I turn over that title to my son, Krishna Nikolaev, immediately."
Who the hell is this woman, and where has she been my whole life?
I'd forgotten how this side of you turns me on, love.
Dad smirks. Ew, can you not? That's my mother. I gag.
Yes, and if you weren't standing there, daughter, I'd be fucking her this very moment.
I'm going to vomit.
That's just the morning sickness, snowflake.
Wren chimes in.
You're pregnant?
Mom lights up, and like that, the color returns to her cheeks.
Oh, sweetheart, that's wonderful news.
It's then I remember the earlier statement Tony made. I turn my head and flick my eyes to him. Hold the fuck up. What did you mean by brokered a deal with me?
Yeah, I'd like the answer to that too, Dad,
Wren says, tightening his grip around me like he's anticipating I'll bolt. Wait a minute. Mom lifts her uninjured arm, palm out. All you men do is mess things up. Sasha. She turns her eyes to mine. It means just that, but also more. Tony and Mishka wanted a solid alliance. Ariana and I had one stipulation. You both had to fall in love, and it had to be genuine. Neither wanted our children to hate their spouse or be forced to marry someone they didn't love, so she takes a breath. We made it possible for both of you to attend the same school. We even held you back a year to make sure you and Lorenzo were in the same grade. Are you fucking serious? Do not take that tone with me, young lady. You want to talk to your father like you're his son. That's between you and him. You will not take that tone with me or use curse words when speaking to me. I am your mother, not your friend. You know now, and this topic is closed. We've derailed. She flips her stare back to my dad. I'm still waiting, dear. Don't make me pull the trigger. I'll make sure we have matching scars when I put a bullet in your arm. Is that really what you want? Dad asks. Yes, Mishka. She snaps her fingers impatiently. It's time for us to live again. I hereby retire. Looking to my brother, he says, The kingdom is yours, son. Don't fuck it up. Krishna stands there with his arms crossed, not saying anything, his eyes on our dad, his expression masked. I'm still taking out the son of a bitch that decided he could take from me. Wrong, Mom refutes. Krishna is the Pahan now. He can slice the little fuck's throat while you're on the beach with me. Mom turns to look at me, but then her eyes flick to where Ren is standing with one foot propped on the hearth. Or my cute little son-in-law can do it. Don't you want to prove you're the right man for my daughter? Glad to see you haven't lost your sadistic side, my love. There are fucking stars in my father's eyes as he stares at my mother, his wife. Shit, they really are married. My parents are together. Realization hits like a ton of bricks. They were never apart. I mean, they were, obviously, but they weren't at the same time. They were always married and in love, like I remember from when I was a little girl. When I was small, I used to want that kind of love. It was real and bigger than life. The corner of Dad's mouth tips up on one side. Then his head turns in my brother's direction, and just like that, the boss is back. Take care of that loose end before I piss off your mother and come right back out of retirement to do it myself. Did my suggestion come off like an actual suggestion? Mom asks. Because it was actually an order. Kid can't do it, love. He's going to be spending too much time on his knees, begging our daughter for forgiveness, when she learns he manipulated her into marrying him in the first place. Come again? What the hell did he just say? Ren blows out a heavy breath. Really, Mishka, was that necessary? Mom rolls her eyes. Of course it was. Now the truth is out. They can move on and start producing us some grandchildren. They even got a head start. Isn't that what you want? I'm doing this for you, my love. Always for you. What the hell are you talking about, Dad? Correct me if my memory is off. I'm old now, but I think he said something like, Sasha, baby, what better way to stick it to your old man than to marry the enemy's son? Let's get married. Wasn't that how it went down? Yeah, actually it was, but how does he know that? How exactly do you know that? I questioned my dad. You think I'd allow you to move out of my house, out from under the safety that home affords you? Daughter,
You aren't as bright as I thought you were if you never expected me not to have 24/7 surveillance set up inside your apartment.
Are you kidding me? I seethe through clenched teeth.
Your brother installed it.
Dad jerks his chin in Krishna's direction.
Ask him if you don't believe me. We all have orders to follow, little sister,
he says before I can pry my lips open.
Well, they're your orders now, so get them the hell out of my apartment. Today, Kay.
I can't fucking believe him. In hindsight, I'm not that surprised my father would do that. I am shocked Krishna didn't give me a heads up.
I don't see the point. You don't live there anymore.
Like hell I don't. It's mine. I pay the rent. And it's where I'll be sleeping tonight, I declare, crossing my arms over my chest and pushing away from Ren. I'm kicking myself because it hurts my own heart to do so. I turn to face him.
I can't believe you purposely manipulated me into marrying you. When exactly were you planning to tell me that a man has been stalking you?
Don't you dare turn this on me.
Nice job, Mishka. Nice job,
Mom says, rubbing her middle finger between her brows. Fuck this shit. I'm out of here. I shake my head as I pivot away from my husband, furious at him.
Chapter 32. Lorenzo. Dom, come out with us. Get your mind off of the bullshit. My brother's been blowing up my phone for the last hour. He and Krishna decided it would be a great idea to take Mateo out for a bachelor celebration, since he and Sienna are marrying in a week. The girls are off doing some chick thing Dad mentioned. When I asked if either were willing participants, he said they'll either bond or one of us would get a call to pick them up at the hospital. The former is wishful thinking, so I'm sober, waiting on that call. I got to Headliners, the strip club I own in the city, the same time as Domenico's text messages start rolling in. That was the 5th time that I texted my wife since last night, which is why I'm holding my phone in my hand now, a text message already drafted, waiting for me to hit send. Me. Time to stop pouting and get over it, Snowflake. Bet that hotel bed wasn't the same as being in my bed, beneath me. I would have loved to have seen her face when she showed up at her old apartment and figured out it had been subleased to someone else, that none of her shit remained in that place. Her pride was wounded, so she ended up at the most expensive hotel the city has. I know this because I got a charge on my credit card. Not sure when she swiped it, but what's mine is hers, so I didn't care. She's not dumb. She did it on purpose, knowing I'd find out and likely expecting me to show up. But two can play this game. She wants to sulk? Then by all means sulk away, Snowflake. If Sasha thinks I'm going to get on my knees and beg her to forgive me, then she'll be waiting for eternity. I did what I did, and I'd do it again. She's mine, and that's just the way it fucking is. My Snowflake will have to cut my throat from ear to ear if she wants out. Even then, I'd find a way back. I'm giving Dom and Krishna 2 days. If they haven't found Dimitri in that time frame, I'll find him and walk right the fuck in his house and put him down myself. Sasha, on the other hand, has until later tonight to come around, or I'm going to pick her tight little ass up and put her over my shoulder. She'll be in my bed tonight, even if that means I have to tie her to it in order to make her stay. There's light rapping of knuckles against the door I left cracked open. Flicking my trained gaze off the screen of my cell phone, I peek up to see the door swinging inward to reveal Cameron on the other side. He was the manager when I bought the club, and he's remained the manager this whole time. "You wanted to see me, boss?" he asks, greeting me with respect I haven't earned. He's always ran things, and I've let him, never getting involved. Guessing because I've never asked, I'd say he's about 5 years older than me, with brown hair kept short and neat. He's wearing a suit, while I'm sitting before him in jeans and a plain white t-shirt I pulled out of a drawer this morning after I showered. "Take a seat." I motioned to the chair in front of my desk. Even though I've owned the club for 2 years, this is the first time I've made use of the office. I've only ever come to the club for one reason, and she isn't here tonight. So I'm sure I surprised him when I showed up and told him to come see me when he got a free moment. I'll seek her out when I leave here. "There's something I want to run by you. If you want to think it over for a day or two, that's fine, but I want your honest answer. I'd never give you less than that, Lorenzo. I hope you know that, he assures me. Good. I press the button on the side of my cell, making the screen go dark, and then I slide it on the desk. Even though I've sent Sasha numerous text messages, I don't expect her to answer me. If I want to talk to her, then one of us has to give in and go looking for the other. It's not like I can't find her no matter where she is, especially now that she's wearing my ring. Embedding a tracking device in the setting was the first thing I did after I bought it, but my psycho goes deeper. I can trace her from my phone if I want to, the same as she can mine. Who's without a cell phone these days? Not her, at least. After spending time in New Orleans and seeing the workings of another club, I want to do the same here. I want to build an entertainment venue where people come to watch a live performance by the best dancers on this side of the world. I want to cater to the desires of men and women. I want it bigger than what we have now. I want it to draw crowds better than any other club in the country. So my question to you is, do you want to do that with me, or do you want to buy this place from me? That sounds awfully nice, but we don't have space here for what you've conjured up in your head. Not saying there isn't another space somewhere else that will work, but we can't do that here. Something that big will cost a fortune to create, boss. Let me worry about the funding. Do you want in? Fuck yeah. The smile ghosting his lips turns into a full-on grin. Next question. Do you think we have the talent, or do we need to look at recruiting fresh blood? The girls we have employed are good, but they'd need specialized training for a next-level club. I saw a show once in Russia. It was badass, and if that's the talent you want, then we'll definitely need fresh blood. Sasha can train, but we'll need more than just her, I admit. She's going to want to kick my ass for that, not for making her train dancers. I saw how she was in New Orleans, and she loved it. No, she'll be pissed I want to bring in someone else besides her now that she's pregnant. Eventually, she'll start to show, and we'll have to slow her ass down for a while. Not that I can tell her that in those words. She'll come to that conclusion on her own, so when that occurs, I need to have a backup in place. Sasha Nikolaev? The chick you used to reserve? His brows furrow in confusion. I never explained why I booked her private slots, filling them with me and me only. Long story short, she's my wife. I'm not getting into that tonight with you. If you stay, if you do this with us, you need to know she'll be my equal. The club will be hers as much as it is mine. You'll report to us both. Not going to lie to you, that won't be easy for anyone. We're complicated. Sounds more than complicated, but I hear you loud and clear. Not my business, but she is my boss. Exactly. I sit forward as my screen lights up with an incoming text message. I don't have anything lined out. I know I'm not going to shut this place down until we have the new one rolling. I don't want to do that to the staff. I know they all need their jobs, and when this leaks, we need to make sure they know they're safe. Got it. He stands. Anything else you need from me? Not yet, but I'll let you know when I do. He nods, then turns, leaving the way he came in. I grab my phone, hoping my little snowflake has come to her senses, but see, it's a number I don't recognize. I open it anyway. Unknown number. Snowflakes melt. They're enjoyable for a moment in time, and then, just like that, they're no more. Some birds can have a lifespan longer than the average human. Easily captured, too. I'm typing a message before I realize that I am. Then I hit send as I stare at the first word. Not many people know I call Sasha by that nickname. I don't think, but then again, it's not as though I hide it either. Me. Who the fuck is this? As if the person was anticipating my reply, he responds almost immediately. Unknown number. You stole my bird, boy. I'm here to take her back. Sasha has always been mine. You only thought she was yours. Dmitry Sokolov. Me. See, that's where you're delusional. Snowflakes land where they choose. Mine always comes back to me. I don't have to lock her in a cage to keep her. Unknown number. She's been locked in a cage for years. She just doesn't know it. I know where she is at every minute of the day. I have for a very long time. I can take my little bird any time that I want. Hell, I might take them both. A photo comes through next. It takes longer than it should to load, but once it does, I click on it. It's my sister and Sasha. They're both standing by C's car. Sasha on the driver's side and Sia on the opposite. They're talking or arguing over the roof of Sienna's Mercedes that's parked on the curb in front of a house I don't recognize. Unknown number. You people have a lack of authority over your women. They do what they want, rather than what they're told. It'll be my pleasure bringing these two to heel. Me. Motherfucker. You harm either and I'll make sure your death is slow and more painful than you can imagine. I'm standing before I know where I'm headed. My keys are in my pocket, so there's nothing I need to grab since my phone's already in my hand. I need to call Dom, but I'll do it when I get in my SUV. Another text comes through as I exit my office and head for the back stairwell that'll take me to the alley where my vehicle is parked. When I fling the door open and step outside, I come to an abrupt stop. The barrel at the side of my head is what I notice first. The door shuts behind me, and that's when I see the other pistol outstretched in a man's hand to my left. Drop the phone. Put your hands up so I can see them. That came from the man on my right. Don't make any sudden movements. Boss wants you alive. The other guy chuckles. But he didn't say we had to bring you back unharmed. Both men have an accent, similar to Sasha's parents. They're Russian, and if I had to bet my life on it, their boss is none other than Dmitry Sokolov.
Chapter 33. Sasha.
Ren. Time to stop pouting and get over it, Snowflake. Bet that hotel bed wasn't the same as being in my bed, beneath me.
Lorenzo sent that text 3 hours ago. It's one of many that's come through from him in the last 24 hours. I finally threw him a bone 20 minutes later. Me. Bite me, bitch. I had a good, solid minute laugh with that one. I swear he and his sister are the same. It's easy to get under their skin with minimal effort. But then, the fucker didn't respond, and that irked me. I sent another. Me. Maybe that bed got the job done better than you. Ever consider that? He still didn't reply. The asshole blew up my phone every other hour, and now he's silent? I'm not falling for his bullshit. He's going to have to work harder than that. Me. Did you know they made dildos that thrust? I didn't either, until I found your replacement. Me. It was nice knowing you. I've got my needs covered now. See ya. That last message was sent an hour ago, and he's yet to reply. I'm pissed now. The motherfucker is doing this shit on purpose. He knew I'd cave. Probably knows my pussy is broken, too. Only works for his stupid ass. It's not my fault his dick is its crack. That's the very reason I can't allow him to know that shit. That's information he would use against me. What the hell did you bring me to? Sienna's annoyance rips me away from staring at a text conversation that seems to be one-sided. She sidles up against me, her arms colliding with mine as she forces the stool I'm sitting on to rock as she blows out a dramatic breath, coating the side of my face with her hot air. I should have bought you breath mints as a wedding present. I shut my phone off and then place it on the island countertop I'm sitting in front of. After arguing the whole ride to Martina's house, I ditched Sienna once we were inside. I've been in the kitchen ever since. You need to fake being sick to get us out of here, she says, forcing me to finally turn my head toward her. Her face is so screwed up, she looks like she's about to go into a full-blown allergy attack. Why fake anything? Tell the bitch her party sucks. It doesn't suck. She shakes her head. It's just weird and awkward. And I'd rather leave before I say or do something to make Mateo's mom hate me even more. In that case, stop breathing. She'll be your BFF by the time your body's cold. One side of my lip turns up. So will I, for that matter. I'm serious. Her hand wraps around my forearm, and if it weren't for the acrylic making her nails blunt, they'd be drawing blood. Go to the bathroom and throw up, but make sure it's loud enough to be heard. You're good at putting on a show. This should be a piece of cake for you. Tell them it's a bout of nasty morning sickness and we need to go. It's 9 p.m. I deadpan. Oh, no, that shit comes up at any given time of the day or night. A dumbass just named it morning sickness because it was probably a man that came up with it in the first place. How would you know that? I quip, suddenly all ears. You think you were the first to get prego in this family, bitch? Think again. Her eyes cut behind me, and then she leans closer, her voice becoming a whisper. But if you let that slip to anyone or on social media, I'll break more than your damn pinky finger. Well, I wouldn't know. Guess I'm immune to that pansy-ass bullshit. I laugh, but my stomach decides to go queasy at that very second. Girls. My back straightens at the motherly tone as Sienna's brown eyes flicker behind me, as if we've been caught doing something we shouldn't. I twist off the stool, coming to stand next to my least favorite sister-in-law. And even though she's my only sister-in-law, I may like her a teeny tiny bit more than I like the uppity cunt in front of us. Someone needs to bring her down a notch. I just wanted to say that I'm glad I got to do this for you, Sienna. Thank you both for coming tonight. Thank you for having us. Thank you for doing this for Mateo, Sienna says, and it sounds genuine rolling off her lips. I didn't do this for my son, she refutes. A humph hums from my throat, making her flick her gaze to me. I didn't do it because you demanded I do it either. Believe me when I say I'm not afraid to tell Tony Caputo where he can shove it, or anyone else. She looks back to Sienna. I did it for Ari. Tears well up so fast in her dark blue eyes that mine round with shock. My mother? Sienna questions, confusion and wariness evident in her voice. Ariana would have put on the biggest bridal shower for you. It would have been an all-day affair. That I can assure you, Sienna. She blinks, and a cascade of liquid falls down her cheeks. How do you know my mother? There was a time long ago, but not that long ago, when we were best friends, your mother and me. My stomach chooses that moment to roll. I'm going to be sick, I stammer out, bringing my hand to my mouth. Not waiting for either of them to react, I cut around Martina and rush to the bathroom, praying I make it as bile inches up, trying to escape. Fuck you, Karma. Fuck you right up the ass. What were you saying about being immune? Sienna laughs from the driver's seat of her Mercedes while I'm half curled into a ball in the passenger seat with the seat leaned as far back as it'll recline. If she didn't drive like a teenager that just got their license and now thinks they're the next race car driver in the making, I wouldn't even have the seatbelt around me. That's how shitty I feel right now. Her jerky and aggressive driving is making it all worse. Kiss my ass. Kind of hard not to miss it now, she says, not taking her eyes off the road. Doesn't stop the smirk from crawling up her mouth. Bitch, you didn't even know I was pregnant until what, 2 days ago? Let me guess, your twin told you first. Had he even boarded the plane yet? Actually, he told me a week ago. Before you, so eat that. She gloats, pissing me off. I roll my eyes and turn to face the window. It's nighttime, but the city is lit up and there are people everywhere. I figured we'd head to her father's, where I left my father's SUV earlier. I was mad when I stormed out, but I didn't have a car, so I did what a girl had to do. I hot-wired his shit and tore out. He taught Krishna and I how to do it when we were kids, so really, it serves him right. Plus, Ren wasn't the only person I was angry with. My parents and even my brother topped that list, too. For once, Sienna is the least annoying person I know. Do me a favor and check Ren's location on your phone. Make sure he's still at Headliners. I'm going to be irritated if I drove you all the way to the city for nothing. And how would I do that? I ask, knowing damn well I can look at his device location if I want. I've just chosen not to in the last 24 hours, and believe me, it was fucking torture not to tap on that application. Bitch, don't play dumb. It's a perfectly normal thing to track their asses. Besides, you're a psycho bitch. You know damn well you can find him at the drop of a hat, so do it. Whatever. I sit up and pull my cell phone out from where I have it tucked between my hip and leather leggings. Without a pocket, it was my only option, unless I wanted to hold it, which I did not, nor did I want to haul a purse around all night. Opening the app, I wait for it to load. Besides Ren, I have Krishna's and my mom's location, but it surprises me when I see Domenico, Sienna, and Matteo. What the fuck? A snicker comes from my left. Babe, Dom is the biggest psycho of all of us, if you haven't figured that out yet. Her gaze flicks to mine briefly before returning to the road. I'm guessing we're all in there now? You're on mine, too. It was a shock to me as well. Made this bullshit real. Are you saying you're okay with Ren and me now? I'm saying you're baking his goods, so I'm being the bigger person and accepting a reality I have no control over. Welcome to the family, you stupid cow. After the kids are born, I want a rematch. Bring it. I'll kick your ass again and enjoy every second of it. Again. I drop my phone to my lap. Yeah, he's at the club, I confirm, wondering why he's even there. She turns down a street I've walked down hundreds of times, and it makes me peer up to the blue neon sign high above the strip club's entrance that reads headliners in all capital letters. There's a line that's already started to form outside, telling me the club has reached the fire marshal's maximum capacity. It's a short line, but it's also still early in the night. As she passes the front, Sienna slows, but not by much, and then takes a sharp right down an alley. I see Ren's black Range Rover almost immediately, the front of the SUV facing us. She parks and I unclip my seatbelt. Wait here. She glances at me as she opens the driver's side door, the car still running. I'm going to run up and get him, then we're crashing the boys' bachelor party. Or we could find a better one, I suggest, my back falling against the seat, since I'm not getting out. She doesn't reply, getting out and slamming the door closed. There's a side entrance that faces the side of Ren's vehicle, and it makes me wonder if this is where he used to park every time I worked when he'd come here to see me. For whatever reason, I'm not even mad about that anymore. If anything, it makes my insides flutter, loving his possessive side, and the fact that he didn't ask me to quit. For 2 years, I danced in a private booth the size of a walk-in closet, and not a big one. When Sienna isn't back after 5 minutes, I shoot her a text and then get out of the car, needing fresh air. It's not cold, but it's cool and feels good against my bare arms. With my tight pants, I'm wearing a slinky, sleeveless top in a pink so bright I'm like a neon sign. It pairs well and shows off my arm tattoos. Not that I have a ton, but I have enough that they're noticeable. As much of a prude as Matteo's mom comes off, I'm surprised I didn't catch her gawking at them. Maybe she isn't as bad as she tries to portray. It's strange, her admitting to being friends with Ren's mom, but no one knew. Surely Tony did, but if so, why didn't he say anything? As far as I know, Sienna developed a crush on Matteo in grade school and never outgrew it, and that's the only way they knew each other. Guess they could have had a falling out before Ren's mother was killed. When I'm close to the side entrance, something on the ground catches my attention. I'm about to kick it with my boot when I realize it's a phone. Bending down, I pick it up and turn it over. The screen lights up, and I gasp, seeing the lone snowflake wallpaper on the home screen. He hasn't changed his screen's background in 2 years. This is Ren's phone, but what is it doing outside? My stomach twists in knots, telling me something isn't right. I type in the 4-digit code unlocking his phone. He has a lot of new messages that haven't been read. I go to his message app, scanning who he's been talking to, and see a number I'd recognize anywhere. I gasp, only this time, it's deeper. Dmitri Sokolov. I open the message, reading the conversation, and see the photo of Sienna and me outside of Martina's house when we'd just arrived 4 hours ago. Twisting, I charge to the driver's side of Sienna's car. Yanking on the handle, I pull the door open and jump in. I shifted in reverse at the same time I'm glancing up to peek in the rearview mirror, seeing Ren's sister exit the club, but I don't wait for her. I hit the gas and back out of the alley and onto the main road. I have my phone in my hand, pressing the devil's contact, hoping I chose the right direction. He answers on the first ring, as if he was expecting my call. Want to know how I'm going to catch my little bird? There's humor in his tone that has me gritting my teeth. With bait, of course. I finally have something you'd do anything for, Tichka. It's time to climb in your cage, where you belong.
Chapter 34. Lorenzo. I'm a good shit-talker. When you're sort of the middle child and then the bitch you fell in love with can give back better than you can dish it, you're forced to learn ways to get under people's skin. You also become versed in judging when to hold back. There's a fine line, and sometimes it's harder to know when to push than it is at other times. Right now, I don't give one fuck. Sokolov is a pussy. Doesn't want to dirty up his callous-free hands to ram his knuckles into my face. I pegged him real quick. He only likes to exert brute force personally when he knows it's a sure bet, when he can overpower his opponent. I'd bet my life he gets off on hurting women, and likely a part of it's because he knows under the facade he's a weak individual. He finds little playthings he can overpower, and he enjoys breaking them. Dmitri has a reputation that I see now as embellished. Sure, he's killed, brutalized, and tortured. That's what he's been doing for the last few hours, but he gets his goons to do it for him as he watches. He's all show. The dead eyes are real, but all that proves is there is evil rotting his soul. I can't respect a man like that. You have a problem with me, then you face me like a goddamn man. Problem is, he wants something that doesn't belong to him. He wants someone that he can't obtain the right way. My marriage isn't perfect. Neither Sasha nor I will ever be close to perfection. She'll likely push me to the brink of insanity by the time I'm 80, if I live that long. But that's a choice I'd choose every single time. She may be mad at me right now, but I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, she'd choose me too. Sometimes I think I know her better than I know my own self. Sokolov, on the other hand, does not know a damn thing about my snowflake. If he did, he'd know she can't be tamed. She's not a tiger you can cage, or a bird, as he likes to refer to her as. I'd love to shove a bird down his motherfucking throat and watch him choke on it. But then that would be cruel to the innocent bird, so a knife will have to do. Only I have to get my hands on one. The one buried in the muscle between my shoulder and chest isn't attainable at the moment, but as soon as I'm out of these restraints, that's exactly what I'm going for. Until then, I'm letting my anger supersede the pain radiating from all areas of my body. I'm never without my leather jacket. I wear it in the middle of summer, but my thoughts were clouded with my hard-headed woman this morning, to the point that I walked out of the house without it. I didn't even realize it until I walked out of the club and right into the path of the enemy. If I would have had my blades on me, I wouldn't be in this predicament. I didn't even have the pocket knife that's always hooked to my pants. I'm counting on Sasha being with Sienna when Dmitri called her half an hour ago. My sister was instructed to swing by the club when they left Mateo's parents' house. The three of us were going to meet up, without our not-so-merry little newly formed family. When Sienna doesn't find me, she'll start searching. If she finds my phone, my sister will know something is wrong. He stared at me with a smirk on his lips the few seconds he was on the phone with my wife. He wanted me to hear. But if he thinks that's all it's going to take to screw with my head, he's a piss-poor judge of character. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared. I am, but that heaviness in my chest is for Sasha and our newly developing baby. I need her to play this smart, think before she reacts. Now that she knows she's pregnant, I need her to realize she's carrying a life that is far more important than either of ours, especially mine, to protect. Be smart, baby. My t-shirt started out white when I pulled it on this morning, but since he had his men grab me, It's slowly been changing between crimson and a faded pink color. There are some spots with dirt from when I fell to the ground after being clocked in the temple with the butt of Goon 1's gun. My lights were out until we arrived, and I woke up with my ankles zip-tied to the chair my ass is currently residing on, and my hands clasped together behind my back with what I'm assuming is another zip tie. I could have broken out of the chair, even snapped the restraints if I had enough adrenaline powering it, but then I'd have 3 men with automatic weapons to face. I'm not Rambo. I have a better chance at surviving this shit if I bide my time. I'm going to gut you like a fish, motherfucker. I spit blood in the direction of Goon 1's shoe. That's a fucking promise. Don't bet money on it, boy. That's a losing bet by the time the boss is finished with you. Bone-crushing force slams into my cheek again. Sokolov's 2 men have been taking turns using me for a heavy bag. They've punched me, elbowed me, even backhanded me a couple of times. The knife ended up embedded in my flesh by the same man that hit me in the head with his weapon when I told their boss how often Sasha enjoys getting off on my big, thick dick. I used those exact words. I'm pretty sure at some point between blows I told him he could check for himself if he didn't believe me. That landed me a boot to the face, and faster than lightning my lights were out again for an unknown period of time. I woke when his phone rang, but I stayed still with my eyes shut, listening to everything and anything I could soak up. Misha did me a favor when he killed my father, saved me from having to kill him myself and upped my timeline. It was a win-win for me. He laughs out loud. Once my prize is captured, we'll take out the rest of the Nikolaevs and the Caputos. There is a pause the length of 2 heartbeats. Then we take over their country. After I'm finished, even your president won't breathe without begging me for permission. Eventually, we'll be ready to fight Moscow. It's all going to be ours, brothers. The whole world will bow to me. This motherfucker is delusional. I hope he smoked some heavy shit when he thought up that dumbass plan. What about the baby she's carrying, boss? One of the men asks, and it takes everything in me not to move a muscle, giving away that I'm awake. I have a doctor on standby to rip that bastard out of her. She will carry no one's child but mine. Once I have my heir, I'll either dispatch her or toss her to the slum where all my other trash goes. She's mine, until I'm done with her. Then everyone can have her, because by the time I'm finished, she'll be broken, a shell of what she is today.
Chapter 35. Domenico. I've yet to kick my brother's ass. He still deserves a beating, despite proving himself over the course of 3 weeks. He took a run-down business and did a 180 in less time than I ever thought possible. It should have taken months to achieve what he pulled off. Apparently, Sienna isn't the only business-minded one of the 3 of us. If he can do that in New Orleans, he can do it here, too. I saw the wheels turning behind his eyes. He's found his calling, or at least one of them. As much as I hate to admit it, and won't out loud, at least for a while, Ren and Sasha make a pretty good team. She was good with the talent. She has a knack for teaching. Who would have thought? But I'm Team Sienna, and Sasha isn't home free yet. She still has a lot to prove if she's going to earn my trust. There's also the matter of Dmitri Sokolov. That could be problematic if he isn't neutralized soon. Krishna has feelers out for him, but I'm itchy. We should be out looking for him right now, not bonding with Mateo. When my skin pricks, something bad always follows. The only reason I'm playing entertainer tonight is because I searched for that motherfucker until dawn. I came up empty. The bastard was last seen near his father's home, taking in the destruction Misha left. He hasn't been spotted in 3 days. He could be anywhere. Canada or New York. Why can't I come with you, Daddy? Brooklyn's whine from the back seat of my SUV pulls my eyes to the rearview mirror to glance at her. Her brows are furrowed and her lips are pinched. I have to bite the inside of my cheek to keep myself from smiling. I don't know why I like this kid, but I do. She's got spunk. I don't want to spend the night at Nana's. She makes me go to bed too early. You should probably have a better bedtime schedule. Mateo volleys back. You stay up too late as it is. No, I shouldn't. I'm not a baby. Only babies go to bed when Nana and Pa do. Her eyes snap up, capturing my stare. I want to watch movies with you and Domino. Girl, Mateo starts, his irritation present in his tone. You better watch yourself. He is not your father, I am. And I say what you are or aren't going to do. You're having a sleepover. That's final. Movement from outside the vehicle catches my attention. Looking past Krishna and out the passenger side window, I see Mateo's mom walking toward us. She and my mother used to be friends before my parents were married. The only reason I know this is because I discovered photographs in the attic years ago of the two of them. There were a lot from the time they were younger until Mom's senior year of high school. Nothing after that, so I don't know what happened between them or when. I never asked my father either, figuring if he wanted me to know, then he'd tell me. That's BS, she huffs, and I can't help the bark of laughter that escapes my lips. Brooklyn, Martina, Mateo scolds. You are not allowed to say that. It does not matter that you didn't say the actual word, the meaning is still implied. I don't know what implied means, but C said I could say it. She trumps you, Daddy. No, she does not. Says the man that got his butt kicked by a girl. She shakes her head as her lips pucker. Kid has a point, Krishna adds without lifting his head from his attention on his cell phone. The rear door on Krishna's side opens, Martina popping her head inside. Hey, my little angel, ready to see your pops? He's thinking about taking you out on the boat tomorrow. Okay, that's definitely worth it. She unbuckles herself and then turns her head to her dad. See you, Daddy. Bye, Domino. Later, Kay. She lifts her arms and Mateo's mom scoops her up. Later, kid, Krishna adds. When the door slams, I lift my foot from the brake. I never put it in park when we stopped. A feeling of needing to be somewhere but not knowing where keeps gnawing at the back of my head. Ren hasn't responded to the messages I've sent him today, and it's pissing me off, irritating me even more. Sienna and Sasha should be at the club to pick him up by now. She left Martina's over half an hour ago. She's supposed to text when they're en route. I've seen enough tits and dancing to last me a while, so a strip club was off the menu for tonight. Mateo will have to get over that if he thinks that's where we're headed. No clubbing either. It's too crowded and I need to be able to have eyes on all of them. Ren, Sienna, Sasha, even Krishna and Mateo. It's not that they aren't capable of handling and defending themselves. It's that I need to be the one to do that myself. They're mine. No one messes with my shit and continues to breathe. In all honesty, I don't even like the kid out of my sight. She's become one of mine too, and fuck if I know when that happened. A text comes through while I'm driving, so I reach down to the cup holder, grabbing my phone. I hand it to Kay. Motherfuck! I snatch it back and look at the screen, the road in front of me no longer important. Sienna. They have Ren. Sasha went after him. I'm going after her. Find us. I can't wait on you.
Chapter 36. Sasha. Dmitri didn't give me the exact location once I peeled out of the alley next to the club in Sienna's car. He instructed me while I drove until I crossed the George Washington Bridge into Jersey. From there, I hopped on the express until I turned off, heading toward the same private airport my father used to use when I was a kid, until he moved his plane to a hangar he had built on his property in Long Island. I had every intention of calling my brother once I was off the phone with the devil, but after that call ended, my cell phone no longer had service. I'd wonder how he got my service turned off, but men like him can make damn near anything they want happen. I don't know what I'm going to do. For the second time in my life, I'm scared shitless. The first being the morning I woke up married to the only man I'll ever love and freaked the fuck out. I ran like a coward instead of talking to Ren. I owed him the truth, yet I knew if I spoke it out loud, it would make it real in my head. I wasn't ready, which is why I had no business saying I do in the first place. At least, not then. Now is a different story, only it might be too late. There's no telling if Dmitri kept him alive long enough for me to get here. He's a sick bastard, so I'm betting on him getting enjoyment from watching me watch his death. I'm not delusional. I know he doesn't plan to let Ren walk just from me handing myself over, and I won't go down without a fight. For Ren, for me, for our baby, and for our future. If we get one. It's now or never. I pushed through the door to the hangar that had 2 black SUVs parked outside of it. That was also in Dmitri's directions. No doubt picking this private airport for a reason. I don't see anyone else in sight. There's a jet to the far right. It's hard to miss from my peripheral. The hangar can house 2 planes, but today there is only one inside, taking up half the space. The man sitting in a chair with his back facing me and his hands secured behind it is the first place my eyes land. Relief floods my system, seeing Ren alive. My chest expands, pulling in air, taking a full breath for the first time since I realized my husband had been taken. It wasn't hard to guess the person behind it. If you'd asked me last month, I likely would have accused my father first. When Dad told me he never agreed to sell me to the Sokolovs, I was surprised and didn't believe him at first. When Tony dropped his bomb, it was exactly that. A bomb that landed on top of the forest fire Ren had already set. My husband manipulated my feelings and the beliefs of my father to get me to marry him. My father and Tony decided we should be joined in matrimony when we were babies or small children. I didn't get clarification on the matter. I was mad at Ren, but it's not as though I didn't want to become his wife. I wanted that more than anything I've ever wanted. That was until I found out I was pregnant. After that fact seeped in, the baby took over the first spot in my heart. I do want him or her with Ren. I don't want to do this with anyone besides Lorenzo, or alone. Dichka. I'm revolted by Dmitri's false, sugar-coated voice. It makes my stomach churn. Glad you could join us. He's standing farther back than where Ren is seated. His men are behind him, one on each side about 10 feet back, closer to the wall of the metal building. Sasha, get the fuck out of here! Ren bellows, his head remaining straight, likely watching Dmitri even though he's talking to me. His shirt is stained pink, telling me he's wounded somewhere on his person. What the hell did you do to him? I demand from Dmitri, while my booted feet move, taking me to Ren. When I reach him, I wrap my hands around his head and bend, placing my forehead against the side of his. Snowflake, leave. Please, Sasha, get out of here. Not without you. I'm sorry I was a bitch, am a bitch most of the time. It doesn't mean I don't love you, Ren. I tip my head and kiss him while I run my left hand down his cheek, stopping when I reach his neck. Don't try anything, Tichka. He'll be dead before you get him loose, and you'll still be leaving with me. Dmitri's tone is bored, which is bad. He's going to want to speed this up, not giving me time to stall. My right hand runs down the back of Ren's head, stopping when my arm is parallel to the ground. The blade is at my ready. As it slips from the sleeve of Sienna's jacket, I send a silent prayer out, hoping Ren doesn't react when the tip of the sharp knife meets the flesh of his palm. I'm banking a lot on neither Dmitri nor his men being able to see me. Time's up. That's all I can take of seeing your hands on another man. That ends now. Get over here, little bird. The blade escapes its hiding place. Riding my spine, it doesn't hit the ground, and I don't dare glance behind Ren. Giving him my best smile, I mouth, I'm only yours. Not lingering, I turn my feet to face my childhood devil and take the first step toward whatever end is going to happen. Sasha, Ren calls. I quicken my steps, folding my fingers into a balled fist in slow motion. I'm not going down without a fight, motherfucker. Dmitri eyes me, amusement in his eyes. When the toes of my boots collide with his polished dress shoes, I kick my triceps behind me to give me momentum. Then I swing, my torso twisting with the action, sending all the strength I have at his face. His right palm slams against my fist. Really, Tichka? His fingers tighten around my fist, his lips tilting up as he squeezes and twists, forcing my arm downward. It hurts, and I allow him to see the grimace set across my features as it turns to pain. He likes it. It turns him on. There's pleasure sparking from the depths of his dark gaze shining back down at me. That's when the hilt of Sienna's other blade in the left sleeve of her jacket slips into the palm of my hand. My fingers wrap around the handle, and faster than he can blink, I sink it through flesh and muscle and an artery he can't survive without being intact. His eyes widen with realization at the same time my lips spread. Really? I retort as I yank the blade out, blood squirting from the opening. You bitch, comes from my left, but then the sound of a gun pops. From my peripheral, he drops like a sack of potatoes. That was your carotid artery. I stab him again, this time in his upper thigh. You're dead, bitch! You're all dead! Ah! The other guy to my right behind Dmitri hollers. I can see the gun drop from his hand and a knife clatter to the ground. I rip the blade out of the second wound. That was your femoral artery, I tell him as his knees give out, his body dropping to the ground while his hate-filled eyes remain locked with my elated ones. Someone rushes past me on the right side. I told you I'd gut you, motherfucker! Ren grips the guy by his throat, shoving him backward while he rams a blade into the guy's abdomen. After a heartbeat, Ren jerks the knife upward violently. Releasing him when he can't go farther up his torso, Ren's knees hit the ground in front of the guy. Ren! Sienna and I scream at the same time. I rush to him, catching him as his back falls against my chest. Sienna skids to my side, grabbing his shoulder. I can see blood gushing from where the blade is missing from his right shoulder. Pulling her top over her head, Sienna wraps the material under his armpit and over his shoulder, tying and tightening it around the wound. Ren grunts. Let's get him to his feet, I say to C, as I start to pull up on my husband. We need to get him to a hospital. No hospital, Ren declares. Call Dad's doc. He can sew me up as good as they can. Fuck that, I say back to him. Why did you even pull the knife out, Ren? C huffs, her breath fanning us both. I was going to take him out too. I just needed a clear shot. You were going to protect my wife, the woman you hate? He blinks at her like it's the last thing he'd expect from his sister. First of all, fuck you. Second, I'm kicking your ass for that after these babies are born. And third, I'd never let anything happen to my niece or nephew, you stupid fuck. Be glad I don't have a blade. I'd stab the other shoulder. There's a beat of silence. Ren's labored breath, the only audible noise, as C and I lift him to his feet. Babies? You have to stay silent about that, too, both of you, she reiterated. Dad doesn't know, and I'd like to keep it that way until after the wedding. Which is why no hospital. We don't need that shit with the wedding next weekend. If there even is a wedding, maybe we should postpone it, C adds. No, Ren barks. I can walk. Let's get out of here. I'll call Dad's doctor myself if I have to. I'll only agree on one condition, brother. Neither of you tells Mateo I shot and killed a guy. Sienna's eyes find mine. I mean it. Let's just call a truce for the next 8 to 9 months and live in peace. We start to walk, but neither of us let Ren go. His left arm is draped over my shoulder, and Sienna has her hand propped against his right side. Can't you two call a lifetime truce? For me? Ren's voice is a plea. I roll my eyes at the insincerity coating his tone like thick syrup. Using your injury is beneath you, Lorenzo. I bite out before I pinch his side. Fuck. He jerks away from me and then groans. You deserve that, Sienna states, agreeing with me. We're halfway to the single door of the empty hangar when it bursts open, smacking the metal behind it. Dom storms in, murder in his eyes. Krishna follows, then enters Mateo. "Do I have both of your words?" Sienna whispers. "Of course," Ren and I say at the same time, even though I know in my soul it's wrong to keep that from him. She wasn't wrong in what she did. It was to save 2 lives, even if her main reason was the baby growing inside me. I doubt even that sentence was true. Sienna and I will always fight and argue, but we both love Ren. At the end of the day, she would do whatever she had to ensure his happiness, just like I plan to do for the rest of my life. And if there's one thing I have learned recently, it's that secrets don't stay in the dark where you shove them. Eventually, they find the light at the worst possible time.
Chapter 37. Antonio. Hello, my love. I stare down at the gravestone I've spent more time with than the woman it belongs to. I watched her be lowered into the ground more than 18 years ago. I vowed to her on that day that I would discover who took her from this world, from our children, from me. It shouldn't have taken me as long as it did to figure out it was the person closest to me. I'm sorry I failed you, Ari. My biggest regret is the 2 of us not running the day you told me you were pregnant with Domenico. My ego wanted to fight my father, crumble everything he and his father before him had built. I wanted my father to watch me rebuild with an opposite version of his vision. I wanted to piss him off and he not be able to do a damn thing about it. But it didn't happen that way. Sure, I angered him. I ripped his canvas to shreds, but the foundation I thought I'd blow to pieces didn't so much as budge. I was oblivious to my father plotting and succeeding in killing my wife. When Sienna grew into the woman I always knew she would become, he planned her death too. Thank the fucking stars he didn't succeed. Sienna thinks she and her mother are polar opposites, and yes, they are different in many ways. Their spirits, on the other hand, are twin stars. Rafe recognized that. I know that now. It's why he had to get rid of her. My daughter cannot be tamed any more than my wife could. Sienna is getting married in a few hours. I squat down, level with the marble tombstone, placing a bouquet of flowers in front of it. It should have been you planning her wedding, sweetheart, not me. You would have done a far better, more elaborate job than I did. I considered asking Marty for help, but thought better of it. Giovanni is always with me now, and no one is ready for that shitstorm. The flowers I brought you are the same ones used for C's bouquet. She doesn't have a favorite flower, so I went with yours. White calla lilies and roses. I chose red roses since that's our daughter's favorite color. There's green foliage that wraps around them, secured with white lace. Yours is a mini version of hers. I know you disagreed with me wanting to join the DeSalvos with our family by way of marriage just as much as you hated my arrangement with Mishka Nikolaev. We pulled both off, by the way, but I suppose you know that already if you're looking down, watching us. Ren knows, C does not. It went over with our son as I'd expected since he loves Sasha the way he should. Sienna, however, is not going to handle that knowledge the same as her twin. She's too much like you. You wanted a sweet girl, someone that acted like a lady. She can be sweet, but a lady she is not. At least not the type you had in mind when she was born. That's something I can't apologize for. She's strong, and she's tough. That's what saved her life from the same fate you were met with. I suck in a breath and exhale forcefully. There is so much I would change if only I could go back in time, my love. I miss you more than I can articulate. I push off my knees, coming to a stand. I'm tired, Ari. The yearning to be with you again is becoming so heavy that sometimes I think I'm going to pass out from the weight of it. You are still the first thought that enters my mind when I wake and the last one when I close my eyes. I'm ready to come home. But I still have one task left to accomplish first. Until then, baby. Turning, I leave her. That weight mounting again with every step away from her I take. I have 3 hours until my daughter walks down the aisle to the only man I've deemed worthy of her hand. For a while, that was questionable. Getting another woman pregnant was never part of the plan. I blame that on his parents not teaching him how to recognize ungenuine people. If he had been part of our world from the beginning, grew up among my children the way he should have, that would never have happened. I would have seen to it myself that Mateo was made into a man. In the end, becoming a single father when he was still a kid himself did make him a man, a good man, and an even better father. Proof that life works in strange ways. I never questioned if Sasha was the right woman for my youngest son. Like Mateo, she too suffered because her parents are dumbasses. Mishka wanted to keep her at a distance from our world. Being honest with my children is still a decision I'd make over again. If there is one thing I am proud of in life, it's my relationship with each one. There's no strain or divide that lives between us like the one that festered for years between Mishka and Sasha. She may never fully trust her parents after learning the truth. Her parents never divorced, only made it seem like they did, even to their children, for safety. I better than anyone understand the reason behind his action, but he should have been upfront with Krishna and Sasha. Krishna. I was thrown a curveball with him and Domenico, blindsided, in fact. I know more details about their relationship than I should, more than I want to know. With what I'm about to lay on the table, I had to know if what they have between them is real, if it's something lasting. I'll give them both this. They're good at making the outside think they don't like each other. That's good. It's a strength I'm happy they both possess. They're going to need that to survive what's coming. It makes no difference to me if my son dates women or men, or in Dom's case, both. As long as he finds what Ari and I had, that's all I want. It's all I want for all of my children. One day in the distant future, I hope Brooklyn finds that as well. I steel my spine and take a breath before blowing it out through my mouth. Then I knock on the solid wood door. I've waited years for this. A war is coming. It was always coming, but I had to bide my time until I had an ace in my pocket. The door opens, revealing a young blonde standing in front of me, her eyes vacant. My blood heats before she speaks. "Can I help you, sir?" She's dressed how I'd expect, an actual maid's uniform. It's not a sexy Halloween costume, but it is a tight-fitting black dress wrapped around a body of bones with a modest amount of cleavage on display. There's a black leather strap that runs from the middle of her chest, sewed into the dress, that goes up and around her neck with a collar. Tell Cormac Fitzgerald that Antonio Caputo is here to see him. Her eyes widen at the mention of my name. It doesn't surprise me. Fitzgerald is known for his loose lips. My name is surely a curse word in his house. Without saying a word, she backs away from the door, leaving me to listen to her hurried steps. The wait isn't as long as I would have made him wait. In less than a minute, his overweight body takes up most of the open space before me. I don't bother waiting for him to address me. He looks stumped for words, so I get to the very reason I'm gracing his doorstep. You have something that belongs to me, and I'm here to collect her.
Chapter 38. Lorenzo. It's been a week. My sister is getting married today in front of 100 people I mostly don't recognize. The church is packed even though the ceremony doesn't start for another half an hour. Sasha and I grabbed a seat in the back to pass the time. Plus, I wanted her alone and away from our families. Since the incident last week, I haven't let her leave my side, but that doesn't mean I've gotten alone time with her. Our families have been up our asses all week. It's been a blur of let's get this the fuck over with. My shoulder is healing fine after Dad's doctor sewed me up with 7 stitches. I was still forced to be fitted for a tux the very next day. Everything has been wedding, and more wedding shit. I'm glad Sasha and I eloped. Who the fuck wants to deal with all this bullshit? But I will admit my wife's bridesmaid dress is hot, even if it is the color of blood. Not that I'm surprised. That has been Sienna's favorite color since the day she first made me bleed when we were 6. The material looks and feels like satin. It's got a high neckline, wrapping around her throat, and sleeveless. It goes to the floor, and the train is a ruffled split that goes up to the center of her left leg. The only shameful thing about this dress is the built-in bra covering her nipples. I'll look forward to fucking her in it as soon as we get to the reception. This bow tie is coming off, and then I'm getting us both off with my underused dick. It's been more than a week, far too long since I felt the inside of my beautiful wife, and that ends as soon as Sienna and Mateo say I do. Glancing to my left, Sasha has a faraway look in her eyes, telling me she's lost in her thoughts. What are you thinking, I ask?
That if I hadn't been a dumb bitch, you could have had this.
What gives you the impression that I wanted this, Snowflake? This is my sister's ideal wedding. My father knew that, and that's what he's giving her. Me? Us. I trail off as I scan the room.
We're what?
Her blue eyes snap to mine. This isn't us. But if you want the flair, I'll do it. I'd do anything to make you happy, Sasha. You know that, right?
Yes, Ren, I do. I've always known that, but...
She blows out a breath, her thoughts obviously letting her anger creep back into the forefront.
I wish I understood why our fathers kept so much from us. If they'd decided our fates before we took our first steps, then why lead us to believe we'd always be enemies?
Think about it. Look how much you hated Mishka when you thought he was going to force you to marry. I can't even say his name without my own anger resurfacing. If we weren't in a church right now, I'd call Dmitri what I really think of him. Your father knows you. That's all I'm trying to say, but I also think, and you have to give the man some credit, they wouldn't have, forced us to marry if we didn't want each other. If we didn't love each other, we wouldn't be married.
So you think I'm a rebellious bitch, too?
A lady 2 pews in front of us turns her head, glaring at Sasha, and it makes my chest rumble with a laugh. You are a rebellious bitch, I rumble out. Then I lean down, whispering in her ear. And I wouldn't want you any other way. In fact, I plan on putting that rebel side of yours to the test when we leave here.
Yeah?
She smirks like she has me pegged.
And exactly what does that entail?
The lady that overheard Sasha a moment ago has her head cocked to the side as though she is eavesdropping. So to put that theory to the test, I say in an above-whisper tone, your legs wrapped around my waist and my dick buried deep inside your pretty little pussy. More than just the 60-something lady's head turns at that, but nothing can make me regret my words as I take in the heat pouring from my wife's eyes. We didn't start off perfect, nor do I expect us to achieve a love like my parents. That's their love story, not ours. I want exactly what Sasha and I have, nothing more, nothing less. I want to grow with her in more than just age. I have to experience the highs and the lows that comes with her by my side, as well as the family we already have and the one we've already begun to build. I don't need perfection, but I do need her love, and her walking hand in hand with me as my partner and equal to continue breathing in this world.
Chapter 39. Mateo. You have your father's eyes. My eyelids pop up from where I was staring off into space, my gaze landing on Giovanni through the mirror in front of me. He's standing in the open doorway behind me, his shoulder leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed. A DeSalvo job for sure, but everything else is all your mother. I doubt she liked you much. He's my father's brother, but until this moment, it never dawned on me that he had ever met my mother or knew her. I've seen a lot of my parents lately while Sienna was down in New Orleans with her brothers, but not once did I broach the subject of the family that I'm marrying into today. Ma is still angry with me about hearing the engagement announcement through the media instead of from my mouth, which is not my fault. But you'll never convince that woman otherwise. She seems even less thrilled that I agreed to a speedy wedding, believing I allowed Antonio Caputo, the boss, to drag me into his family. She doesn't see that I forced my way in. She doesn't know that Sienna is pregnant either, or that I'd rather my soon-to-be father-in-law not find out that I knocked up his daughter before I put a ring on her finger. Technically, we didn't find out until an hour after I proposed that we were having a baby. I couldn't be happier than I am about my woman carrying my child. I would have eloped that night, but C deserves a beautiful wedding with her family present. I want her to have that. I want her to have everything she wants. I also want to be the man that gives it all to her. Her father can have today because once my lips are sealed with hers, she'll be mine forever. No, she did not, he confirms. Yet there's a flicker in his ocean blue gaze that tells me there's more to that story. So, do me a favor and don't mention me to either of your parents, today or in the future, Mateo. It's better if they don't know I'm out. How do you know I haven't already told one of them? A bark of laughter bursts from behind his lips. If Marty knew I was anywhere near you or Brooklyn, I'd have the sharpest knife she could get her hands on lodged in my throat. Damn. My brows lift. She hates you that much? Something like that. Dropping his arms, he pushes off the door casing and shoves his hands into his black dress pants. His matching jacket is open, and the only thing different from the way I'm dressed is that his button-up shirt is black instead of white. He and my father do favor each other a lot, but Pete is more laid back and relaxed than Giovanni, which strikes me as odd since my dad was the boxer, but perhaps that's what happens to a man after he retires. Looking at Giovanni, it occurs to me that I'm a lot more like him than I am his brother, my father. I'd say good luck, but you don't seem to need it. You got the girl, right? And she's good with your daughter. You can't ask for better than that, son. You have so much more than you've yet to realize. I know what I have. No one realizes what they have until they lose it, Mateo. You do well to remember that and cherish every moment you do have with those you hold close. He pats his chest. Enjoy today. Enjoy your girls. You're not staying? I'll be around. He smirks, just out of sight. It's better that way. Safer for all, too. What does that mean? I finally turn around to face him and see Sienna stepping up behind him. I'm about to tip my chin up when his eyes cut to the side, giving him away that he either heard her or felt a presence behind him. Hey, G, she whispers, but I'm not looking at her beautiful face. My eyes are on the white strapless dress she's wearing that looks like it was painted on her hot body. The top of her dress is basically a corset, but in the most elegant way possible, with a zipper in the front rather than the back. That's interesting. Fuck, I'm already getting hard. I shove my hands into my pockets to readjust my pants. You're still going with that, huh, kiddo? Giovanni looks down at her when she wraps her hands around his bicep, squeezing him in something akin to a hug. It's either that or Godfather. Do you prefer me to call you Godfather, G? She bats her black eyelashes at him as a smile ghosts her lips. You can call me whatever you like, Angel. That smile turns into a frown before her nose wrinkles. Do I look like an angel? In that dress. Giovanni's eyes sweep down her bodice. Maybe it's because he's older, or my uncle, but whatever the reason, the way his eyes take my soon-to-be wife in doesn't rile me up. You look just like what I'd imagine an angel would look like, Sienna. I am your godfather, after all. Which is still strange, G. I'll just stick to that. I'd rather irritate Daddy anyway. Until you get your ass handed to you. He snickers as he keeps watching her with pride in his eyes, as if he's known my bride her whole life and been a part of it just the same, when in reality he was in prison most of it. And when he wasn't, he and Tony were on the outs. Then there is the undetermined amount of time he's been out that's yet to come to life, so perhaps I'm wrong, and he has been around longer than I or even C realize. Or maybe I'll hand him his. She smarts off with a raised brow, beckoning him to challenge her. Leave that to your soon-to-be stepdaughter. I hear she's a little tiger in the making. His eyes light up at his mention of my daughter. In the last couple of weeks, he's been coming around more so when Brooklyn is home than other times. It struck me as odd at first, but he seems to genuinely like her company. Not that there isn't anything to dislike, because, let's be honest, she really is a little badass. And I'm going to make sure she can beat any boy's ass she dislikes. Gee, I need to steal my groom. Can you give us a minute? You sure, Angel? If Tony catches you in here, there is going to be hell to pay. He's big on tradition like that. I can handle my old man just fine. Besides, no one is going to get caught if you keep your trap shut. You wouldn't snitch on me, would you, Godfather? After he untangles himself from her grip, he eyes me. Good luck with this one, Mateo. You're going to need it. He turns, leaving us alone without waiting for a reply from my lips. My uncle isn't wrong. I'm going to need all the help in the world with Sienna and Brooklyn. After what happened with Vin and Kennedy last month, and then her brother last week, I'm convinced she needs to be watched as much, if not more, than Brooklyn does. God, please let the baby she is carrying be a boy, or two of them. I need a boy to even out the playing field. Twin boys would be ideal, though. Then I could assign one of them to C and the other to their sister, protectors. That's what the woman in my life need. Sienna closes the door and then braces her bare shoulder blades against the wood as she stares at me with her bottom lip caught between her teeth. Is it the dress, or did your tits get bigger? She rolls her eyes, then scowls. They're bigger than when I was fitted for this dress. It's why they look smushed, she confesses, with annoyance laced in her tone. They look fine as fuck. The only thing that would make them better was if my cum painted the top of them. I remove my hands from my pockets, giving up hiding what seeing her is doing to me. Mateo, she scolds. Did you forget we're in a church, for God's sake? But not the sanctuary, baby. Get over here. I can't exactly walk out of this room with a hard-on, now can I? I didn't come here to give you a premarital happy. There's something I have to tell you. Her voice turns serious, but the pressing issue in my pants trumps anything she needs to say. I wasn't kidding when I alluded to not walking out of here without both of us getting off, so that the world, especially my parents, doesn't get a glimpse of the bulge I'm toting, thanks to my wife-to-be. You did now, and we need to hurry. I'm serious, Mateo. She pushes her back off the door and stomps to me, her index finger pointed at my chest. We have to talk. Can it wait until after we're married? Definitely after that sweet pussy of yours has welcomed it home. I grab the front of my pants, cupping my junk, and then squeeze. I killed Vin, she blurts out. It wasn't Dom. It was me, and I... She trails off as her bottom lip starts to quiver. You'd think hearing my fiancé killed a man would deflate my dick, but it's like her admission sends all of my blood flow straight to my cock. Flames ignite on the surface of every inch of exposed skin on my body. Say something, she begs when I haven't opened my mouth. You what? I ask, wanting her to continue getting everything off her conscience. I didn't think I wanted you to know. I still don't, but... She pauses, biting her bottom lip again. Lifting my hand, I put my thumb against the flesh of her bare lip, forcing her to release it, knowing she has more to say. I had to tell you before I became your wife, before you didn't have a way out. Sliding my hand away from her mouth, I slip my palm around the back of her neck ever so gently, then I grip it hard. So hard, I might leave a mark that'll later turn into a bruise. Her words set me off like I've never been set off before. You think I'd ever want out, Sienna? That there's even a choice? Her dark eyes stare into mine. I'm not referring to her father or any code they have. I'm referring to the choice of us. I told you the night I first fucked you, the night you gave me your virginity, that you would be mine from that moment on. It wasn't something I said in the heat of the moment. I meant it then, and I mean it now. You're mine, baby. Mine, and no one else's. You don't care that I killed someone. That fuck used my daughter to get to my woman. I'm glad it was you and not Domenico. I wish it had been me. No one takes what's mine, and no one hurts what's mine. I'm proud it was you, see. I don't give her a second to think or even respond. My lips crash down on hers, and then I'm lifting her, somehow managing to get her dress bunched up between us and her legs around my waist before I slam her back against the door. Reaching under her dress, I tear the panties from around her body, tossing them behind me as our teeth clash and our tongues duel, trying to fuck each other's mouths better than the other one. I love her mouth. She's going to have to fight harder if she plans to beat me in that regard. Unzipping my pants, I pull my dick through the opening in my boxers, and then I force myself inside her scorching heat. Oh, she moans inside my mouth, the same time I grunt into hers. No matter how many times we've fucked since the first time, it feels like I'm going to black out from the sheer pleasure that engulfs my shaft. I pull back and rock back inside her harder this time. There is nothing sweet or gentle about this moment, but it is so beyond perfect that I can't articulate it with words. I slam into her again and again, going at her harder each time. The door rattles, but I couldn't give two shits. The whole cathedral could hear us, and I'd smile with delight. "Tell me what you felt when you killed that bastard," I demand. "I felt... I piston into her pussy, forcing her back to rise against the door. "I felt powerful, in charge. It was..." "What, Sienna? Tell me." I jerk forward, pushing her body upward as I chase her, slamming myself as far as I can go. Fuck, I'm going to come. "Exhilarating." Her cheeks flush as her eyes flash before me. "He wasn't the only one. Oh, God, I'm going to come, Mateo." "You what, baby?" I pull out, only to slam her against the door again as I ram my dick into her. "Don't you dare come until you tell me everything, Sienna. Spill it." "I shot one of the guys that was holding my brother. I killed him, too." "Did you like that, too?" Her muscles flex, squeezing me so hard it pulls my release from my body before I'm ready to be done with her. "Yes!" she screams as she follows me, her muscles contracting around me, milking my dick, taking all my cum and owning it like she does every piece of my soul. It's hers. It was from the moment I first spilled myself inside her, and it always will be. I still as my heart continues to beat at a rapid pace. Fuck, that was good. As my cock softens, it slips from within her. Her eyes find mine, and I swear it feels as though our souls fuse together as one. There is no out for me, Sienna. The same as there is no out for you. Whether a man with a white collar pronounces us married or not, you're mine forever. I lean forward, pressing my chest against her and sealing my lips with hers. "There's one other thing you need to know," she says, breaking our kiss. "It's about Kennedy." She sighs, which tells me she doesn't want to reveal what she's known for weeks. "I already know," I confess. "Dom told me. We can talk about it later, baby. Right now Her body jolts when a fist pounds on the door behind her head. "Let me down, big guy. I need to clean up, and I think we might be late for our wedding." I release her thighs, letting her legs drop to the floor. Her feet are bare, so she immediately steps around me, searching for her white heels. After she finds them, she slips both on, then stands, looking freshly fucked and so goddamn sexy I want to do it again. I tuck my dick back through my boxers and straighten my tucked shirt before buttoning and zipping my pants. She goes to step around me again, but I press my palm to the door, making sure it stays closed and the person on the other side stays put. Snatching her neck, I pull her toward me and lean down to the shell of her ear. "Don't freshen up too much, baby. The thought of my cum running down your legs as you walk down the aisle to me is the best fucking wedding present you could give me." Then I straighten my back and smirk. For that, she rolls her eyes and shoves her hand against my chest and pushes. I step back, dropping my hand from the door as she pulls it open, not agreeing but also not refusing to do it either. "Daddy!" she jerks back, stepping on my foot. "Sienna," Tony bites out. "Go wait for me around the corner from where the sanctuary doors are." When she doesn't budge, his jaw turns solid. "Now!" "Yes, sir." She scurries away from me, passing her dad with a wide berth, as Tony's dark, lethal eyes snap to mine. He has never scared me, but when I first met the man, he did unsettle me. I didn't know him, or even what he was actually capable of, other than what I'd overheard through the years. I've come to realize all the rumors were true. He is ruthless, but he is only that way for one reason: protecting his family. If today's the day you're finally going to kill me, I hope you brought something more than the flames coming from your eyes, I challenge. He moves quicker than my brain alerts me to react, his fist slamming into my gut with more force than most of my opponents that are half his age. That's for knocking up my daughter before you married her. He pulls back, but rams his fist into my stomach again, the power equal to his previous punch. That's for defiling her under God's roof. Was that really necessary? I yell as my torso doubles over, my voice sounding hoarse as air tries to find my lungs. A coughing fit erupts as pain slices through my left bicep. Rearing up, I glance to my left, taking in the cut through my white shirt and the blood soaking the material. What the fuck? Everyone in this family bleeds for the family, Mateo. Your hands put food on the table, and they protect my daughter and the little girl I've come to love and accept, as if she came from Siena instead of the trash you almost allowed to fuck up your life in Brooklyn's. I'm dumbfounded for the first time, yet there is a bigger part of me that wants to knock my soon-to-be father-in-law in the mouth. Grab your jacket, Mateo. Don't bother patching yourself up first. I want your blood to run down your arm through the whole ceremony. Nothing will make me happier as I walk my daughter down the aisle. His eyes narrow as he closes the pocket knife, the snarl on his lips telling me he'd love nothing more than to sink that blade into my gut instead of storing it on his person. For the record, dumbass, just because a door is closed doesn't mean no one can hear what is being done or said on the other side. You should really work on those whispering skills. Now, get the fuck out of my sight and take your shit for brains to the fucking altar before I do shove the blade through your chest and finally have one less headache on my plate.
Chapter 40. Siena. If someone had told me a year ago that I'd be sleeping with Matteo DeSalvo, much less married to him, I would have laughed in their face at the implausibility of that ever occurring. Even after I realized that I had finally caught his attention, I had zero intent of being another notch on his bedpost or a second baby mama to another kid of his. In hindsight, I ended up doing both, or will be when our child is born. But I will stab a bitch, Matteo included, if another woman comes along thinking she can take what's mine. He's mine. Brooklyn is now mine, and the life growing inside me is mine too. Daddy is most certainly mine. He needs me, because I haven't determined if Giovanni can be trusted yet. For some reason, I like the man, and that irks me. He hasn't proven himself trustworthy or even a vital member of this family. The whole Godfather thing was sprung on me, and that's all kinds of messed up since he's never been in mine or my brother's lives until last month. He's taken to Brooklyn in the last few weeks like she's the brightest star he's ever laid eyes on. And, well, she is his great niece and a cool kid, so maybe that shouldn't stand out. But it does. I just haven't figured out why. But I will. After my experience with Vin, I won't give blind faith to another person. I hadn't realized I had with Vin until he opened that car door to reveal my now stepdaughter in order to kidnap me. It didn't escape my notice that G wasn't seated on the groom's side, nor the bride's during the ceremony an hour ago. I eyed everyone as I walked down the aisle, my right arm looped around my father's left one. Giovanni was missing, which struck me as odd. Yet again, maybe it shouldn't. The man is supposed to be rotting in a prison cell where another man is currently serving that sentence for him. I still don't know the story behind that, and it's likely I never will. But what is the point of being out if you're still hiding? Why did I agree to be a part of this bullshit? Sasha strides up next to where I'm standing, looking at all the people in attendance at my wedding reception. The sun just set, and we're out on the open patio platform of Daddy's restaurant, Casa del Ariana, the one he named after my late mother. Unlike the wedding, I know most everyone here. All of Dad's captains except Leo are here, including their wives and children. I'm not surprised that Leo isn't in attendance. He has a lot of mess to sort out and reorganize down south, building not just a team but profitable businesses. Because the boss said, wear this dress and stand here. When the boss says jump, you don't ask how high. You just jump and pray you did so high enough that you don't land back on the ground with his foot in your ass. I sigh. It would have looked odd if I only had Brooklyn as a bridesmaid. Since it looks like you're planning to remain a Caputo, you had a part to play, bitch. Just to be clear, this doesn't mean we actually have to be friends now, right? I roll my head to my right, taking in her pinched brows and the dress she's wearing. I didn't pick out hers or Brooklyn's dress, but I have to hand it to Dad. He nailed it. Her dress looks good on her, not that I'd admit that out loud or anything, but it's the truth, nonetheless. Brooklyn's was a modified version. My stepdaughter's dress didn't have the split that Sasha's does. Fuck no, I say louder than called for, resulting in a few glances from people that are standing close by. Mateo's father, Pete, being one of them, that I notice from my peripheral vision. I haven't gotten a chance to really get to know the man, but he seems far too laid back for the profession he used to do. Lowering my voice, I say, you need to off someone again. I'll tag along. But I'd rather kick your ass any day than be friends with you. You, me, and niceties do not mix. Same, bitch. Same. She snickers, and then turns to look at the people mingling, some drinking champagne, some whiskey, and a few with a bottle of beer in their hands. Besides, it would be me kicking your ass, not the other way around. If you remember, I've done it once already. I'm 1 to your 0. That's only going to last until our babies are born. Then it's on. I smirk as I turn to face her, crossing my arms. Since I'll give Daddy his first grandchild before you, I'll... A belly laugh burst from her lips, making me pause mid-sentence. What are you, C? 4, 5 weeks along? Tell me. 7, I bite out through clenched teeth. I'm 10 weeks. Her shoulder shrugs. Guess mine is going to be the first for both of our fathers. Bitch, I spit out as I step into her personal space, my nose an inch from hers. I hear they schedule deliveries now. Don't think for 1 minute that I'm going to let you one-up me on this. I'm giving Daddy his first grandchild, so back the fuck off. Both of you are nearly 6 years too late for that, dumbasses. Mateo gave me my first grandchild. We both turn our heads at the same time. My father stands before us, a tumbler filled with amber liquid in one hand, and Brooklyn attached to his hip on the opposite side with a smirk on his lips that trumps my own from moments ago. His words sink in, and I know neither Sasha nor I can refute that fact when I take in the biggest grin I've ever seen on Brooklyn's face. Feel free to team up and kick his ass if it makes either of you feel better. I'd pay to watch that match. My husband has bled enough today, don't you think? I was forced to change out of my wedding dress after the ceremony because blood dripped down Mateo's arms and onto my gown as the priest was conducting the service. I hadn't noticed until Martina's gasp could be heard echoing throughout the chapel. When I caught her stare and dropped jaw, I glanced down to a river of red running over Mateo's hand and onto my white dress. He said it was nothing, but I knew who the wound originated from and glared at my father from where he'd taken a seat next to Krishna. My brothers were standing on Mateo's other side as groomsmen, like Brooklyn and Sasha were on mine. "Papa tea?" Brooklyn calls as her little hands go to his cheeks, pulling his eyes to meet hers. "Did you hurt my daddy?" He deserved it. She purses her lips, and it's the cutest thing I've ever seen. My father pins her with his stare. That is half assertive dad mode and the other half boss mode. Careful who you cop an attitude with, little girl. You aren't ready to take me on yet. You aren't even ready to take on these two. Stick to starting shit with the kids your own age for now.
Dad! I scold. You did not just tell her that.
I close my eyes and pinch the bridge of my nose. Sasha laughs next to me, and if she wasn't pregnant with my brother's baby, I'd elbow her in the face. Of course I did. Unlike you two quitters, I finally have a girl that loves jujitsu. Give me a couple of years with her and she really will be kicking both of your asses. We are not quitters, Sasha stammers, folding her arms across her chest as she mirrors my own stance toward my father. Just because we don't like sweaty, nasty people all up in our personal space does not mean we're quitters, Dad. What are you even talking about? Brooklyn started Muay Thai training 3 weeks ago.
I'm doing both, see? It's fun. I'm going to kick everyone's butts.
Excuse me? My brow lifts. You heard her. She's doing both. Wants to make her Papa T proud, don't you, Brooklyn? She nods, a broad smile on her pretty face. You two should think about joining her. Otherwise, she'll eventually have a black belt when she's my age, and neither one of you will even have made it to a blue one. Not doing that boring-ass shit again. I got what I wanted out of it. Sasha chuckles, and I know she's referring to my brother. I could continue being a bitch, and I likely will about other things. But what's the point when it comes to her marriage to my brother? I've decided to accept it and move on. It's better for my relationship with my twin, anyway. You were already getting my son, Sasha. You just didn't know it at the time. Dad chimes back, making me die laughing. I wasn't home when Dad revealed he and the former PACON made an arrangement for their children to marry in order to join our families. It's a good thing I wasn't present. Had I been, I would have lost my shit on both men and Sasha's mother. I can't believe that's something my mother would have agreed to. Arranged marriages shouldn't be something that still takes place in today's world. Although I understand the concept, it doesn't make it right or even sane. Mr. Caputo. The thick feminine Irish accent pulls my attention to the young woman, or teenager if her doe eyes are any indication of her age. My eyes cut to my side the same time Sasha's light blue gaze meets mine. The question is obvious in both our stares. Who the fuck is this? Neither of our families likes the slimy Irish trash that resides in the city. Dad looks over his shoulder, the opposite side to where he's holding Brooklyn.
Let me down, Papa T. I see Domino.
Dad does as Brooklyn requests as he says, Kira, please stop calling me that. It's Tony or Antonio, but just Tony is fine. He stands back up after Brooklyn runs off, his back straightening as his fingers motion her to come forward. Come, Kira. I want you to meet my daughters. My nose crinkles at his reference to my twin's wife being one of his own now as irritation settles inside me. Sasha is the daughter-in-law. There is a big difference. This is Sienna, one of my twins. This is her wedding reception. And the one next to her is Sasha. She's married to my other twin, Lorenzo. You'll meet him later. Sienna and Sasha are the best of friends. No, we are not. Sasha shakes her head and I follow, backing her statement up. In fact, we both agree that we dislike each other. However, one thing Sienna and I can both agree on more than we can't stand the sight of each other is that we loathe the Irish even more. Hear, hear, I say in mock toast. Lucky for you, those fuckers don't actually have real Irish accents. They're as American as we are. I'm about to quiz Dad more when I see Dom with his hand clutching Brooklyn's smaller one as the two stalk our way. Or more so that Domenico is stomping toward us while Brooklyn is walking as fast as her feet will go to keep up with him. You, Dom says, his eyes narrowing on Kira with something in his stare that resembles hate or lust. Who exactly is she and why is she here, Dad? I ask with caution in my tone, my eyes cutting back and forth between the redhead standing at my father's side and Domenico as Krishna and Ren walk up behind him. My brother obviously knows her, but I don't, and that is never a good sign. "I'm Kira Fitzgerald," she announces, her emerald eyes locked with Domenico's. The shock doesn't have time to fully sink in that she's likely related to Cormac Fitzgerald, the leader of the Irish gang in New York City, before my father adds, "She's Domenico's bride."
Thank you for listening to Dark Prince, The New American Mafia, Book 2, written by Annie Henderson, narrated by Desiree Ketchum and Connor Crace, and SAG-AFTRA members Felicity Monroe, Sebastian York, and Aidan Snow. Produced by One Night Stand Studios. Post-production by Kyle Verval. Text copyright 2022 by Nancy Henderson. Production copyright 2022 by Nancy Henderson. All rights reserved.